Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. We are just rolling in. There's only a handful of people in here in our room. I'm sure we're pretty tired from yesterday's long day. And I hope you guys, some of you that went to the tent last night enjoyed the music that was brought by 3 bands out of Winnipeg. We'll be having draws after we bless the food for lunch. We'll have a department or so come up to the front and do the draws. We will be doing a draw as well here at the front. We have a nice black glove, a winter glove. So maybe we'll do that at lunch as well. Shigekat, mina ka na match taman huegama shidiek. We'll just wait for a little bit, and within the next 10-15 minutes we'll start with opening pairs and drum. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We can start coming in, get settled in. We will have our openings within the next 5 minutes. 5 minutes. While we wait for a couple more chiefs, the only one announcement we have is we will have draws here during lunchtime, right after we bless the food. Most of the departments will come up to the front and do their jobs. We will start in 3 minutes, 3 minutes. We'll be starting momentarily with our openings. A couple of our chiefs are having Zoom and they're on a phone call. They're very busy, but at the moment, we'll wait a second.
Good morning, everybody. We're going to begin our opening prayers and our opening drum song, Rosebush, after the Christian elder and the traditional elder do their prayers. Miigwech.
Good morning, everybody. Miyamina kanam et manaki meeting this morning, and minane anak people like a peace out, I on them out to their home, and I don't know. I'll just say my daily prayers for this morning, and everybody can say it too. Okay. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. O my Jesus, forgive us our sins, save us from the fires of hell, lead all the souls into heaven, especially those who are in the most need of your mercy. Amen. Be good.
Testing. Minogi se baya gakena. Ji kent man mina op minnaguk ma ibn gestad yank mina. Gary got me any updates gawin kidu mi gon gen you down up to gigun ninon daga seaman. Mi gwatinag din go gjemin do mi ajamina binasko ninan big gorge minan jibwi de bum siang or no go magishga. Mi gwat dinendan kakunamina hibiki the gushna. Shem na dos mi gorge minan jinasko do jibik jan do kuna amaya waj. We geog now, we chances ya, osia, the kunnaska happen to gun out and to be showered, jipping not gonna go out, and in a gishim niseg one gonna go on hat shag Matawa. Shem na do, the gorgemin semina, skinas go to. Akkusiu gem gungaya watch. Mino ge guan you ga ha tak ignuyach. Missy away. The gorgeman kishem the do, jivi dokin a dong, guan you, a skiki keot, a minikot mort, a minikoot. Apje, zanagandagan, and gikandan gakuna at shikang. Mi gæsang gjort an skikki hatap nemot sido an en sitsevot gedabenotingsminanik gedaya amnanik ngaska an pui oya iska nam a Gas ka ano de antinuk sigang. Jinu amamo tinuk kish bash kasti. Why gonna go we no zut a manguchi table gasatun. Chibi shy chibi smart reaction don't me. I usually leave silence at the end because I don't know what your prayers are. I give you time to do your own asking or kiniga. How me gwach apachis sa minugisigan. Chinigaki o ekwewen. Yeah, me gwach.
The drum group, Rosebush, the opening song. Miigwech Rosebush for the song, and our Christian elder and our traditional elder for the prayers. Okay, we are going to continue on with yesterday's agenda with the NAN deputy chiefs, and then the rapid links presentation at 9:15. And we are going to move the community safety and well-being guests to 10:45 after the break, and then we'll break for lunch. And if any question or answers at 1 o'clock, and then after question and answers, we will continue with the resolutions. And I think that's it. That's it. And then we'll be doing the closing after. Miigwech, and I'm going to turn over the floor to NAN Deputy Chiefs Bobby Narcisse of Airland First Nation and Anna Betty Achnipaniskum from Martin Falls. Miigwech.
Miigwech. Miigwech for inviting us to say a few words and also answer some of your questions regarding some of the discussions we had yesterday. Ninwin Bobby Narcisse Ndijnikaz, Omanaka and Dundri, Airland, Wingam Nandagan, Omanaka Ibiang, Ginago, Omanaka Egypt Mudbang, Ibzindmang, Kinoagigagig, George, Nistetwa, Kinoagamanaka Igagig, George. Nandagan is your Bagia. Minaske Omanaka Ibigia, Kinoaga, Nuij Gomaga Yawad, Minandanamaka Ibijang, Geni. Bukijiskin Mazrandam Zama Wea Nuij Winka Axa Nongum. Kate Job Nongum, I'm Gagan Dungeon Nigus in Job is with two Ginwajoa, my best friend, I Jignoj. So I just want to just say I'm also here with a heavy heart too, because I am from Maryland, and the person who's in hospital in Toronto is my childhood best friend, and so I just like to keep his family and everybody in the community within our prayers. I'd like to thank the elders for those prayers and the drum group, and also feel for also the missing person from Niskandaga as well. And I hope that this individual is found, and the family is going through a lot of difficulties right now, and I think we're all doing our best to ensure that this young woman is found. And everybody around the table, I know we're here to discuss nation business, but I know in our home fire sometimes it's very difficult to be away. And we heard it from our youth that there's a lot of things, but I hope that the Creator guides us today in a very good way to look at strength-based options and ways to move forward. And I think the discussion that's been happening yesterday really acknowledge many of those things that were shared by each of our communities, and we were here late into the evening yesterday, and it was all very important. And I just wanted to have this opportunity very briefly to go through some of the files that we've been working on. As you know, the deputies now have interim files that we've been working on. Their NAN is going through some changes, but we know while we go through those changes, there's still a lot of outstanding priorities that we really need to adhere to. For example, like services to children, like our strategies within health, justice, education. So my files myself, we have child welfare, social services, we do crisis response, we also do sustainable initiatives as well. So there's a lot of different outstanding areas that we also need to focus on. And I'm here to tell you that there is work being done, and I'd like to share many of those areas as well, especially from all the different discussions we had yesterday. So without further ado, I got a little presentation that I put together here. So what my presentation this morning is going to touch on is the area that we talked about, Jordan's Principle, where Choose Life is at. Also, some of the technical next steps on the draft final agreement, the Ontario Final Agreement on Long-Term Reform of the First Nations Child and Family Services Program in Ontario. I know the Grand Chief mentioned some of this yesterday, but I just want to also bring to bear some of the tools and resources that will be made available to your community to get many of these things up and running as well. So, I'd like to start off with Jordan's Principle. So, Jordan's Principle, as you know, continues to face implementation challenges following the release of Indigenous Services Canada February operational bulletin. So as you know, this operational bulletin came in and it has an increased administrative burden and stricter documentation requirements. Like each of us know, like even within our communities, whether it be your First Nations application or your individual family applications, there has been like more red tape. ISC is asking you a lot of different other questions to put on your applications and you know, it's stemming away from why Jordan's Principle was put into place. And I asked I asked to be presenting first before you meet with Indigenous Services Canada, so you could also bring these questions to bear, because we've been asking these as well in terms of what is the plan forward with respect to Jordan's Principle. These will give you a more increased understanding of what is really happening as well. Backlogs, inconsistent communication, increased administrative and audit burdens to the First Nation and individuals. There's threats to education-related supports that our many education systems across Matawa really rely on. And those are, you know, they're in jeopardy or in peril because of these administrative burdens that are being put on our education systems and our First Nations. Also, the lengthy reimbursement delays that are contributing to service disruptions. Many of our communities have to, you know, lay off many of their staff as a result of these operational bulletins. So those are different areas that, you know, we are flagging as we move ahead. Okay, next slide. Okay. Okay, I'm supposed to slow down for the translator. I'm so passionate about this and sort of frustrated because I know that many of our children, youth, and families really depend on Jordan's Principle. So in June 2025, the Chiefs of Ontario passed resolution exploring a regional approach to reforming Jordan's Principle in Ontario. This particular resolution directed the Chiefs of Ontario to explore regional agreements with Anishinaabe Nation and Canada for the long-term reform of Jordan's Principle in Ontario. The resolution reflects widespread concern with the stalled national process and calls on Canada to seek new mandates to negotiate. So therein lies a problem as well. So NAN has intervener status, as you know, at the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal, which found the federal government guilty against discriminating against your children with respect to child welfare, and that's why Jordan's Principle was put into place. So as a result of this ongoing negotiation, we are also involved in that mediation process at the national level. And I'm sorry to say that mediation process at the national level is not going anywhere, really. It's stalled. It has administrative burden to it as well, roles and responsibilities, still jurisdiction discussions on who's supposed to be paying for what. And we feel that we should be talking about this at a regional level, because the only reason why Anishinaabe Nation went into intervener status in the beginning, when, you know, I served under Anna Betty Achni-Peniskim as a director when all this work started. We mentioned that, well, we, among Treaty 9 and Treaty 5 communities within Anishinaabe Aski Nation, require our own specific process because of our remoteness challenges. And as a result of those remoteness challenges, we were able to bring the RQ work, the remoteness quotient work that really quantifies remoteness. You know, as you know, with the Ontario Final Agreement, I'll be talking about that in a little bit, but many of your allocations have an RQ adjustment, and that is a result of the work that the chiefs have directed Anishinaabe Aski Nation to embark on. Because I know, for example, when you look at the good work that's been happening with OFNLP, we've been using that formula for OFNLP to distribute RAMA formula. And as you know, like I think it's 50% population, 40% base. And if you qualify for remoteness, you get 10%. But we know that even our road access communities have a level of remoteness also that needs to be adapted and looked into when you're looking at these financial allocations. So that's where the RQ comes from. That's the work that has been developed by chiefs and our technical staff to really look at what it costs to deliver programs and services to children, youth, and families. That's the RQ work. So NAN will work alongside Chiefs of Ontario to ensure that any regional process reflects the distinct realities and priorities of Anishinaabe Aski Nation communities. And I think that's work that we need to also collaborate with Matawa, the Tribal Council, and also all of you First Nations as well. Because we heard yesterday the diverse priorities and practices and our diverse languages and culture, even across Matawa, we really need to take into consideration when we're developing any sort of strategy forward, especially within the Jordan's Principle process. Jordan's Principle cannot, our needs within Jordan's Principle cannot be painted with the same brush at the national level, because it doesn't work, as you know. So we will continue to advocate for a regional process through the resolution that was passed through Chiefs of Ontario, but also respecting that NAN also requires a regional discussion that is reflective of our regional remote needs respect to Jordan's Principle. Another very important area that I want to bring to your attention and update you is the program that is only specific and indigenous to Anishinaabe Aski Nation communities, and that is the Choose Life program. Again, as a director, I worked with Deputy Grand Chief Anna Betty Achini-Paniscum at the time, who led the way with our Chiefs Committee in really developing the Choose Life initiative. So as you know, Choose Life has been experiencing serious delays and administrative barriers in accessing Choose Life funding. So this, as you know, like Choose Life is funded by the Jordan's Principle stream. So Choose Life is funded through Jordan's Principle. So as a result of Canada's recent shift in operational processes is undermining Choose Life's original intent. So Choose Life was, as Grand Chief mentioned yesterday, Choose Life was created in NAN to combat the growing epidemic of suicides and suicide ideations, and and it was supposed to be developed at the community level to meet the needs of various communities. I think of Arrowland's Choose Life program. We have cabins out here. We have other sites that are doing land-based education, mental health pieces, all this work that is enabling our youth to go out into the land and get those teaching from our knowledge keepers. So with respect to Choose Life, Indigenous Services Canada confirmed that over 150,000 Choose Life and Jordan's Principle applications are awaiting assessment or under review. And the reason why these applications are awaiting assessment and review is the fact that the backlog is growing due to the increased scrutiny of requests deemed duplicative. So their ISC is using this Jordan's Principle case management system through all the programs. It's like an AI computer system that brings in all these applications nationally and even from Ontario, and they're screening them. And this computer program is identifying, oh, they're duplicating services. You know, if Matawa Tribal Council is, doing, putting applications in for, say, Choose Life or Jordan's Principle, it flags those if the First Nation is making applications for on behalf of the First Nation itself. So there's that duplication that this computer system is flagging. And so as a result, since Choose Life is funded under Jordan's Principle, that same information computer system is flagging Choose Life applications as well in that same manner. And we're saying, no, this should not be the case. Choose Life is separate. Choose Life was created separately to deal with separate issues specific to Anishinaabe Nation, and it shouldn't be categorized under this case management system, because both these initiatives, those programs, have different mandates. They were created differently, and they're being and even the Choose Life initiatives are created at the First Nation level, because we heard the chiefs. We heard community members that these initiatives like the Choose Life should be developed at the community level and should be respected and reflected of the true needs of our children, youth, and families at the community level. So, what is your NAN executive doing about all this? So when we when the chiefs the chiefs gave the mandate to create Choose Life, we put in a system in place within the Choose Life process. It's called the Choose Life Working Group Table. Now, the Choose Life Working Group Table is a system where we have a seat at this Choose Life table that has decision makers from Indigenous Services Canada, from our leadership as well through our Chiefs Committee on Children, Youth, and Families, to really, on a regular basis, review Choose Life applications under the Jordan's Principle mechanism. So this working table has not been meeting for the past year or so, due to the fact of changes in government, changes in mandate from Indigenous Services Canada. It was supposed to be a platform where Anishinaabe Nation and Indigenous Services Canada to bring these outstanding priorities to this table where we could discuss the merits of various proposals, how we could really resolve some of the conflicts with respect to individual applications on Choose Life. So Anishinaabe Nation is currently advocating for Choose Life to be recognized and funded as a distinct initiative and program with dedicated funding separate from Jordan's Principle. So you don't have to worry about your Choose Life funding not being funded the next year. It would have an evergreen funding process where you could have predictable funding for your Choose Life initiatives. Because as you know, we are still combating a lot of the suicide epidemics that are still plaguing many of our communities across Matawa. So Grand Chief mentioned yesterday that he did meet with Minister Gul Masti, who's the new Minister of Indigenous Services Canada, and a follow-up letter requesting immediate changes to Indigenous Services Canada current processes. This includes the ending the use of Jordan's Principle systems to access Choose Life applications, removing requirements that contradict community-level programming, and ensuring that First Nations maintain control over how supports are identified and delivered. And what Grand Chief also didn't mention yesterday in his meeting with Minister Gul is that Minister Gul Masti didn't have a clue of what Choose Life was all about. I know that she was just named minister over like four months ago, but apparently her staff hasn't been really keeping her up to date on what Choose Life is. And that's where we really pressured also the fact that we need to have a dedicated meeting with the minister to discuss Anishinaabe Nation regional processes on Choose Life and Jordan's Principle. So we are following up with the minister's office to ensure that we have that dedicated forum to really address many of our communities across NAN, especially within Matawa, to address some of those shortfalls in funding. What's that? Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to also touch upon the Ontario Final Agreement implementation, because we heard a lot of different areas. I'm not going to go through these individually, but what it means in terms of the Ontario Final Agreement. So you'll have resources in these particular areas. Prevention dollars. So prevention services are evidence informed. You know that the prevention dollars right now are being shared by your agency and the First Nation. And if you haven't already done so, you have until September 25th of this year to write to Indigenous Services Canada and say, I want all my prevention dollars to go to the First Nation. But as we heard yesterday, there is some challenges and concerns, because I know that our agencies also have been responsible to do some prevention work. And so I've been meeting, our Chiefs Committee and our staff have been meeting with our three agencies, Kuna Winamano, Tikanagan, and Peukatano, meeting with them to organize a strategy and a communication strategy to look at ways to say, well, if the First Nation is taking on their prevention dollars, who's going to be responsible for what? And because we know that there's also been starting to hear some pushback from our agency saying, well, you're getting the prevention dollars, so some of the things that we used to do under prevention, we cannot do because we don't have the funding for it. But however, we want to ensure that there has to be a transition process, and that's why we've been meeting with the child welfare agencies to really come up with a communication tool, a communication plan, also to work with their individual First Nations who they serve, so that there could be a transition plan in terms of how prevention dollars could be utilized and accessed. Many First Nations perhaps are not ready to really handle some of their prevention dollars. Maybe they need some more time. Maybe they could have an agreement with their individual agencies to continue that work forward. Or, as we heard before, like many of our First Nations are already doing a lot of the prevention work and really harnessing that resource to go straight to the First Nation to develop those prevention initiatives as well. Band reps. We heard a great presentation from Chief Desmoulin yesterday, that some of the innovative ways her community is accessing band reps and working to really look at focusing on prevention rather than apprehension, and working with their children, youth, and families wherever they may reside. They're opening up offices in different cities. We have First Nations from across NAN, like, for example, Sandy Lake and TTN and other First Nations that we could also learn from and use best practices to identify how you can also identify how your band rep work can go. And we understand there's some challenges. I know sometimes we have those job postings for band reps that we can't fill. There's capacity issues. There's all those different areas that we need to really look at when helping individual First Nations who are far ahead in developing their band reps or still at the infancy stages. They still need to develop those. And that's where Anishinaabe Nation would like to work with Matawa and your individual First Nations as well to develop a work plan and moving ahead. Post-majority services as well. Post-majority service dollars will be transferred over to the First Nation in moving ahead. Again, post-majority care, that means like children who are in care that are moving out of care. There's that transition piece. Sometimes children aren't given those resources that they enjoyed while they were under the care of an agency. What happens when they age out? You know, they still need those resources available. And now the First Nation will be responsible for those dollars. So how could we work with the agency, or how could we develop mechanisms at the First Nation to really develop those initiatives for post-majority? And that's where also our resource team at Anishinaabe Nation is willing to help with that transition to identify what is required at the community level for post-majority services. Also, there's other areas that were in the OFA that's included that you will be getting resources for. Information technology funding, supporting your IT needs, results funding, you know, looking at evaluating your systems, your programs. You'll be look to giving resources for your funding requirements, reporting, all those areas. So results funding is there. Emergency funding to support responses to anticipated events affecting your child and family services service delivery mechanisms. Household supports funding. Household supports to support meeting the basic needs of community members and families on reserve. And of course, I talked about that is specific to Anishinaabe Nation is the remoteness adjustment funding, the RQ, the top-ups that you will receive under the OFA to really account for a lot of the remoteness that is associated with our communities. Like I said, it's not just for fly-in communities, but also road access communities as well, because we know that even our road access communities have to travel vast distances to look at special needs for their children. Housing funding. The purchase, construction, and renovation of housing units in First Nations for the purposes of preventing First Nations children from being taken into care and supporting reunification where housing is a barrier. It is not intended to replace any existing funding housing agreements that First Nations have, but more or less to add and support many of those existing housing initiatives that is currently happening at the community level. There's also questions about capital funding. Capital funding, this is under the OFA, is accessible by First Nations and also First Nations agencies based on proposals for projects. Since such proposals for projects will be included in a First Nations infrastructure investment plan and First Nations agency child community well-being plan and other documents specified by Indigenous Services Canada. Okay, so just to finish off, how are we going to support? Where does NAN come in? I know we're at the negotiating table. We have a Chiefs Committee on Children, Youth, and Families. I like to say that it was held by the seat was held by Niskandiga. But I know that there has been a change in there, so we're still waiting for a chief from Matawa to help sit on the Chiefs Committee on Children, Youth, and Family, so we could get the perspectives here and also bring back information on a timely basis on what's happening at those negotiation tables as well, and get direction. So what's happening is that we will be embarking, our department at Social Services will be embarking on NAN engagement strategies, information sessions, that's individual communities and regional engagement sessions on what the OFA means for your individual community, and also the proposed allocations that each First Nations will have under the OFA, and how to plan right now to see what's going to happen. I know, like what we heard yesterday, that there is challenges to capacity, and a lot of communities are saying we're not ready yet, and we hear that, and we know that each community is in various forms of development with these initiatives. So what we're saying is that we are developing templates, development support work plans, community work plans that you can access, so you don't have to reinvent the wheel. And I'd just like to say this, chiefs and delegates, we know that you have the right and authority to hire who you want with respect to, for example, consultants or lawyers to help you develop this. But we're finding that many of these consultants are coming to us anyways to get that information, because we're at the table really coming to negotiate all these things with Indigenous Services Canada. And we're saying that the door is open. We have a department that is funded to help and assist your communities develop all these different areas with respect to the OFA development, the current band rep initiatives, and it's free. I know that, all due respect to consultants that are running around out there and helping individual First Nation communities, you have that right, but many of the consultants come to us anyway. But we're just saying, please reach out to our departments if you want specific assistance with developing your plans for the Ontario final agreement. So there's tools and resources that we do have, that we have developed, timelines, truths, myths about the OFA, and responsibilities, laying out responsibilities of First Nations moving ahead. And of course, advocacy. Many times, if your application has stalled at Indigenous Services Canada, we come in and we basically say, hey, you are not playing by the accepted rules of engagement that we set out when we're developing these systems. And this is where we've helped negotiated individual community plans, even with Jordan's Principle, with Choose Life, with your band rep applications. First Nations has come to us to help advocate at ISK level to ensure that they're also playing by the rules. We know they don't play by the rules. They always are putting in red tape and asking you for other information to supplement your application. And we're there as also an oversight and a watchdog to really ensure that why are you asking questions of this one First Nations and you didn't ask for the other First Nation? Like, where's the equality in that? So we usually hold Indigenous Services Canada to those areas that we agreed upon as a result of the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal process. One very important thing that I want to really mention too before I finish is as part of the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal within the Ontario specific process, there is something that we all know, if you haven't known already, that how many of our systems are funded, how our child welfare is funded, how our Ontario Works is funded, how our homemaking is funded, and also how our early years is funded. They're funded by this mechanism called the 1965 Welfare Agreement. It's a bilateral agreement made between the federal government and the province of Ontario. It didn't include First Nations at the time. So the federal government reimburses the province 93 cents on the dollar to provide those services in child welfare, to Ontario Works, social services, homemaking, supports the elders at the community level, and also early years. So, even like, Head Start, child, early years, preschool, all those different areas are also negotiated under a 65 agreement. Anishinaabe Nation Chiefs and Assembly passed a resolution to ensure that Anishinaabe Nation has a seat at those upcoming 1965 welfare agreement negotiations. Also, COO is at that table. Indigenous Services Canada will be at the table. But also, who's not at the table? The province. The province is dragging their feet. They say they don't have a mandate, but through the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal, they also are forced that they have to be at the table as well. I think there's something that also we need to really push politically while our lands and resources are under threat. They still have other obligations under other initiatives that they still have to maintain their obligations to you. And those obligations include all those different areas that I just mentioned. Choose life, Jordan's Principle, all the things that are going to happen with Ontario final agreement. Those abilities and resources that go straight to the First Nation community to be given to you in good faith to develop how you see fit all these initiatives should be put into place. I think that's where we need to all hold both the province and the federal government accountable when we're negotiating all these different areas. Because how could we trust them with Bill 5 and Bill C5 when they can't even maintain other existing responsibilities that they have in these other areas? So, and this is where we need to really ensure that we really hold our positions in these other areas that are so very important to us. So with that, Chiefs, that is my update and work that's happening within our Social Services Department. Please reach out to myself and my staff at Anishinaabe Nation if you want us to come visit your community individually, to work with your technical staff on understanding what the OFA means, how we could also help advocate for your current and existing Choose Life and Jordan's Principle. We are here to assist and help. And like I said, with our Deputy Grand Chief Mike Matawa here as well. And we're back on the job here with respect to the files that we have. And so we really invite you to really reach out to us if we could be of any help whatsoever. And with that, I'll say Miigwech, and thank you for allowing me to share with you today. Miigwech.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Grand Chief. So part of your presentation, he's asking the chiefs if one of you are willing to sit on the Child Welfare Committee. So if one of the Matawa chiefs could let us know who will represent Matawa for the child welfare file, right? Yeah.
Hello? Okay. I'm gonna introduce Deputy Chief Anna Betty Achnipaniskum for the next presentation. And also I wanted to say somebody told me that it's her birthday today. So thank you. And we're going to sing happy birthday before she introduces herself right now.
Happy
Birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Betty. Happy birthday. birthday to you. Amigo.
Deputy Mike and Deputy Bobby will be collecting the gifts for me. Watch it. Thank you, everyone. First of all, I want to acknowledge the prayers and the song that was shared with us this morning. And to each and every one of you, Ugamakanak, that are here to serve as leaders of your community. It is such an honor to sit with you again. And the representatives, the youth, the elders, and the women that are here. And also want to acknowledge Matawa. It is now being led by Dr. Sharon Nate, and I commend the chiefs and the board for giving her this role and responsibility. I want to say that I looking forward to working with Dr. Sharon Nate and the staff. I also want to acknowledge the staff from Four Rivers, KCATS, Health, in Awashishik, Wichiwewin, and Matawa Education. Your tribal council, under the chiefs and boards have made great progress, but there is still a lot of work that we must do. And yesterday I listened to the comments that were shared. And so there is a few responses that I would like to make. But before that, I just wanted to tell you that as of February, there is certain files that have been assigned to me, which I'm very grateful and honored that I'm able to work in these initiatives. I have the health file, I have the education, and I also have women's initiatives in the early years. Prior to that, I had one of the files that I worked on was the policing and justice, and it was a file that I was very committed to, and I'm grateful that our Deputy Chief Matawa is now carrying that on. But there is some work that I have continued to commit to. It's very important that, that we hold the police services accountable. We know that we've had issues with systemic racism within these policing services. And I'm very grateful that, that is being addressed now. And a lot of that was from the pressure and advocacy of Anishinaabe Nation. With the report of Broken Trust, and now with Cedar Project, we're going to continue to work with the Thunder Bay Police, and also with the Ontario Police, the OPP. Yesterday, I heard Chief Kwisis talk about the coroner, and that he had some concerns about how the length of time that it took for one of our loved ones to be returned to the community. And this is a file that we've been working on for the past 4 years with Dr. Dirk Heyer and the province. And with those efforts, we now have a coroner service in Thunder Bay. But those, the autopsies that happen there are those that do not require forensic investigation, which will still have to take place in Toronto because at the time, this province only has that one forensic unit. And but we hope that someday that we will be able to have a regional forensic unit in Thunder Bay, and that is something that we're striving for. Anishinaabe Nation, we took part in a training and training with the existing coroners. There are 20 assigned coroners that will be serving the region of Anishinaabe Nation. So when there is an unnatural death, the chief, the coroner will go through the list to see who is available, and they will, so that there is immediate service going into our community. It is no longer acceptable for any of our loved ones to be taken care of by the police, because that's what used to happen before. Now, the coroner will accompany the police to the community and to ensure that our loved one is taken care of the way they should be. So I just wanted to respond to that, Chief Quisis. I heard you make that comment yesterday. And I also wanted to, what I also heard was that we need to, make more collaborative efforts in terms of mental health services. So under our health, we do have a mental health strategy, and we're also looking for words that we could use within our own language to translate that and to start using that terminology that would be better accepted by our people. Because, when a person says, I'm going to go see a mental health counselor, right away they might get labeled. And a lot of our people, that might prevent them from getting that help that they need. So, this is something that we have to look at, is ensuring that we have that terminology that we can utilize, so that stigmatization is no longer there. And we also will continue to support the great work and efforts made by the Matawa Health Co-op, and also the community health support under Francine. This is, we're always struggling to ensure that systemic racism that exists within the provincial and federal government continues to hurt our people. And so we need to, we need to work together to address that. And the other last very quick item that I wanted to mention was about education. We applaud the great efforts that Matawa has made with the Matawa Education Center. It's a beautiful building, and there's many great people that work there, including the language program. I know that the language program right now is at risk. I encourage you to ensure that you continue that, because I've seen individuals graduate from that program and how they have highlighted that it really was impactful in their life to have that opportunity. And we will continue to support your efforts. We will also continue to support the efforts where we have those wraparound services that are dependent on Choose Life and Jordan's principle to continue. Our children deserve and to have those resources, and they need to. They are essential to ensure that they succeed and that they are safe. There is no one else, Premier Doug Ford doesn't have to worry about sending his 14-year-old child to involuntary to a high school. But we have to, We have 13-year-olds going out, and you know, we need to ensure that we have the resources and services to take care of them until that day when that young person can have that opportunity to attend school in their community. And I know that is what we're all striving for, and I hope that someday we will be able to have that. I also encourage you to ensure that, you know, that you access capital and resources to have daycare services in your community. We know that the majority of individuals that are serving within our First Nations, whether they're teachers or police officers, administration or in leadership, are women, and sometimes they have the little ones, you know, and the little ones deserve to be in a safe place with high standards in capital and in resources. So we're also working with Oshki Winjack to ensure that you know, that we provide those incentives for our people that want to obtain an education and get those incentives to them. You know, whether it's a PSW or our social worker, you know, we need to have capacity at our community. And I heard Chief Gagnon say that yesterday, that we need to have people that are trained and certified to hold these positions. And that has to be a priority, because as we strive for empowerment and self-government, we need to ensure that our people are trained and maintaining that connection to who we are as Anishinaabe people. And that I see was mentioned many times here. And that is something that you already have within your foundation of community wellness. And I thank you for that. So, those are my comments right now. And I just wanted to let each and every one of you know here, and those listening, you know, Anishinaabe Nation is very committed to serving the children and youth and ensuring and advocating for them. I remember back in 2016 when Bobby and I had been working with the Chiefs Committee on Child and Youth, and we had proposed to them that we make that application for intervener status with the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal. And you know, and we were successful within, and we also ensured that we had prayer in that as well, because that is something that I have committed as part of the work in the role that you have given me, is to ensure that I remember to pray and have ceremony in the things that I do. And look at where we are now, you know. And then afterwards in 2021, when Deputy Narcisse was elected as your deputy, you know, he wanted to take on the social services. And so we all agreed, you know, and he did a lot of great work in there and continues to do so. And now that it has reached that level of child welfare reform, like we have now handed that over to our Grand Chief, who is very committed as well. And I know that my colleague here, Deputy Matawa, has great passion and very committed to our children and to our young people. So I just wanted to end with those comments, and I thank each and every one of you for welcoming us here and sitting with you during your assembly. Wache, Chimigwach.
Miigwech, Deputy Chief Anna Betty Achny-Beniscum. We're going to go over to Deputy Chief Mike Matawaban. If I said that wrong, I apologize. Miigwech.
Watching. Good morning, watching. Watching with the go with the Hukamakan. Shayhawk. Mushkabi Matasak. Menendine over Metok. Mina Bego. Mina Bitch Estania. Ishakashkatan. Homa. Kagi Minugana Batasun. Chiki Bimotatan. Naast gewoon mijn tegentaan, mijn helpen met ook. Wees kan nooit master zat dat was niet hebben om in een geschat daar nog. I just wanted to acknowledge the chiefs, women, youth, the community. Just wanted to say that it's been a while since I was here the last time. And I'm happy to be back, happy to see everybody. It's been, for me, it's my first year taking on the role as Deputy Grand Chief. And it's been, it's coming along. I just want to say it's coming along. We're getting we're getting the work done. We're getting the work aligned, respectively, for the files that we've been assigned. As Deputy Grand Chief Achny-Beniscum said, we just started. Probably March is when we began to focus on our specific files. So we're just getting underway. It's just. I think the things that took most of our time is child welfare. Had us, as you know, running here and there, trying to get that work done. So we were busy with that as well. And also internally, we had management issues that we need to finalize. So finally, we have a CAO, and he's just getting comfortable too. He's just getting himself aligned in terms of who everybody is, and just getting things sorted out. So for me, the way I see it, it's falling into place. It's coming along, and we will be able to move forward to get the work done, to get the things we need to do. One of the things I know that is in a few of our departments, community engagement seems to be something that is of a priority, and that's something that we need to carry out, we need to do. So hopefully we'll be seeing you in the communities. Hopefully we can get that commitment to start traveling to the communities like that, in that regard. I'm not going to keep you too long. I just want to say we're also finalizing our reports for the upcoming Kiwiwin conference that's taking place in a couple of weeks in Musakri. So looking forward to that. Yesterday, I was traveling with the Anishinaabe Police Service delegation. We were at Garden River, and the Anishinaabe Police Services, they wanted an update, or they wanted to see, they wanted to hear the story of Anishinaabe Police Services in their in the decision to fall under legislation. So we presented our story, told them our story, and the board will be having that discussion in the coming days or weeks. So for us, it's the way we see it. It's for the police service. It has improved substantially. resources, like it's improved considerably. I understand a lot of discussion went on about the drug crisis that we have in the communities. We have our chief of police that are here today. They will see if they can respond to that, or I don't know if that was that conversation was finished. So that's where I was yesterday, and it just worked out. I was able to hitch a ride again to come to pay a visit, see everybody, extend my greetings, and just to give you assurance that our work is moving forward. We will get there. Things are happening. It's a little different since the last time I was here. Last time I was here was between the years 2009, 2012. And coming back since last summer, things were just done differently, but with the goal of making change, I guess. But we needed to work on a plan what that change would look like. So things like that are just coming along. So thank you very much, Miguel, and I look forward to continuing the work that I'm doing. And I want to thank you all for your support, your confidence in having me to join the executive to carry out the work for you. Miguel, Wachi.
I just also wanted to, I forgot one of your departments here, and that was the Awashashekawechewewin. And I just want to acknowledge the great work that they're doing too, and that we need to ensure that they maintain the funding to continue the work that so many of us have come to rely on and depend on. Miigwech.
Okay, miigwech Mike Matatawaban, Deputy Chief Mike Matatawaban. The Matawa is going to present you gifts for your presentation with CEO Dr. Sharon Nate. Okay, I see a couple chiefs' hands up here. I saw Chief Gary Quiz's and Chief Sonny Ganyu's hand up. Calling up the Rapid Links presentation to come up. Rapid Links is next. Question and answer period is after lunch.
Hello. I got one of my members wanted to say an update of this call, and he's going to be leaving soon back to Thunder Bay, so he wanted to say a few words, if that's okay.
Hello.
Yeah, you can.
While the executive is here, I think we've been on twice-a-day calls for the last few days for the 16-year-old youth that's missing in Thunder Bay right now. We just finished a call again this morning. The chief directed us to take part in that call, and I know Anna Betty has been working hard with our First Nation to try to make sure that the proper supports, and as well as Deputy Grand Chief Narcisse, and have been helping us to try to navigate some of the issues. And it's clear that there are gaps based on what we heard this morning from the Munias family. There seems to be very slow progress made by the Thunder Bay Police in terms of their investigators. And this is where I think the family is asking for some advocacy and support. We also are dealing with a number of other issues in our community when it comes to working with policing and the services sometimes we need within our families, the families that are asking. And this is a prime example what the Munias family is going through right now. This morning, they were supposed to get an investigator to come and interview the grandmother or one of the family members. That has yet to take place. And these are some of the things that we want to share to the assembly here. And the family is very distraught, tired, exhausted. They've been, since Monday, they've been looking for their loved one around the clock. And we've had the help of Nan and Matawa, who has been very helpful. But there seems to be very slowness from the policing, the supports, the investigators that are needed in order to support the family. What they're gathering information on their own, and some of that information that they want to share with the assigned investigator is still difficult. So that is something that we wanted to address. With all due respect, that there's questions and Q&A this afternoon. I think when we're dealing with lives, especially our young people, this has to take precedence over some of the things that we're trying to do here. So I wanted to share that because it is very difficult to hear family members sharing stuff and what they're trying to do, and it's not easy for them to do all what they're trying to do. And we and the family and the community appreciates the support that's being given. Some of our members, the First Nation, has taken an active approach to try to send some of our members to join in the search for that missing 16-year-old. And the other thing that I heard this morning and yesterday evening, and Anna Betty was aware of what happened. They filed a missing persons on Monday, and it didn't get out until Wednesday. And that's something that's very troubling to hear, that why our people's lives seems to be less important than others. And that was the kind of messaging that I heard and seen on our calls yesterday and this morning. So I'm asking the NAN executive that's standing before us, these are some of the issues, some of the urgent issues that are needed when it comes to our people that are living or in urban centers like Thunder Bay. I know Anna Betty has been making calls, and that's something that we need continual help and support on that. The other thing too is I know Anna Betty talked about the inquest, the report that was garnered by the 7 Youth inquest. Again, my sister mentioned this yesterday, and this seems to be playing out in real time especially with our young people. Mackenzie's case, who we lost a few years ago, my niece is still asking and looking for answers. And that's another prime example. And we have a lot of those examples in our communities when it comes to the lack of importance or urgency by the supports or the services that are supposed to be providing these to our people. And these are some of the things that I wanted to share, but I just wanted to share the call we just got out from with the Munias family and the challenges that they're going through right now in terms of accessing those supports, the supports that are supposed to be providing the family, the investigation, the follow-up. There's not enough effort being made to the family. They're doing it on their own type of thing. They're on their own, like many of our families that go through these situations. And this is a common thing. This is not an isolated incident. This is something that's common, and I believe some of our executive leadership mentioned that. And I just wanted to share that because I'm not a political person, but I do know what when there's gaps, when there's issues when our people speak about those things, and to hear the ante from this morning's call was disheartening. It's not right and it's not fair to be treated like that, to be treated more or less like a second-class citizen in the city where there's supposed to be more supports for anybody, especially when we're losing a 16-year-old, like my chief said yesterday. So we're hoping that we can get some support for this family, the Munias family today. We have another call later on this evening. Like I said, some of our community members are being mobilized to help in the search. NAN has been very helpful. Matawa Education Center has gone over and above their efforts to try to help the family. But we need the other supports to be a little bit more proactive. We need the investigator to be more consistent with the family. And they were invited today to join in the call. They weren't on the call. The investigator was not on the call this morning. And it seems like there's a tendency to view that as we're not important. Our people's lives, our young people's lives are not as important. And that's the message that's being seen. And I think we need to change that. We need to change that attitude. And people like our family that's going through it today needs that help. And we hope that the chief of police that's here sitting with us can hear that, can make those strides to better the relationship that we need so our families don't have to go through this. They need all the supports they need. And it's not easy losing a loved one, especially a young one. I've been in that situation where I had to look for my little girl when she was just in her teens. And it's important. I just wanted to share that because I asked my chief if I can share the urgency of this search that we're doing right now. The First Nation is helping with this family. And it's been around the clock, and we're very grateful from the supports that we're getting from the organizations that work with us. So I just wanted to share that, and I had other comments, but I think I wanted to focus on this family, the Munias family, that's going through this in real time and right now. So hopefully that everybody here will say prayers for this family. And hopefully that 16-year-old girl will be found safely. That's what we want. That's what the family wants. So with that, I just wanted to share that. I don't think I wasn't going to wait until this afternoon to share this because the life of one of our little ones needs our help right now. Whether if it's in the form of advocacy or talking and working with the police or working with other partners. We need to do this to try to help this family and help this young girl that's missing. Okay, Migach.
Thank you, Mr. Munias. Thunder Bay Police, I hope you heard some of his comments, and I want to ask one of the chiefs to elaborate.
Yeah. Wache, Chief Crisis and Wayne, first of all, I want to extend my condolences to Niskandiga and Fort Hope for the young person that was found a few days ago. And also, the Chief of Police is sitting in this room, the Chief of Police of Thunder Bay Police, and his Deputy Chief of Police. We also have the Chief of Anishinaabe Police Services here as well, and his Deputy Chief. And I know that they are very committed to working with us, not only as a non-executive, but with our other First Nations that might be impacted by missing persons and serious incidents. And we're going to continue making those efforts to build accountability, as we said, and because the majority of the First Nations people that live in Thunder Bay are members of Matawa Tribal Council, and our children go to school there too, not only for the high school, but the other post-secondary institutions that are there, including KKETS and Oshkie Winjack and the other high schools. So we need to ensure that we do have that accountability process with the Thunder Bay Police. And I know this is one of the reasons why you asked them to come here and why they have accepted your invitation, because they are serious about working on that relationship. They are aware of the systemic racism that exists, and that we need to strengthen our relationship. And we will continue to support the family, and we will ensure that we will make those efforts, not only to hold the Thunder Bay Police Services, but also to the Chicanagan Child and Family Services, who this child was under the care of. And because they have a role and responsibility here as well. And so thank you, Wayne, for, not forgetting about Priscilla, and that she is mentioned here, and that she is valuable, she is precious, she requires our protection. So thank you for bringing her name forward. Miigwech.
The Deputy Grand Chiefs are open for questions. If any of our Matawa Chiefs have any questions for If there aren't any, we're going to move ahead with the rapid links presentations. Chief Kuzis.
Good morning. I just have a question to the non-executive there. When are you planning to go to the communities? Like, I was there when there was a non-election in Constance Lake. I was an observer. Then I heard you guys were talking about to visit all communities to hear some concerns and share some information to the community members. So I'm just asking a question on that. Miigwech.
Miigwech, Chief Kusis. There are 4 of us here. We have our Grand Chief as well. And that is very true. When we were there at Kiwewin last year, I think all of us made that, that statement to remain connected to the people. And so within our when we're scheduling or when we get that invitation to come to a community, and there is going to be a lot of scheduled visits coming forward because we have that engagement process with health and also the community engagement on education jurisdiction. And we also have the community engagement on child welfare reform. And I know that Deputy Matawa travels with Anishinaabe Police on every opportunity. And so we're trying to maximize each time we go into, when we are invited into our community, to have as many of us go into the community as, as possible. But it has been, this is something that we're putting in our schedules, and I thank you for holding us accountable to that. And we will continue to ensure that we make that a priority. And Mingwech Ogamakan for ensuring that we commit to that.
Chief Daniel.
I just want to also comment on the where is Nan as well before Chief Gagnon comes in. Chief Gary, thank you for that question as well. Yeah, and I totally agree with Anna Betty that we have to be more visible. And I know this year has been quite challenging as well. I know that Anishinaabe Nation is going through a stage of review as per Chief's resolution in terms of looking at ways to really do things better. And we have to do things better. We have to be more visible out in the communities, as we said last year. But I know that there has been some growing pains this year, but those are things with the guidance and direction from our chiefs that we wish to overcome. And like Anna Betty says, I know that we've been getting community requests as a request basis, and we'll like continue to respect those requests and come to the community whenever possible. I know just last week I just jumped into a truck and we traveled to our Eastern Door communities out in like Abitibi and our Waban communities and those areas as well, just to be visible. I know, we want to also come to your First Nation communities as well. But also I was just talking with Dr. Sharon, Nate here, and we're saying, well, we need to follow up with more opportunities to collaborate with our departments and Matawa's departments to see how better we could maximize our presence within your communities and also make the best time to ensure that we're there at your behest in terms of what you need us to do. And like I said in my presentation, our team is willing and ready to assist your communities in any of these areas to get your initiatives off the ground in order to facilitate this transition as we really truly move towards First Nations jurisdiction over many of these initiatives. So I just want to offer that.
Chief Daniel, to be followed by Chief Taylor. Chief Daniel.
2 minutes. No, good morning all again. I think Bobby took the wind out of my sails of the comments I was going to make, but anyways, I'm going to reserve my questions, so I'm asking you guys to stick around when the question and answers are. Yeah, my comments are just, I don't need no answers at the moment, is that, we discussed this yesterday with our tribal council and how things are run within the tribal council. It seems like everything is in Thunder Bay. Services are in Thunder Bay, where there's absolutely no access to the services they provide to my membership. And we discussed decentralizing, so that, Nan and Matawa and the services that they provide are easily accessible to our membership. I say that because, on this child welfare reform, Ireland nationally opposed it. And on the provincial level, we did oppose that too, for the reason that communication or the knowledge from my people as to what was negotiated simply wasn't there. They weren't consulted. And also, when you do a child welfare reform, the agency of our choice wasn't even invited to speak on our behalf as to how this child welfare reform, was, I guess, voted on at the COO level and at the NAN level. So again, the reason why I'm making these comments is that, the existence of NAN and also Matawa it doesn't exist in Maryland. All for the fact that, these are corporations that survive on corporate dollars at the backs of our people. The very least, these two organizations can do is, decentralize to a point where my membership can come to your office and ask these kind of questions. And again, please don't take this as an insult or a complaint or being disrespectful, but that's something I see. If you're going to represent the Ireland First Nation under the, umbrella of Matawa and our Anishinaabe Nation, the very least that we can do is, the organizations can do is come and, talk to our membership, especially the ones that require the services. And I'm just hearing what Niskandiga is talking about. I appreciate the help that you guys do, but I think we can do more. And by doing more, it's like, I'm talking about like decentralizing to a point where, even Geraldton or Long Lac would be a location for some of our members here, and then have one office closer to the remote communities. And again, these are just comments. I don't expect no answers, but I will be asking specific questions later on this afternoon. So with that, thank you.
Chief Taylor?
Good morning, Chief Sherry Taylor. I just wanted to say that I'm very sorry to hear that, we have another youth that is missing. Very sorry to Niskandiga to have to go through such a huge ordeal in their lives. My fellow councilwoman here yesterday mentioned one of her own family members that went missing and is still missing without any answers, Autumn Shaganash. And she shared with Constance Lake, Ganugamin. And there's many other young people that are missing in each of our communities or have had similar circumstances and sometimes not the outcomes that we want. In our area, where road access, we do have Ontario Provincial Police. And a lot of times they can't do what they say they want to do within our community because of the jurisdiction issue. And the same goes for our police service, Anishinaabe Police. They say they don't have the jurisdiction when they go off the reserve. That's a big concern, and that needs to be addressed. I'm asking NAN for that advocacy that you need to start pulling in these other police services like Ontario Provincial Police. There needs to be some changes done within that service. They directly serve our people. A lot of times the stories are not being told. The stories are not coming out until we know later. Things come out after about how some of our people are being mishandled, how some of the cases are not being of importance, as the member from Niskandiga has just said, Wayne. There's no importance, no urgency from these police services. So that's where we need NAN to advocate for us also. We're road access, we still need that help.
And yes, you need to have more presence in our communities, not just at these events, you know. You need to come and talk with us, our people. There's a lot of issues. And you know, I just wanted to ask if there was any coordination being done from NAN or Matawa in regards to this young missing girl that's missing in Thunder Bay. We do have 9 NAN crisis teams within all of our nations. We have some crisis team advocacy done or coordination within Matawa. I think those should be, you know, when something like this happens, when another community is being faced with these issues, that needs to start. They need to kick in these teams to get them, to get the help that's needed in the city to start looking for the members, because time is of the essence. You have to look for, you know, be out there right away. The longer you take to be out there, that's less chance for a better outcome. So, you know, I'm asking if there's any, if there's anything being coordinated. If so, can you please reach out to the First Nations, because Ganugamin would be willing to send people to help. And, you know, that's what I want to mention here today, and I want to mention to Nan. Miigwech.
If I could just respond to Chief Ugamakwe Taylor. So Anishinaabe Husky Nation and Nan Hope have been, in Matawa, have been part of the calls organized and coordinated by Nisga'a representatives to identify the needs and to collaborate on their efforts. But I know, and I'm quite aware, that at this time they are needing volunteers to actually do the, like to be out on the road, and also any foot search that they feel is necessary. And Chief Quisis and Wayne have, and council have identified a coordinator. So I know that perhaps if Chief Quisis could somehow share that information as to who to reach out to if anyone wants to volunteer or contribute in some way. And as for collaborating with and holding the police services accountable, yes, you know, Anishinaabe Husky Nation has been making those efforts. Like with the Thunder Bay Police, we have, you know, attended press conferences. We have done letters. We have done other things. And we have also addressed this with the provincial government. We know, we're quite aware of the efforts and success of Anishinaabe Husky Police now being, what's the term? Legislated, and they are in the process of developing a missing persons unit. Anishinaabe Husky Nation will be part of that because that is one of our initiatives. And we also have received a mandate from you as the leadership of NAN for us to do more advocacy and collaboration on the missing persons, because we didn't have that before. We were doing it on the side and responding through our community crisis response. And so we hope that we will be able to receive the financial resources to assist the communities on developing, you know, whether it's training kits or having supplies or assisting and navigating through the missing persons. Like there's many times at 11 o'clock, I'm contacting the Thunder Bay Police and saying, hey, there's a family here that came to your police station and we don't see the media yet. And so you know, and I know that the other executive members have done the same thing. So, you know, we will make those efforts, and I have been involved with the Shaganash family, and I will continue to do that. You know, and it's really important that we do not forget, and that we don't forget about Dean as well, and others who are missing, and those unsolved cases, that we have a number of unsolved homicides, not only in Thunder Bay, but in other places in this. So we need to ensure that we address those as well. Miigwech Ugmakan.
And I'd just also like to add to Deputy Grand Chief Achini Paniskam's comments with respect to something I heard yesterday on the call with Nishkanaga and all the volunteers that are out there. That, you know, our volunteers that are out searching also really need to, I really want to emphasize what Anna Betty says, is that coordination also with the police. Because I know the volunteers were saying, well, you're expecting us to go to all these high risk areas and search, and you know, where there may be drug dealers or drug traffickers or even human trafficked people, you know, because we're looking for a 16-year-old female, and they were saying that there needs to be coordination with our police services to ensure that, you know, our volunteers are safe when they're going to questionable areas of the city. And I know many of these volunteers will go above and beyond and not think about their own safety, but still there has to be a way where, you know, like this coordination with various police services. Perhaps there could be some training opportunities for individuals who are going out to volunteer and do those safety checks as well while they're out on, you know, doing their part in volunteering as well. So I can't emphasize the need for that coordination piece with our law enforcement agencies to really coordinate with what's happening at the ground with community and community leads and community volunteers. So.
Okay, Miigwech Chief Taylor, Miigwech Deputy Chief Anna Betty, and Bobby Narcisse. If there's any other chief that would like to ask a question. Okay, we'll go back to Chief Gary Quizzes of Nishkanaga.
I'd like to recognize my young councillor, Lashi, to say a few words. Thank you.
Buju, miigwech for being here and coming to listen to our communities and our concerns. And again, miigwech to the drum. Miigwech to all of the members from each community as well for coming here in leadership. Thank you for Airland, as today's the last day. I appreciate the hospitality and the well-giving, I guess, home. You gave us your homes. I thank you guys for that. First of all, I just want to talk about how I think that you guys need to advocate on behalf of our people to ensure that there's people in these police services that are actually doing their job. Because I am going to speak from personal experience as well as other experiences I heard from other youth. Even recently, when I was back home, I've heard some experiences in cases where the police were involved in certain activities that were harmful towards our youth, our women, our men, and even elders. And this is where I get worried for my own people, even youth from other communities, because a lot of youth like to go out and drink. You know, a lot do go missing. Some don't even come back home due to the lack of care and due to the lack of responsibility from police that they are asked to uphold when it comes to us asking them to help with the searching. And the same goes with justice as well. My Uncle Wayne explained it as well. And yesterday, my Aunt Dorothy talked about how she has yet to receive justice for her granddaughter, my cousin. And I have a brother who passed away from a hit and run. And I didn't really see any advocacy on that. He was a young man. He left his daughter. And he was also a member of Nisga'a First Nation and Webequie First Nation. And I did not see much happening in those two cases. And that's where I need the advocacy from you guys to look into these services and see if they're hiring the right people to do their job. And to the NAPS and Thunder Bay Police who are here, I hope you are also listening to check on your workers to see if they're doing their job. If they're not doing their job correctly and they're not being supportive or being friendly to our people, I think they need to get out or be retrained. Because it's not right when I hear that my younger sister is getting pushed onto the ground just because she was drinking and she needed a ride home. So, as our leaders, you guys really need to do this because so far, the blood of our children, the blood of our youth, the blood of our elders, the blood of our women and men are going onto everyone's hands of those who are supposed to protect us and keep us safe because they aren't. Miigwech.
Miigwech, I have heard your statement, and I know that the chief of the police, both of them, are here, Darcy Fleury and Terry Armstrong, and they hear you too. And we will ensure that your suggestions and recommendations are followed through, and that we will do better. Miigwech.
Thank you for that as well. I'd also like to offer too, it's great to have you, a youth voice, and also other youth around the table, as the chiefs have mentioned before. I'd also like to offer the fact that also our Youth Ixcadzik Council is also there. As you heard, that they're making some innovative statements of their own as well. And I'd also like to invite you to also, and other youth around the table, to also work with our Ixcadzik Council to bring many of these issues to bear as well, because we hear the youth, they're all over the media as well. They're making a statement on many of these areas, including justice as well. So I invite you also to participate work with our Ixcadzik Youth Council in bringing your perspectives from Nisga'a and also other communities here as well to various platforms to make your issues known too. So Chief Miigwech for using your voice. Miigwech.
Okay, Jimmy Miigwech, Youth Representative Lashy for your comment, and Deputy Chiefs Narcisse and Achni Beniscum for their answer. And I'm gonna see if any other chiefs wanna ask a question or wait until the question and answer period is open after lunch. Chief Bruce? Achni Beniscum.
Good morning. I just, with the legislation, police legislation that happened, my question was there was supposed to be more officers in the community, and for Martin Falls, that doesn't seem to be happening. Do you know about the when we'll be getting more officers? Because under legislation, they're supposed to have backup, even at their own unions. They're supposed to have backup and do the required different shifts. It seems like we're still doing the same things happening just before the legislation happened. It's the same. We heard that this legislation is supposed to provide more resources and also more officers in the community. So, what's the update on that? Thank you.
English, thank you. Just a bit of a background on that. The legislation came into force December 2024. So we've only been at it for a little over 6 months. Right now, currently, we're just surpassing 300 in terms of how many people we have that are hired. We're over 300 now. The goal is to have 520. That's how many positions are funded. And right now our limitations are having only 20 seats per intake. So I think we've had 3 intakes so far, and that's it's getting there. What I would like to say too in that regard is it would be nice to see more of our young people take an interest. It would be very nice to see our young people provide that service as well. It's a good opportunity, it's a good career. Under the legislation, it provides everything that is needed. It's a good career for anybody, any young family. I've been involved with the police services for a number of years, and what I see or what is available today is much more than what we used to have. So I encourage young people, I encourage our young men and women to take an interest to see before, like we all see. That's our preference, is to see our young people. And I hope you can support us in that and pushing that forward as well. Amigos.
Thank you very much, Deputy Grand Chiefs. We want to thank you for being here. We appreciate you guys answering. And there'll still be questions and answers this afternoon. And you can ask the Thunder Bay Chief of Police directly when they do their presentations. We're going to move forward with the Rapid Links presentations, if they could come up here.
Chief Rick Allen would like to make a comment.
I'm just want to ensure the chairs make sure the meetings run efficiently. Save your questions. I know some questions are important, but then there's an opportunity to ask questions during our question and answer time. I just want to make sure that all the presentations are done, and then we can move forward with how we planned our agenda. Thank you.
Miigwech, Rick Allen, it is noted. Miigwech.
Good morning, everybody. Just want to say thank you for the invitation to Chief Gagnon for the great hospitality here in Araland. It's been amazing 3 days. I just wanted to introduce myself. My name is Tara Ingram. I'm the Director of Economic Development. I've been asked to sit in the role for the Acting General Manager for Wayne Slipperjack. He's off currently right now. So I've been in the position for about 5 weeks now. So just kind of familiarizing myself with the project, just kind of getting an understanding. And I just want to mention my mom's side and my family are from Peguis, so it was nice to hear the connection from Chief Judy with her presentation yesterday. So it was a nice connection. So we just wanted to give a little update on the Rapid Links project. I know that some of the communities are interested in what's going on within their communities. They're seeing some of the construction happening already in their communities. So we have Sherry McCullough and John Tomes from Peregrine Management Systems. Sherry McCullough and John are the project managers for the project from pretty much from the beginning, I guess. Yeah. So they can provide a history of the Rapid Links. As I know, like I've been 5 weeks on the project, but Sherry can provide an overview and a history and an overview of what's been going on within your community. So we have a brief PowerPoint presentation for you. Thank you.
Good morning, and thank you for allowing us to be here at your AGM again this year. It's always good to see familiar faces. So we're going to try to keep this short. I think people are probably getting a bit hungry, but there will be time at the end for questions and answers. So we'll just jump right in. This is a very brief presentation. It covers two issues, the finances of the project and the project progress to date. So Rapid Links is actually two projects. The first project was funded back in 2017, and it was to connect all of the remote communities to Araland. So we have the Phase 1 project funding, which was funded by the federal government, ISED's Connect to Innovate grant, at $37 million. And because Matawa is a nonprofit organization, they receive rebates of all of the harmonized sales tax that they pay to contractors and for materials. So that is an additional $5 million that Matawa contributes back to the project. So there's $42 million in federal funding. The province, Ontario Mines, put up $30 million in 2019. And since that time, Mines has contributed additional amounts for clearing that was unexpected along the Anaconda Road. I think you know Ontario is designing that road and rebuilding it. Of course, there were construction overruns, and so Mines has contributed an additional $11.3 million, bringing the total provincial funding up to $41.3 million, for a total of $83.5 million. Of that amount, we have expended $77.4 million, and we have $6 million remaining for the Phase 1 project to spend. The Phase 2 project was funded in 2021. It connects Araland to the all-season road communities, Ganoogaming, Long Lake 58, and Constance Lake. That project received $50 million from the federal government, an additional $5.5 million in HST rebates, for a total of $55.5 million. The province put up $12.6 million, and then an additional $2.1 million for a total of 14.7. And Matawa was required to contribute $313,000 for ineligible expenditures. Total funding for Phase 2 is $70.5 million. 27.2 has been expended, and there's $43.2 million left. So the total award for Rapid Links, both projects, is now $154 million, of which $104.7 has been expended and approximately $50 million remaining. So here's a brief construction update. The projects together span a distance of 990 kilometers. Of that amount, 713 kilometers have been completed, approximately 72%, and approximately 277 kilometers of backbone cable remaining, or 28%. So we're making good progress after a slow start. The Phase 1 project, we have broken that down by community. There are a couple of pain points, but almost all of Phase 1 has been done. Airland to the far north boundary, which we call Section 1A, was held up by Ontario MTO, the Ministry of Transportation. Unbelievably, they contacted us late last year, and said that we would have to move some of the poles that had already been set along that route, because they had changed the design, which we were given in 2021. They were going to change the road alignment. So we actually have to remove poles that were already set, and we had to delay because we had to re-engineer the design of the poles that had not yet been set. So that was a setback. At this point, we do know where all of the poles should go. The aerial contractor is working to replace the poles that have to be moved. So it held us up, but we still have about 41% of that section to do. The far north boundary to Martin Falls was the very first one to be done back in 2020. That one is complete except for just a few meters to connect to the POP, the equipment shelter there. Martin Falls to Yamaton is complete. Nishkanaga to Nebanamik is another pain point. We had a couple of issues there with the route. There were route modifications requested by Nishkanaga, and Nebanamik also wanted to have an environmental monitor and a coordinator on the project. We met with the communities. We have made all of the modifications that they requested. The work across Lake Attawapiskat is now complete. The only remaining section there is the land section to connect from the old winter road near Webequie to Section 5, which is already in place between Webequie and Nebanamik. For Phase 2, again, we had a problem with the Ministry of Transportation, who changed the design and moved us off the road almost 30 meters into a densely forested area, which would have cost an additional $9.8 million to clear and drill in that section, which would not have been sustainable for the project. So we engaged Matawa's assistance, Matawa First Nations Management, in engaging the Minister of Transportation to ask for his cooperation. And they did agree to do that. We have saved the $9.8 million, and we can now begin construction in that section. There's a little bit of engineering remaining But once that's done, we're good to go. So I'm sure you have a lot of questions, namely, when is this going to be finished? So I'll answer that question first. We're shooting for the end of March 2026. The changes that we made between Nisquanega and Webequie are going to take a bit more time. That could run the project into the end of summer next year. As far as the fiber to the home network, we're connecting the communities as they are connected to the backbone. If you're not on the backbone, you're not going to get service anyway. So we're connecting Ganoogaming first because it is the connection point to the global internet at Toronto. Ganoogaming is connected. Long Lake is being connected. Airland has school here today. You're on Rapid Links today on the network. And then we'll go Martin Falls when Section 1A is completed. So essentially, we're going to start, our turnkey construction is here today. Denise and guys over there against the wall. They're doing the engineering design or updating the designs of the last mile networks to people's homes in each community. And then they're doing the construction. So they're on the case, they're getting this done, they're doing a great job of it, and we hope to have everybody connected, including Constance Lake, Rick, by the end of next year. Are there any questions? Chief Rick?
Are you going to be here for a question and answer period after lunch?
Sure.
Okay, I'll ask my questions then.
Thank you. All right, is it lunchtime? Pardon?
Chair.
Oh, okay. Question from Rob?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Rob Munoz, Board of Director for Matawa. Recently, I sent an email to Rapid Links to discuss the problem that we'll face with our cell phone issues. I don't know if you can speak on that. It's with our cell service in Martin Falls, and this will affect other communities in the north. Thank you.
I don't know how to.
Hi, I'm Rob Wesley, the IT Director for Matawa.
Yeah, we were asked by a community about 3 weeks ago, as per the agreement of Rogers, is terminating their 3G service as of December 31st.
Yeah, so that's that's in progress, and that's supposed to happen. We had it extended, or KNET had it extended. Again, we're reiterating information provided to us by KNET, Jesse Fiddler. I guess in terms of some of the upgrades required to 4G, some of the totals that we've been provided by KNET, we're looking at 1.3 million to upgrade all 5 remote communities to 4G equipment, and KNET has been pursuing the funding for that unsuccessfully, from what I've been reading. So that's some of the numbers that we've been given. Some of the communities, Nabitimek, Martin Falls, and Nisquanega, are also looking at additional towers recommended by KNET to extend the service within the communities. That's an additional 3.6 million. Again, these are numbers provided to us by KNET, And to my knowledge, we are still pursuing these funding dollars.
Yeah, we're still in conversations with KNET to look at solutions. We're looking at funding. I don't know, we'll continue on maybe with the additional slide. So when we talk about the likely impacts after December 31st for the 3G cutoff, it talks about the T-Bay customers not having any service. However, they'll be able to connect to the KNET if they purchase an eSIM card for their phone. You want to go next? And so as I mentioned, so if you're a T-Bay customer, they can purchase a KNET plan. And then for T-Bay customers, they can access in the First Nation communities. Like I mentioned, we're seeking funding, like Rob mentioned, to replace the 3G cellular equipment to upgrade to the 4G. As Sherry mentioned, Aeroland just got their tower up. So yeah, and it's actually right now we're I guess, up and running right now. So it's in progress, yeah. Yeah, and then we go into the next.
Yeah, so my knowledge of it is, as it stands, until the 4G equipment is in place, the way I'm understanding it is all customers will have to subscribe to the eSIM service provided by KNET. And that the numbers to that I do not have, subscription type service. Anything else? I guess going forward, once the 4G equipment is in place, we are running fiber to the cellular POP buildings to provide data to everyone's cell phones, but that is in progress, and that will take some time to complete that part of it.
Yeah, and then we mentioned to access this funding and to purchase this equipment and the installation, we'll be looking at least a year or so for that. I guess KNET's been looking at this for a bit now and how to upgrade. 2 years? 2 years now. KNET's been looking at this for 2 years. And we just heard about this about 3 weeks ago, I guess, when we was presented from a community. So we want to look at working together with KNET and hopefully look for a solution and put together some proposals.
Yeah, just a follow-up question to that. What other information can you provide with regards to what Rogers is doing with their new platform that you see on the commercials, and how is that another option for the communities? If you can maybe explain that to us there, Rob.
Yeah, I could give you a brief information that was provided by Rogers. Basically, I don't think you guys could depend on it, just because right now it's in a beta testing mode, and the only services that they are providing are SMS and SMS to 911. So Rogers right now in the beta testing mode, and they're only using it for emergency services. You guys could sign up for it, no problem. I believe it's the beta is at $10 a month additionally, and then potentially moving up to $15 a month. But again, that is only for SMS and texting purposes, sorry. So it is a good option once the 3G does go down in December. I do recommend applying for it and using it as a spare. Like if anything does happen, you will have that option to send an SMS to a loved one or for help until the KNET cellular gets back and upgraded to the 4G. Hope that answers your question.
Thank you very much. Rapid Links questions and answers can come this afternoon. Rapid Links, they'll still be here. So save your questions and answers for this afternoon. Thank you very much. And I want to invite the Community Safe and Wellness, Snabiaski Police Service, Non-Legal Service, Thunder Bay Police Services. Can you come up to the front? This is very important that we get to hear. So for the elders, you may remain seated. When it comes to 12 o'clock, your food will be delivered to you. Yeah, you can sit there. Have a seat there. We'll keep going.
Somebody can sit here.
No, Sharon can sit there. Sharon, you can move down again. Okay, anybody can start with the microphone there and just introduce yourself. Non-legal services.
Good morning. My name is Doreen Stone. I am the acting executive director for Anishinaabe Legal. I'm in my 4th week, and beside me, I'll let my counterpart introduce.
Okay. AGM Swag. My name is Thelma Moore from Moose Cree First Nation. I'm the new executive director for NAN Legal Services, and this is my 4th day on the job.
Bojo Kinawea, Roberta Wesley, Dijnikaz, Conscious Lake First Nation doing Biunji, Ireland doing Jinjiba, Oma, Winga Gitchinen, Oma, Mudbian, Jigagig Diwan, away, Matawa, AGM, Jigadeg. And I'm the community legal worker for the Matawa Drive-In communities, and I'm honored to be here to answer any questions. How miigwech.
Are you speaking first, or are we just going across
This is for introducing yourselves.
Yes, I'm Terry Armstrong. I'm the Chief of Police, Anishinaabe Police Service. Been back as chief for approximately 15 months. I previously was chief for about 5.5 years, a few years ago. Anyway, I'm back.
Yeah, good morning. I'm Darcy Fleury. I'm the Chief of Police for Thunder Bay.
Good morning. I'm Jeremy Pearson. I'm one of the Deputy Chiefs for the Thunder Bay Police Service.
Bonjour. My name is Frank McKay. I'm from Sachico Lake First Nation, and I'm also the chair of Anishinaabe Police Services Board. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Dan Bartol. I work with Intelligence Unit with NAPS.
I'm Mike Cece, and I work in the Central Region for NAPS.
Non-legal first.
Good morning, I'm Brad Deuce. I'm the Deputy Chief of Anishinaabe Police Service.
Anybody can start talking and do a little presentation.
I'm good to go if you guys are you good to go. Okay, I'll start maybe if you guys don't mind. So we're with the Thunder Bay Police Service, been there for about 2 years. I thought maybe what I'd just touch on very quickly is sort of our priorities that we've had, or what we established as our objectives for the last couple of years and going into the next year or so. So we had 4 main objectives, or main priorities that we're working on as the police service. The structure of the organization, enforcement-wise, we're looking at what we call the guns, gangs, drugs in Thunder Bay and in the area. And then we're looking at the wellness of our employees as the third. And the fourth is, and probably the most significant, is the building of the trust. So the two that really probably that you want to hear about the most, and we can have a conversation, maybe just answer some questions later on, is the building that trust and the enforcement piece, the guns, gangs, and drugs. As I've heard the conversation going around, it seems to be an issue that is across the region and something that we really have to put a focus on. So I'll start with the guns, gangs, and drugs. We have really in Thunder Bay put a lot of effort into this. We take that as our main enforcement objective. I think if you watch the media, you pay attention to the news, you'll see pretty much every week or every 2 weeks at least, we're hitting a place and taking a significant amount of drugs off the streets and kind of at least putting a dent in some of that activity that's causing harm to our people. One of the things that we've noticed, and it's common that we see it regularly, is that people are coming from the south, the Toronto, Ottawa areas, coming up to Thunder Bay into the region. Number one, it's because it's profitable. It's more expensive to buy drugs up in this area than it is where they are. So they do see a lot of money, and that's something that we're focused on. We have spoken to our provincial counterparts and had some conversations around areas that we can work together. We do have, with NAPS and the OPP, we do work together in Thunder Bay. We have a unit that specializes in that area, and that's what they often work together. So you'll hear the guns and gangs unit from the OPP, which is what we are part of, working together to combat some of that area. The one that really, and this is why we were here, thank you very much for inviting us, Chief, and of course Matawa, for inviting us to be here, is the building of the trust. And just listening to the conversation this morning and listening to some of the questions and some of the answers that were given, I think it's really important that we highlight to you our efforts in this area. We meet regularly with community Indigenous agencies in Thunder Bay and around the area on a regular basis, and we're really working hard to get our message out there and their message back to us. We listen very closely to what's going on and what people expect of their police service in Thunder Bay. And it's really important for us to hear that. And the reason for us wanting to be here, and I'm so appreciative of the invitation, is that we get a chance to meet you and have a good conversation around, the good, the bad, and the ugly as you see it in our police service. And really, we need to hear this in order for us to make the best going forward. Are we doing something really good? Okay, great. If we're not, then tell us about it so we can maybe make some changes. But we do have some really good communication going. We do have some really good partnerships that we've developed with Matawa. I'm not sure if you all, I think maybe many of you do know that we have a liaison officer, a school officer in Matawa School. That has been a very good program for us and the communities, because that relationship has really shown the youth, your youth, that when they come to Thunder Bay, that they can have that conversation with police on a one-on-one basis and have that sort of connection, so that if they do need some help, they know they can trust the police and come to the police. So that has been very beneficial to us. We have some very good officers that have gone through that position and continue to really provide the support to the students there. And we also work with, like Onwa, for example, we just helped, they gave us some information on what they want to do for their safety plans, so we've gone through that and worked with them on this area, and just the communication on that piece. Our missing persons policy, which is what we talked about a bit this morning, was delivered to some of our Indigenous agencies to make sure that we're not seeing some of the systemic racism that we've seen in the past. We do recognize that was there, but working very hard to avoid having our policies and procedures and the legislation leave any opportunity for that kind of thing to happen. So we're working hard with our agency partners to make sure that that's being done on a regular basis. And I heard Deputy Grand Chief Anna Betty talk about they're advocating for you. I can tell you she's 100% telling you that does happen. She calls and she texts and Alvin as well, Chief Fiddler as well, as to things that are going on, where there's a critical incident going on, maybe with some of your community and your people. They are on us continuously to say, where are we with this? How are we doing with this? And communicating and making sure that those things are happening on a regular basis. So with that, I think we see those partnerships really getting stronger. We also work with Treaty 3 and Anishinaabe nations So we do take it very serious, the conversations that we have with you. And again, I really do appreciate the opportunity for being here. And later on, Jeremy and I will definitely, if you have questions for Thunder Bay Police, we'll be able to answer those. Thank you.
Wait, them first, not illegal. Yeah. Then I'll.
Okay. Good morning. Thank you again for the invite to this Matawa 37th Annual General Meeting. Okay, so at Anishinaabe Legal, we have two departments which are broken up into justice and legal. So I am the Director of Legal Services, so I can tell you what we're doing on both ends because I've been provided an update. So first off, I'm going to just give you an update on one of the projects that we're working with our partnerships here with NAPS and then also with NAN, and we have Mr. Kepon, but we're working on a bylaw. We have a big bylaw project underway, and we're looking at the Landlord-Tenant Act. We're looking at intoxicants and substances bylaws. We're looking at a judiciary committee for bylaws. We're looking at a bail court system. Excuse me, paper sticking. And we're looking at a stray dog bylaw. We're looking at services that can provide more effective justice-related services to each community and how we can, as a group, serve you. On the legal side, I can tell you that I am participating in meetings all across Ontario for Ontario court reforms. So with that, I have meetings with the judicial parties from each district, from the Northeast, the North Central, and the Northwest, discussing on how we can do court reform to make services more accessible to the First Nations communities and how it can be more effective to assist your community members' need. I can tell you as of today, for the Legal Aid Department, we've issued over 450 certificates for assistance for community members, for criminal and family. On the family note, I can say that that number is on the lower end of maybe 26 certificates issued for NAN. So I know I've heard earlier this morning there was discussion on the child welfare reform. I can say that this is a very touchy subject that needs to be addressed more on the political front because we do not issue any certificates for child welfare matters. So if your community members have children that have been apprehended, I encourage you to contact our office because everybody is entitled to have representation. And this is something that we've identified as a key topic and is going to be brought up on a briefing note on a higher level, and we are looking for NAN to have more political push on this because our children are being apprehended again and we are revisiting the 60 scoop. Children are being placed in homes in Southern Ontario with no access to the parents. So this is something that I want to address for you as to take back to your community members. If a child has been apprehended, please step forward and contact so we can help you getting our children back. With that being said, I'm participating, like I said, in a number of meetings. So I'm hearing issues, and if there are any justice issues relating to your communities that need to be addressed, please contact me so I can raise it, because I do have the ear of the Chief Justice of Ontario. So if there's any community issues that need to be addressed, raise it so I can bring it forth and hopefully advocate on your behalf, because we do see that there is a lack of access to justice for all our community members. We got you.
I just wanted to say a few things. Of course, just 4 days on the job, very new, and I'm really honored to be here in your community. I've never been to Ireland. My husband is a criminal lawyer and used to work for NAN Legal years ago, about maybe 20 years ago, and I remember him coming to this community. He was a summary advice lawyer. And right now he is working in the justice still. He's been a lawyer for 28 plus years, and he's been in private practice working up in the territories. We've been away from Ontario for about 16 and a half years, and he sees the same issues up there with all the First Nation communities. And him and I have a lot of discussions because I used to run his law practice. And my background is in health and social management and working with his practice. So I've got to learn a lot of different areas over the years. And it was really sad to hear about the young lady that's missing. And I think a lot of our communities have faced so many things like that. And I just wanted to share a personal story with you. So my mom, in 1948, my mom had my older brother, and he was only 1 year old, and they sent her to Moose Factory Indian Hospital. My parents weren't living there in Moose Factory at the time, and my little brother was not well. So they took my baby brother from my mom, and they just took him away from her. And 4 days later, she asked, "Where's my baby? I want to see my baby." And they didn't give her our baby brother. They told her my brother was sent to Cochrane. So my mom was sent back to the community that they were living in at the time. And nothing was ever done. They couldn't find out about my brother. And it was very hard on my family, my parents. We tried to look for him, and it was very hard even to get medical records to find out what's going on. So I posted this story to Facebook about, it was last year, and my son happened to be at a meeting, and Karen Murray, who was overseeing, I guess the government had asked her to oversee, all the missing children, and he shared my story with her. And she asked to talk to me, so she called me. This was last summer that she called me, and she said, "I heard the story from your son about your brother who's been missing," and she said, "I have special I don't know, she had special clearance or something like that." And within 2.5 weeks, she sent us a death certificate. And she asked us to confirm it, and it was our brother. And it took a while, about 1.5 months, and they finally found his gravesite in Cochrane, Ontario. So, and this was 7 to 8 years. My parents both passed on. They never found out where their son was. And our sister Bertha is still missing, and Karen Murray has said that she would help our family. So I do understand, all the, things that we face with our people. And, we tried to get help. So I really do understand what you all are going through, because it took a long time for us. It was like something lifted off of us because our parents always talked about this. So I see that, things like that we do need this kind of help in a lot of areas. And it's 2025, and we're still here trying to fight for all our rights, inherent and treaty rights. And I think that, coming into NAN Legal Services, I realized that years ago that, the vision for this organization was to work for all our 49 First Nations. My dad was, a chief of our community. He worked a lot, and he always told us to remember who we are, that we signed treaties many years ago, and our people, we always have to fight and advocate. So I think that's one of the reasons why I want to take on this role. And we're hoping to, work with the communities. And we've got, I don't know, Doreen did not tell you this, but she's been with NAN Legal for over 30 years. And when I came on board 4 days ago, just to watch them work, she still has the passion to work for our people. And it's really great to see that. And I'm hoping that, eventually I can meet a lot of the leaders in the community and speak on the things that we need to do. I know there's a lot of work to be done, and we have a lot of warriors sitting around this table, and we're honored to be here with you as well. Miigwech.
Good morning. I still got 2 minutes before it's after, before it comes afternoon. So good morning to everybody. I'd like to first of all acknowledge the Creator for another day, for another life, for life to have life, to enjoy the blessings and the creations and the gifts that He had bestowed upon us. And I also want to acknowledge the traditional territory of the Ireland First Nation, and I want to acknowledge the Chief and the Council Chief Sonny Gagnon for welcoming us to your territory. And I also want to acknowledge the drum and the elders for the opening prayers to this assembly. I think it's very important, that we always place our beliefs in the Creator, that He will continue to protect us and to support us and guide us through the challenges that we face, and the discussions that we have sometimes are difficult in our life. As I said, I'm from Sachico Lake. I'm Frank McKay, and I'm chair of Anishinaabe Police Services. And I also want to acknowledge Chief Rick Allen, who is a representative from Matawa on our NABS board. And I also want to acknowledge Darcy Fleury, Chief of Police of Thunder Bay Police, to be here today. And I also want to acknowledge our Chief of Police also, and also the non-legal services. I want to take the opportunity to thank the community, this assembly, that we are here today to give us the opportunity as the NAPS Police organization to give us an update on some of the things that we've been doing. As you were, and it was discussed before, we became constituted under the Community Safety and Police Services Act in December 2024. And it's only been 6 months that we've been involved in that. Previously, we had to operate under the authority of the federal, provincial, and non-NAPS agreement that was reached under the First Nations Inuit policing program. That was a funding source for our police services. Previously, before NAPS was established, there was an agreement, a memorandum of understanding, where the chiefs decided that they wanted to begin discussions with the federal provincial government to establish our own First Nations police services for our territory. And at that time, there were certain items that needed to be tabled and how this will operate. And it was to specifically address the needs of our people, that the safety and the security issues that they faced in our remote northern communities. Policing in the north is unique. It's different from any other police services that is being provided. In our communities, we have infrastructure, lack of infrastructure to properly operate a police service like the rest of Canada, like the rest of Ontario. So we have to rely on what tools are available to us to provide that service to you. When we go to the communities, we see how the community is laid out. For example, there's no stop signs, so you're on your own in relation to who's going to stop first when it comes to an intersection. And there's no numbers on the houses. And why I say that, it's very important because part of the process is communications in the community. We need to have a response time to when there's an emergency that comes into the police service. We have to have a communication system that will facilitate a quick response to that cry for help. So we have to address those issues at the community level, that we need to have some sort of an organized system within our communities that identifies the house numbers, the street numbers, and the street names. Because our officers, when they come in, they don't know where the people live. If there's a call from this place, this is my house over here, I'm calling from this place, and the person at the end of the line wants to know where you live to respond to you. They do. You just say, I'm on the corner, or I live next to this other place, or I'm near the school, or whatever you can say to identify exactly where you call for help is required. So those are some of the challenges that we face in the north. And then the other thing too is that we lack accommodations. We lack adequate police facilities in our communities. So that we begin to look at how do we begin to have that improvement in delivering police services in our communities. So we had to move away from this First Nation police program, that policy that we were operating under, because it was restrictive. We couldn't own or buy our own buildings as a police force. They don't provide funds for that. We couldn't have specialized services, to investigate these serious crimes that are happening in our communities. So we have to we have to ask our partners, to support us in specialized units. We couldn't have that. And most of all, they didn't want us to have the money to be able to negotiate for those things by having legal counsel. So those are the things that blocked us from really getting improvements, and we could not operate under those conditions. And so we had to take drastic action during the years that we came up. In 30 years that we worked with there, we had to take drastic actions, to do that. The chiefs, people had to die in order for action to be taken. And the thing too is that, even our officers, because of the poor conditions they worked under, they had to threaten to go on strike. And they could do that because they had a union. We could have a union under the program that we were operating. So we had to proceed on those bases and so forth. So that's why we came to be legislated, so that we can operate like any other police force with the resources and the tools that they have to operate in the north, and then some. Because of our unique northern remote conditions, we need more resources to operate adequately in order to protect our communities. So I wanted to give this over to our chief of police, and we have our officers here that will also provide an updates in relation to specific areas of concerns that we respond to. So I'm going to give it to Chief Armstrong.
Thank you, Board Chair. I just wanted to also acknowledge the sacred items in the room, the elders, the knowledge keepers, the leadership here, and thank you for inviting us to your community once again. As the Board Chair mentioned, it's been pretty dynamic over the last probably 6-7 months. We entered the Act in December 10th of this past year. Under the direction of the chiefs and the signatures of the chiefs, moving forward with the Community Safety and Policing Act. It's been a very challenging, but also we're seeing results type of growth in the police service. In the last 15 months, we've hired 97 officers. Some communities will notice a little bit more growth at this point than others because we also have, we still have people leaving the service. And our average has been about 20 people a year, 20, 25 people a year that leave the service to go elsewhere. But that's not unique to Anishinaabe Police Service. There's, in the policing world right now, there's a lot of movement in a lot of different directions. What we're seeing with Anishinaabe Police Service that we haven't seen historically is there's officers coming from other services and knocking on our door. For many, many years, well, 31 years, you saw officers, the door would only swing one way and officers would leave the service. We didn't have anybody applying to us from the outside. Now we're seeing just the opposite. We've hired police officers from a number of different services that have applied to us, which is helpful because with our growth trajectory, if we just hire all rookies, we won't have that knowledge and that experience. Even though we do have a pretty core experienced group, we still need to look at all our options as we grow. As mentioned, going under the Act, we have the purview of moving forward from a police service of about 130 to 520. So that's quite a climb, and we have to also watch how fast that growth comes because some of our infrastructure we're going to grow out of. We won't have places to house officers if we don't keep on pace. But that said, the government has put it in place to give us that infrastructure, but we have a very extensive plan moving forward to make sure that our hiring doesn't outgrow our infrastructure. For example, we're building 9 prefab homes to go into some of the communities on the winter roads. We had some trailers, house trailers go in last year to some communities as well over the winter roads to ensure that we had housing for the officers so we don't have to knock on your doors and ask you to provide that. Going forward, we'll be providing that housing with our new builds in our different locations. We're probably going to build well, it's supposed to be 3 new detachments every year, but sometimes due to climate moving things and stuff, some of those get delayed. But that's the goal. And these temporary houses will go into locations that in areas where the detachment's end of life probably isn't for the next 5 to 10 years. They'll get temporary housing for the officers to work out of until that happens. But like I say, we have a list of when detachments will be replaced. A number of them already have been replaced and are being replaced, so that growth is pretty monumental. We have secured seats at the Ontario Provincial Police College. We've secured 20 seats per class. They originally offered us 5, and we said with our attrition of 20 to 25 officers a year, that's not going to allow for any growth at all. We'd be lucky if we break even on any given year. So through numerous conversations with the Solicitor General and the Police College, we've secured 20 seats per class at Ontario Police College. So that will help us with the growth moving forward in the police service. But that growth includes not only the front line, but it includes specialty units, our drug unit. We have 18 positions in there. We just hired 2 more drug officers, so we're at 11 or 12 at this point. In the drug, we've probably pretty much doubled the crime unit across NAPS, including Central Region. So we're growing in a lot of different capacities within the police service, and it's pretty amazing to be part of it, actually, and to share some of this stuff with the communities. But it is going to be probably a 5 to 10 year program. I'm hoping 5 to 8 year program to get all the officers into all the communities, so you always have a minimum of 2 officers working, depending on the size of the community, and more likely 3 to 4 officers working per community so they can swing shifts. So there is a better day coming. I'll pass it over here in a second to the, we've got the regional commander from Matawa here. He's from Central Region, and he wants to go through a little bit of a Matawa specific presentation for you to let you know what's happening in the Matawa area. I kind of give you the whole overview of Anishinaabe Police Service. He's going to be more specific to Matawa. And we also, he's accompanied by one of our drug officers, one of our senior drug officers, because we obviously believe that that's our number one focus, and when it comes to enforcement, is getting the drugs out of the community. And so we felt that you would probably have questions in regards to what's happening on the drug front out in the communities. So I'd just like to introduce to you Inspector Mike Cece, who most of you probably already know as your regional commander for Central Region, to go over his Matawa PowerPoint. Miigwech.
Good morning or good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having us. I just want to start by saying I started in 2020 in Central Region under the training of Inspector Alex Missawace. And I thought it was prudent to mention him today because a lot of my vision for Central Region came from him and what he taught me. When he did get sick, we talked often, but he wanted the vision to continue, and I promised him that I would carry it forward for him. With that being said, there has been a lot of changes since 2020 in Central Region. This is a very short presentation, but it'll cover some of that. Okay, so the Anishinaabe Police Service Central Region is responsible for the professional delivery of policing services within the Matawa territory, which includes Aroland, Yabatong, Martin Falls, Niskandaga, Nibinimik, and Webakwe. Policing services are delivered through a people-centered and mission-focused approach to ensure the safety of communities and all that live in the area. The Anishinaabe Police Service is founded on a community policing framework that utilizes frontline policing, a crime unit, and a drug enforcement unit to meet the needs of the communities and the various enforcement agencies and partners. Staffing levels remain stable currently. However, just a few resignations could impact staffing levels, potentially leading to decreased officer attendance at detachments. Presently, officers in the Central Region work a 14 on and a 14 off schedule. They all require annual requalification training, senior courses, and eligible for vacation leaves and sick leaves. To compare Central Region, we had in 2020 approximately 24 officers and about 12 vacancies. The region now in 2025 has 47 uniformed members, 43 officers expected over the next 5 to 10 years to add to that. Alcohol and narcotics continue to pose a significant challenge in our communities, contributing to property crime, assault, and domestic violence. NAPS is committed to addressing these issues by collaborating with communities, gathering intelligence, performing investigations, and apprehending offenders. Presently, policing services in Fort Hope are delivered by 2 sergeants and 6 constables. In Martin Falls, by 6 constables, however, 2 are on leave, so at the moment we have 4. Niskandaga has 4. Nibinimik has 5. Webakwe has 4, and Aroland has 2 sergeants and 4 constables. The projection for Aroland is 9, for Fort Hope is 12, Martin Falls 9, Niskandaga 9, Nibinimik 12, Webakwe 9, and Wanneman Lake 9. not part of your communities. Our detachments are operational. Our detachments are operational with a lot of maintenance being addressed on a monthly basis. Our vehicle fleet is in excellent working condition, and most units are considered new additions. The current rate of hiring, Central Region has been able to create 3 clusters of detachments, allowing for better coverage and supervision of officers. With a 3rd cluster in play, this allows for the other clusters reprieve from covering other vacancies. Central Region puts a major emphasis on community service, and this is evident in the community service reports that are generated on a daily basis in all of our communities. In 2024 alone, the officers completed 1,170 community service reports. Officers further completed 2,323 focus patrols, which often include checks of community infrastructure. The Central Region Court Division, that's out of Thunder Bay, is responsible for transferring prisoners to and from court. Many of the transports are conducted using air services to ensure a timely and effective method to transport accused persons before the courts or to have them remanded in custody. In 2024, from July to July, the last 12 months, we've only had 283 prisoners. So that's actually quite low considering our call volume. So that's actually a good thing. We've had significantly increased our number of special constables responsible for prisoner escorts in Central Region. The purpose of the increase in part was to ensure we would significantly reduce or eliminate the need to have uniform officers leaving the communities to do these transfers. In 2024, there were 11,700 calls generated in Central Region. Of those calls, 2,101 charges were laid. In 2024, this is a grid for our benchmark occurrences. There were 41 other criminal code offenses, 10 arsons, 12 sudden deaths, 45 assaults, and 48 sexual assaults. Okay, Dan. You can use this one. Okay. I'm going to pass it over to Detective Bartol. He's going to cover some of the drug investigation stuff.
Okay, good afternoon. My name's Dan. I started my career with NAPS back in 2006 in Fort Hope. I spent a lot of my career in drug enforcement, so my total probably about my 14th year of drug enforcement now. So I can go over some questions. I'm going to do some just a general talk about drugs as well. I'm open for questions after, as well as if you want to talk to me privately, I'll be around as well. If you have a question you don't want to ask in front of everybody else. So specific to our region here in Matawa, the seizures between 2024 and 2025, up to July, we've done 15 CDSA search warrants directly in the communities. 7 search warrants additionally on top of that would be in outlying communities, specifically with joint force operations with Thunder Bay Police and OPP. 5 of those were in Thunder Bay itself, and 2 of them were in Greenstone. Those search warrants directly impacted the Matawa communities as they were supplying the Matawa communities. Total firearms seized between January 24 up to July is 35 firearms in the Central Region, and currency over $47,000 cash. I won't go through the chart specifically, but I'll leave this up for a moment to see exactly how much product was seized in the communities. Our main problem in the communities is pretty consistent, with oxycodone being one of them, crack cocaine, as well as fentanyl. Those are the main 4 ones we are focusing on and have seen in all the communities consistently. Our main focus at NAPS is to impact or direct our enforcement directly to the communities, that being search warrants, airport seizures directly in the communities itself. We also work with partnerships to try to stop the back ends or the suppliers as well, which we do see successful. In 2025, we added 3 investigators to the intelligence unit. So right now we have a total of 7 servicing Central Region and the West. And we have 3 over in our East Region. Because our numbers are a little low, we do help each other out. We travel. We do help the East Region out. We have to collaborate together to make it work, basically. For the next year, we're anticipating another 3 to 4 investigators being added throughout our intelligence unit. As well as we do acknowledge a strength in partnerships with the communities as well as other services. Other services are in the same predicament as we are, with low numbers of drug enforcement officers and the increase of a drug issue. Working together, I believe we can come up with a common goal and continue enforcement that's effective. That will help everybody in municipalities as well as the northern communities. That's it.
Thank you, everyone.
I wanted to add that with this growth that we're seeing in the Anishinaabe Police Service, that we're over 300 officers now, and I think Deputy Grand Chief Matawa mentioned that. So that puts us in to be the largest Indigenous police service in North America now, not just Canada. If the numbers are correct, we now have surpassed the Navajo police as the largest on Turtle Island. So it's pretty significant for your police service to grow to that size. And that's now, and we're continuing to grow. So I just wanted to mention that, because there's a lot of people in the room that signed some of those documents that made that happen. So, miigwech.
Okay. I just want to say also that, I want to thank the chiefs and councils that are here for the continued support that you have provided to our police officers in your communities. I think it's very important that, that as you had mentioned before, we needed help in relation to the recruitment for our own people to begin pursue this career in police services. I think, we have to begin to, support our young people, to focus on trying to get this kind of work in the community. So we encourage you to, to assist us in that way when we do recruitment drives in our communities. I also want to mention that, that the communication, there's some things that we need to continue to work on. One of them is the communication system that we have. I know that we had got a lot of complaints in the past that, that the 8-digit numbers or 9-digit number is too long to use for calling for help, and also where the call units are, call centers are located and so forth. So we are continuing to work on those things, to try to make improvements in relation to respond to your request for help when you call it, when you need it. So I just want to thank this assembly for allowing us the opportunity to provide an update today. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your presentations and your introductions. Lunch will be served throughout, so we'll just continue and go into questions. So we have the non-legal services, Thunder Bay Police Service and Anishinaabe Police. If you have any, we'll open the floor to questions or comments from the chiefs and communities. Chief Adlukin from Ibamatung.
No, it's not really a question, but I got a member that's going to speak after I say a few things. Are you ready? Yeah. You know those two officers that are sitting on the left side of Sharon? Those two guys I know very well, the two officers. Every time something went wrong in Fort Hope, I hear a knock. And they tell me, "What time were you home last night?" They're picking on me. Anyway, I just want to say to the group that are at the head table, the officers and whatever higher title they have, that I really appreciate the work they do for my community. Despite of the fact that we're, in most cases, it's not too bad now, but then previously, that our officers that went in the front lines when there is a situation happening in my community, they all the time, you don't know what's going to happen in a situation like that, put their lives on the line. I make it a habit now when I hear something going on, that I tell the officers, or even when I see them on the street, be careful out there. Because they have families, they have children, and they do their job. So we have to be mindful of that. I do understand that we have a lot of things going on in our community. We've identified them all. We talked about them. But I think now we're going to be in a better position to combat some of the issues that we're going through. And it's also what I want to say is it's also incumbent upon the communities. Myself, I say that all the time. If we're going to work on some issue that we want to correct or improve, people have to come on side with us. And that's the same thing with the police system. I'm not going to ask any negative questions or the question because or point fingers at the officers, because it's not their problem that we are in a situation like that. It was the system itself. They do what they have to do when they're out there. I've seen it happen. And when you don't see a police cruiser going around at night, and during the day, means they had a full night. So we got to be mindful of all those things and give them the credit that they deserve. And also, we need to support them as individuals, as a First Nation in our communities. That is my position in that. I get upset too once in a while why they're not answering, why this, why that. But, they are tired. They're not robots. So that's my position on that. And I really thank them for coming here and seeing there is a light at the end of the tunnel for our policing system, and we got people that are sitting in front of us that do what they can to keep our community safe. And the last thing I want to say is that, we need to communicate. We need to talk to our officers. They need to come to us as well. And I make a habit of having my door open in the office when the new officers come in, and they introduce themselves to me, so I know who they are and that. And I got many good friends that come there to work for our First Nations. So I really commend them for what they do for us, and So hopefully we'll have the equipment and the resourcing in the future now that we're making I guess, a big, improvement since our policing system is now legislated, and also that it's not on a program basis, it's on a need basis now. So I thank you very much for coming with and speaking to us, and I wish you all well. And I'm going to have John speak. Okay.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is John Shormish. I just wanted to, everybody talks about racism in the police, the Thunder Bay Police. When my son got murdered back in 2014, I sat in front of the investigator, and then he asked me, what do you think about the accusations the police are receiving again about racism? Because that's the first time I ever heard it. And he said, but I promise you, I'll do the best we can to find whoever took your son's life. That's what the investigator told me. And then after that, 5 years later, I would keep in contact with them once in a while, and then I thought they gave up, but then the promise that they gave me that they'll work on my son's case came to fruition. I received a call, and they told me that we have the person that took your son's life in custody, and I'm grateful for that. The guy's serving life in prison. The other one is still in November. We'll find out if he's going to go to prison. But if he was an adult, he would be right now. But he was charged as a youth, and I'm thankful for this. For personally, I didn't see it. I didn't know racism that's talked about. So it's kind of like it's a new thing to me. It's hard to comprehend what goes on between our people and the police. Because even when my brother passed away, he died in his sleep. And the police, well, there's procedures they do, but they let us in right away to go see him. So that was different. Even Jojo, he used to work with the police. He said, that's the first time I ever see something like that happen. Just to let you guys go in. And that was the first time. So it's different for me to know what they're talking about, like what racism is from the police. I've never experienced it. And I'm thankful for what they've done, like finding my son's murderers. And thank you.
One more person is going to speak very. I'm going to give him 30 seconds. No. I also want to mention my brother, younger brother, was a police officer for almost 30 years under NAPS. So he went through the same thing probably the officers go through. Ron?
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to acknowledge Airland First Nation for hosting the 37th annual AGM, and to Chief Sonny Gagnon and Council, and all of our elders, youth, and chiefs, and delegates, and guests. I'd like to start off with a comment. I do have several questions for the members at the main table. What I would like to comment on is the topic of awareness. Awareness on our missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. In 2019, there was a national inquiry, a final report that was conducted, and there were 231 calls for justice from that from that report. And what I have not seen, or seen very limited, is the awareness of this particular topic within our tribal council, our police services, as well as municipal services. I know there are some posters and flyers here and there, and that some Indigenous groups have reached out to bring attention to this. So we do have a good awareness with our Every Child Matters, and I would like to see an improvement on this missing MMIWG, missing and murdered Indigenous women. I lost my daughter several years ago. He was on the streets, she was on the streets, and later ended up in Ottawa and passed away in Ottawa from drug addiction and human trafficking. And she went missing a couple of times during her short life, and we do have. I wanted to bring that awareness forward. I know there have been some statistics from police services where they had identified at least 1,200 missing Indigenous women across Canada from 2009 to 2021. And other Aboriginal women associations had their own statistics, and they calculated 4,000 missing women across our country. So I just want to bring that to our tribal council chiefs, and mandating that we need a little bit more awareness for that. Thank you. I do have several questions for NAPS, the Nistabiaski Police Service specifically. I don't have anything for Thunder Bay Police. They're doing a real good job with their community PR. So right now, I want to address I guess, what is NAPS? What's NAP's human resource strategy to attract Indigenous applications throughout NAN? I know that a lot of our Aboriginal officers, of the 300, what are the statistics for NAP's 300 officers? How many of those are Aboriginal? That's one of the questions that I would like to know. And I want to go through a series of questions here. And, when can our communities expect to see a more proactive community education system, or to deter the criminal elements in our communities and the criminal activity? When are we going to have some human resources from our police services come to our communities and talk with our youth and our community members and address criminal activity in our First Nations? These are involving youth YO situations, assaults that are continuing, and drug dealing. And legislation was passed also, and what I want to know is, if anybody's familiar with it, is what does this legislation mean for Matawa communities? I know that NAPS in 2024 had signed an agreement with the Northern Manitoba to attempt to look at recruiting. Where are we at with this? And I don't see that in your report and your presentation. And the partnerships with other organizations, indigenous organizations, you know, what are the plans? Does NAPS have plans for partnerships with Manitoba? Does NAPS have plans for partnerships with Native Women's Associations and other indigenous organizations? I'd like to know where we are with that, because I haven't seen anything in the report again as well. And as far as the drug presentation, a lot of our communities are what we call catch and release. I mean, the guys and the people that are involved in drug dealing in our communities are arrested and released the same day. I mean, isn't there a system that these people should be facing the judge or justice of the peace outside the community, not the officer in charge or sergeant in charge? I mean, is this a common practice that's happening in our communities? Because it's the same guys or the same people or the same couple are still walking around the community doing the same thing that they were doing, and not more than 3 or 4 hours goes after they get arrested. So this is an ongoing concern. And the other one I would like to address is the expected growth of NAPS. I did hear that there will be another 43 officers in 5 years, and because of the legislation, is there going to be a larger increase in our communities? As the complement that has been identified, 12 officers. We never see 12 officers in our community of Fort Hope, Hamilton First Nation. We see maybe 2 or 3. Sometimes we see a female sergeant there by herself, and you know, this is an ongoing issue in probably a lot of our communities. So. And board succession, you know, what is NAPS doing to promote Indigenous officers into senior leadership positions? I know that there had been previous Aboriginal leadership positions that were occupied by our Indigenous First Nation members in from our communities. So is there what's the plan for that in the central and the eastern region? So those are the things I would like to see in the report. Those are all the questions. I hope I was clear and that I was understood. Thank you.
So as far as the number of the percentage right now, I don't have an accurate percentage, but it's somewhere around the 40%, somewhere between 35 and 40%. I can get that for you though, of officers are Indigenous. That's our focus, and will continue to be our focus, is to find Indigenous officers or Indigenous members from NAN. We've even gone west to recruit as well, to try and get Indigenous officers out of northern Manitoba, Saskatchewan, because we're not getting enough applicants from our communities. But that's our goal. That's the demographic, obviously, that we want to get. It's from NAN communities, and we always encourage that it doesn't just have to be NAPS recruiting. The communities themselves, and we talk to leadership and people in communities and asking them if they know people that within their communities that would be a good cop. I've been interested in being a police officer because it's a big job to recruit that many people, and we certainly can use any help we can get from people on the ground that know the people that would make good police officers in their community. As far as the complement question, at 12 officers, you won't see 12. That's the overall complement. So there's a rotating shift. So you would see probably anywhere from 4 to 6 in a rotation, depending on training and illnesses, injuries, all those things that come with our profession. So that's the overall complement and not the on-the-ground everyday complement, so to speak. But it's a very good question. And I think sometimes we don't express or explain that well enough when we talk about those additions to the service. Like I say, we really do want to continue to recruit from the community, but we haven't been getting the applicants, and that will be again our focus. I think this last class we have 7 Indigenous. Out of our class that's down at OPC right now, and but that's going to continue to be our focus because it is your police force. It's one of those situations too where you see that when you look at overall just how many people want to be police officers to begin with, it's not a very high percentage of the population. I think they use about 1.5% of the population that wants to be a cop. And then you look at the overall population of our communities, we're just not getting enough people applying to fill the roles moving forward. So once again, I just like to throw it out there. I think, and I do it to the officers when I come in and I talk to them, I said, don't wait for the recruiters to recruit somebody. Every one of you officers working in a community probably knows somebody that would make a good cop. And encourage them to come out and apply, and it won't take very long to get those numbers that we need and get them from the community. So we just got to continue and do better. There will always be room because we'll always have people leaving. It's just kind of the nature of the profession and the organization that we'll always have room for community members to become cops because there will always be vacancies.
Yes. Thank you for that, Terry. Do you have any idea why we have such a low recruitment rate in our communities?
Sorry?
Do you know why we have such a low recruitment rate from our communities?
Not specifically, other than, like I say, there's just a lot of people out there that haven't really thought of it as a career and haven't applied. I don't know if it's a historic thing, but obviously the best police officers we get come from the communities. They stay the longest, and they know where their communities. So that to us is the best demographic to hire, for sure.
All right, thank you for that. I want to apologize for not introducing myself. My name is Ronald Misways. I'm from the community of Edmonton and also Matawa Board Director member. And again, I just wanted to emphasize the topic of awareness for our missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. Right now, my family is involved with a sudden death that occurred in Thunder Bay involving a woman. And as well as on my wife's side, we have a missing 16-year-old in Thunder Bay that has not responded or contacted family since last Thursday. So this is one of the reasons that I would like to see more awareness on our missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. It's something that I would like to see throughout our community of Thunder Bay, as well as within our police services and other communities. I appreciate your time, and thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Abmantung. We're going to move along to Constance Lake Chief Rick Allen.
Good afternoon. Well, I'm going to take off my board of directors hat, and I'm the chief of the community of Constance Lake, and that's why I'm here. And there's a lot of outstanding issues that still need to be addressed from the NAPS department in our community. You know, sometimes the NAPS officers put our leadership in dangerous positions to go to the homes and open the door for them, you know, because they don't have they always give us excuses and saying we can't go enter your homes because this is a different jurisdiction. And then they enforce us to go knock on the doors and put my leadership in a position where we don't get the protection that you guys have. We don't get to go in there with guns. We don't go there with bullet protection or anything like that. We have to be the ones taking an initiative, to check these homes for gang members or drug dealers that are not from our community. And that's part of our bylaw that we impose in Constance Lake, is that our members that are BCR, they still don't execute them and taking them outside of the community. They see them walking around, but the NAPs don't do anything. As a leader in some of these aspects comes along, there's colored people in our community, gang members in our community, and still they don't perform their duties and rely on leadership to knock on the door and not seeing what's expected. These are gang members that are dangerous, but still put the community leaders at a disadvantage. And I'd like to see that change, because I don't know if it's about the warrant system or the jurisdiction about the housing. They say they can't go in the house without a warrant, so there has to be a different way for our community officers to get warrants faster to get in these houses, because they're starting to entrap our members with drugs and threats and holding them hostage within their own homes, which we don't get a hold of until we get information from our members. So that's a big concern for my leadership, as well as even our members in the community, because I know we start to implement cameras, start doing all these to support the NAPs, but then in some way or fashion they have to support us back. And then one of the Ron took one of my questions as well. I used to be good friends with Alex Misiwis back in the time, and he never used to see any of our Indigenous officers be promoted into higher ranks, and you guys didn't answer him today. I don't know if that's a bypass of your ignorance to our Indigenous officers that are there that served our police service for long times, and then they don't get the promotions that they deserve. I see that. I see a lot of officers come and going within our communities, and I see long-serving officers that are not officers today that don't get the promotions and what they deserve. So I'd like to see that change, but I'll do that at a different hat that I wear. But I'm just putting that awareness to you out right now. And then some of the drug bylaws that not only our community have, but other communities such as Moose Factory, they're imposing their own bylaws, and then we have to start to follow these bylaws within the NAPS organization, since you're legislative. So maybe there's some of this jurisdiction rulings that you guys abide by, maybe you can start to impose that within our community, because the drug dealers, the gang members that are coming in are having great impacts in our community, and you have to start to address these situations and stop putting us in dangerous situations. You guys are the ones with the guns, the laws, you can impose that, and I don't see that imposing being done enough. And then we're, as I said, oh yeah, another one. Some of our community elders in the past, they don't have the means to get renewals on their firearm certificates. I had many of our elders in our communities get their guns removed from their house, destroyed, but then I kind of salvaged one issue, but that still happens today. Our trappers, some of our members are not highly educated enough to go back and know when to renew their firearms and stuff, but then they get stopped within our community for hunting and having guns in their back. This is just common practice from our Indigenous people that go hunt and trap and et cetera, they have their guns, but then, this is just common practice within Indigenous communities where our higher up lieutenants or officers or deputies or whatever it may be don't know the knowledge of this within our community, so that has to be encrypted in some of your policies and how you hire officers within our community. And that's why I kind of highly want promotions of our Indigenous police officers in the higher ranks, because they're the ones that are from our communities. And this is our police services. And once our younger officers within our communities start to see promotions in the ranks of our own police service, maybe they'll start to get more people coming in. And then as recruitments, we don't see people coming into our communities. We have job fairs, we have all these kind of things, or we don't even see recruitment officers coming into our community or visiting our schools, and you talk about that on your presentation. I have to follow up with my own education director to see if any of this information has been reached to them. Sometimes it's good to put this on paper, but then it's also good to see this come into our school more than once. We're becoming a legislative police, we are. So now to start acting like that and start to protect our communities. We know that we have an epidemic in drugs in our community, and the ones that are still BCR, they're still walking around. And the police officers know who they are, and I just think they're just more or less being not wanting to follow what the leadership's directives are. That has to change within some of our legislative changes that we are making. These are some of the concerns I have. I'm not here to point fingers. I know we're in a new process since December, so I like to see these encrypted into your new policies and see how these could be addressed. Again, as I said, I had to do that 3 times now, and with a few other leaders in my community, and then you guys are endangering us as leaders in our community to force us to go into our homes, to knock on the door so you guys can get leverage to go inside. That's unnecessary. I think that's your guys' role as officers to go and do that and take directive from the leadership and to do the best protection for our communities. Miigwech.
Thank you for that, Chief Allen. In respect to the warrant system and not having the same powers to get into the houses as yourselves, having it being private property and the houses being banned property and so on, we do have to, on many occasions, follow the warrant processes and get the intelligence to go in there. I apologize if officers are asking you to do that. They shouldn't be asking you to initiate entry into the houses on our behalf, because as a police service, that's not something we should be doing. So I apologize for that if there's individual officers that are asking you to do the searches. Or is it the system that's having you go into those houses to protect your people because we don't have the means without those actual warrants to get into some of those locations, by us having to follow those laws in regards to breaching people's human rights and people's rights to their homes.
I'd like to recognize one of my members from Constance Lake, Ron Wesley, would like to ask a few questions as well.
Good afternoon. I'm glad you guys are here for some questions. Throughout the time that I was alive in Constance Lake, and one of the reasons we went to NAP services is because of the prejudice and racism that we see from the OPP. We thought at the time it would be the right force to protect us. And then we all complain about racism in the police services. Now our own NAP services is doing the same thing. If there is racism, we must stop that right now. And that comes from the top. That comes from you guys. You guys have to stop that racism that comes on within our own organization. In our community, we have about mostly all non-native cops. And you call them, and I called them about a firecracker incident, and because they could burn down a house, dry day. I got no time for that, is your response. What do you mean you got no time for that? That's your job. You guys, they say these remarks. That's pure racism. That's cops in our reserve. And Constance Lake. And then all these guys, they stop you for no reason, and yet they see four-wheelers and skidos and everything driving around, no helmets. They don't do nothing. They're lazy. And they don't want to do as much as they're supposed to be doing. We go crazy when we see that. And they don't want to work at night. The most important time of the day is at night, when all the activity is going on, when all these gang members are coming from out of town. They're coming from Timmins. They're coming from Toronto. They're in our community. As our chief said, they're doing the things at night, yet our cops refuse to work at night. So now the community wants to put back the service of protecting ourselves. But we can't allow that as leaders, because of our protection is getting more and more dangerous for our people. Now I say racism in our own justice protectors is happening by people that are trained by your organization, the OPP organization. When is that going to stop? When is this going to stop going down the ladder as how you look upon First Nation people? We are people. We're not dogs to be kicked around. That's how I feel, and our people feel that. Just because you wear a uniform, you have the gun, you have the badge, use it in the right way. And tell your officers that are protecting our people in our communities to do the same thing. Why is there that racism from our own community protectors, NAPs? No available police service. That's how I see it. And I had to vent my frustration now that I had the opportunity with you guys. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Well, I appreciate you sharing those comments with us in respect, and it's disheartening as the chief of police to hear that you're feeling that racism within your community. I tell you, it's not the direction that NAPS is trying to establish as a police service going forward, as your police service going forward. And I'd like to, if you could share specifics with me later, and if there's individual officers that are of concern with your comments of racism, we'd like to know who they are, and we'd like to deal with them. Because that's not something we're promoting as an organization, as officers being lazy. We're very proud of the police service, and to hear this, it's surreal, but we want to certainly address any of those issues that you have in regards to the police service and the level of service you're getting. And if there's racist officers out there, we want to weed them out, because we don't need racist officers in our organization. Miigwech.
I just want to comment on that question that Councillor raised from Constance Lake. There's no place for racism in our communities, even especially the ones that are providing services to them, especially from our own organization. You know, when the chiefs established this organization, they wanted an organization that would treat them with respect and dignity as people. And on the board, at the board level, we want to deal with this to make sure that we do that. And we need your help. We need your help to get the names of the individuals that are causing this problem, because we need to deal with them. So I think we need to talk with us after in private to get the names of those people that are causing this, because we can't tolerate that kind of attitude and behavior. You know, that's not what we're here for. We're here to help us protect and serve our people. Thank you.
And I'd like to recognize Councillor Roger Wesley as well.
Watch it, guys. You know, I've been a big supporter of the NAPS organization from the beginning, going back to when we used to have the native OPP officer or constable in my community. Those guys used to bring me home when I fell in the ditch because I had too much to drink, and I was 17, 18. Those are our people looking after me, protecting me. And when NAPS began, I thought that was the same service we were going to get. But it didn't, because after those two retired, and one was my cousin, the other one was a distant relation, Mr. Goosh took over. I sit here today looking at the higher brass of NAPS. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I could tell one of you is Anishinaabe. What's wrong with this picture? Where's my cousin and distant relation? You tell me recruitment is 1 point something %. Whose failure is that? I'm looking at you. Whose failure is that? Why is the senior brass of NAPS, there's only one Anishinaabe there, maybe two? That's what's wrong with this. And you're hearing from Constance Lake, the organization's at fault. I walk in here this morning, I see a NAPS recruitment SUV outside. That's the first time I've seen something like that since I've been supporting the creation of NAPS. That vehicle, or any vehicle like that, has never been to Constance Lake as far as I know. And I've been home the last 20 years. I've been at the school, I've been at the band office, I've been all over the whole community. And right now I look at Constance Lake, actually got two Constance Lake band members in the program. One of them has just completed and become a graduation NAPS officer, constable. The other one's kind of got to go redo some more work to get back in there. You have an opportunity to utilize those success stories to recruit. And you do nothing with them. You put them in an environment where you just heard Councillor Ron speak about racism. You wonder why our guys quit the NAPS, because they're working with too many racists who are jumping over from OPP into the NAPS office now, and you quite clearly spelled that out, that you're getting a lot of outsiders coming in. I saw this happen with the Child Family Service Agency a while back. A whole bunch of bad apples from the existing town CAS service start applying jobs in our agency and brought their racist and misconduct to our workplace and our communities, our homes, our children. I really put a warning to you guys that don't let this happen with NAPS. You guys are much more important to us, albeit Children's Family Service is very high too. But the protection of the children and the families and the communities, we put on you guys. Time to switch it. I come back here 5 years, I'd love to see one Mr. Goosh, not one Anishinaabe, maybe two. I don't know you, Mr. Fleury. So aside from that, I know you're trying. I know it's tough to work in a community, but if you're coming in here saying your recruitment is failing, it's you guys that are failing. Constance Lake's got two that just took training, and leadership helped those two get involved. Nobody's talked to us in 20 years about how can we get more. You say the community can help, but you don't talk to us about such things. We need that dialogue. I'm being a little bit harsh up front because I'm startled to see what I see. But the fact is, there's a lot of work the communities can do to help you guys. Recruitment is the #1 priority for you guys. We got 2 new NAPs in our community that's scaring all my women in Constance Lake because they're East Indians. We are absolutely super sensitized to East Indians in our community because of the missing and murdered people that we have missing right now 2 years later. It's a shocker to our women to have these NAPs, East Indian NAPs running around. I'm getting the phone calls, the chief's getting the phone calls. Who hired these guys? Who sent them here? Now I know. I'll relay that message to them. I met all 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of these. And I informed them, these are the guys that sent them here. There's no sensitivity preparation, it seems. Our women are scared to be robbed, to be murdered, to be stolen. And it's these people that they're pointing at that are doing these things. I'm not racist by any standard, but I know that the words I'm hearing from our women. It's a real high sensitivity fear factor that's not being addressed. Or maybe you guys have discussed this. I don't know. I hope you have, because hiring more of those people, you're going to create a bigger divide. And like I said, I'm not racist on these people. They're just as hardworking people as anybody else. But when you come into my community, and I'm guessing many other First Nation communities who are sensitive to this because we see it on TV, we see it personally because we all have people that are missing. People that have been murdered by these people. And no charges, no convictions. Nobody found them. And that again relays bad press to the police service. Not just you guys, but really that falls on OPP because it's happening off the reserve. But these guys are coming into reserve now. When my chief has to go walk into a house and be followed by a NAPS officer because we're worried about a gang member in one of our properties, everything is wrong with that picture. That NAP should be in that house first, protecting the chief and his community from a gang member. Thank you.
Thanks once again for sharing. I mean, it's hard to sit and listen to some of those comments and respect to the work that we're trying to do, but that's your reality, and we don't learn these things unless you tell us. I am a settler. I'm Scottish of descent. I've been married to an Anishinaabe woman for 40-some years. She's from Bearskin Lake. We have family members on the missing and murdered women list. One of my wife's cousins was murdered. I feel some of that pain that you're talking about when you talk about these issues, because I've seen what it's put my family through. And we're trying, like I say, to do our best to do what you need and get the people you want in your community. If there's an issue with a certain race, so to speak, in the community, I wasn't aware of that particularly. I do know that some different races have had a different past with your communities. It's been shared with me even in my own home, how that treatment has been. And I see it day to day in the communities, the community I live in. If I want to return, if my wife and I buy something, we want to return it to the store, I got to return it. Because when she goes to the store, she doesn't get the same response as I would get as an innocent woman, as an OG woman. There was something we went to purchase a while ago, same thing. Picking up my grandson, who's both Dene and OG is when I picked him up from hockey. So well, you better go pick him up because you get a different response when you pick him up, because he's playing party high-level hockey right now, then the people there need to see you picking him up. So I understand some of this. I'll never feel what you're feeling. I never will, because I can't walk in your moccasins because I am very, very Scottish. But like I say, when I got asked to come back and be the chief after being retired, it's because I'm a Shkabe, I'm a helper, and we want to help. And I want to have these conversations as hard as they are, because we do want to help, and we do want to see a better future. I could have stayed retired, but like I say, I want to do what I can. Some people thought when they asked me to come back that I had something to offer, and that's why I couldn't say no. So we're working day in, day out to try and get you to where you want to be. And I really appreciate your comments, as hard as they are to listen to, and as hard as to hear what you're going through in your communities. And we're going to continue to work with you, if you will, work with us. We promoted some of our officers from in recently that are from the communities. And we want to continue on that trajectory. We want to see it go back to where it was. How it was when I started 40-some years ago in Pekanjikam, a rural fly-in community. I was their first white cop. I was their first Mshigoya Shemaganish. I was their first that they had in Pekanjikam back in 1984. And I was treated not like other police officers. I was paid less. I was everything else. And I said on that day forward that we can make a difference, but we have to do it together. And like I say, I am in your court. And as long as I'm here, I'm going to be 65 on Monday. I'm not a kid anymore. But as long as I'm here, I want to hear what you have to say, and we want to work to make it better. Miigwech.
Thank you, Constance Lake. Nishkanaga, Mr. Gary Cuisines. He had his hand up before, long before.
Hey there, Sonny. Okay, I got a couple questions, concerns I want to bring up, and thank you all for here. I'd like to thank the drum, the elder that did the prayer, and the chiefs that are sitting around here, and the presenters that are here. First of all, I'd like to bring up security. You know, from both urban and our remotes. Hearing our non-executive, you know, we're improved with the police service. But what I see is there is a lot of gap to do yet. One of them that really concerns me is the security. You know, it's been talked about back in the 80s, where we're supposed to have a security at the airports. And now the other one is road security. We have our winter road challenges, and I don't know how that could be looked at. We got highway challenges, how we could get that in place. Here we're talking about our young people, and I'd like to see more security for our future generation. It's really impacting today. We have services, but we need to work collectively. How we could challenge this. Drugs is a big challenge than alcohol. Alcohol you could smell, you could see, but the drug you can't. And that's one of the concerns I have for my First Nation. We're in a remote, we're a small community, and drugs are increased every day. We have super scanner at the airport. I don't know if it's really effective, Thunder Bay Airport. But I think we need to really focus on this issue, this pandemic we have. We lose lots of our members. We lose lots of missing people. And this is where I like to see our service providers, our PTOs, to start working on this. It's getting huge. It's getting to be out of hand because we're letting it happen. I see a $1 million vehicle on a winter road. And I tried reporting it to OPP. There was nobody around. I couldn't find any officer. It's getting dangerous. Life is getting dangerous with all the gangs and the drug issue. It's leading. And that's one of them I like to see, like even the city of Thunder Bay to work on more. It's more visible, be more visible. There is a lot of things that we have to fix. Same thing with NAPS. There is lots we have to fix. We had NAPS was created to help to do the service. Same as the municipality of the Thunder Bay. Now here today, almost every day, there's a death, there's a loss. I think the justice has to be more visual. It has to be more worked on. And the other thing is, this is particularly to the NAPS. Our 911 call doesn't work up north. The 1-800 number doesn't work because we're a small community. Calling a dispatcher, sometimes it takes 10 minutes. And like what the chair said, there's no addresses to go. And cell service is very poor up north, the communication. So I think you guys have to revisit that, the 1-800 number. It's not working. It's better for me to go knock on the door. I get a quick answer. than holding the phone. Sometimes it's a life and death emergency. We have to get that service early. But I'd like to see security service on the winter road. This is huge. It's not only for my community, it's all winter road connections. And I think that's one of them has to be worked on, because there is a lot of activity happening there. You wouldn't believe how much activity there is within the drugs and alcohol issue. And the other one is our community bylaws. Is NAPS going to recognize the community bylaws? Why I'm saying this, because you're working for the community. You work for a municipality, you recognize the bylaws of municipalities. What about the First Nations? Are these going to be recognized? Like most of us have bylaws in our communities. And we need that support from our service providers to use that. Not to put us on the front line. It came from the community, these bylaws, and that should be the leverage for an officer to use. Because it's our law. The city of Thunder Bay has a bylaw, what they follow. And it should be the same. So I don't know how we can deal with this, but I'd like to see more security to come to play within our lives. There's only one way security is down south. I get stripped when I go down to Toronto. If I carry my own my own culture, I get questioned. And when somebody goes up north, they're wide open. And I think, the police services, all police services should work on that. There is a long-term missing people in the Matawa area. That's not resolved yet. There's some cases that's not resolved. There's some families that are still waiting for closure. These things are reality for us. It's our loved ones that we lose. And most of the families are questioning what's the update. I hear that many times. Even people that go to jail, they should be looked after. There was an inquest there this spring. My own cousin died there in jail under the police custody. And that's why I brought up the security issue. It should be more vigilant.
Thank you very much, Niskandaga Chief Gary Quizis. Anyone on the panel want to touch base on that?
I'm going to start with the 911 system, which is terrible, as you mentioned, and that using a 10-digit number instead of a 3-digit number is obviously, in everybody's mind, ridiculous. Bell Canada owns that system, that 911 system, and they say in order to have 911 in your community, you have to have certain parameters that they want you to meet. One of them is to have fire, ambulance, and police, not just any one of those emergency services, but all three services. So we've brought that up to the recently, and just historically, not so long ago, the Grand Chief, we had a conversation with the Minister of Public Safety, and the Soljan, and he was talking about getting us our own comm center so that we wouldn't have to utilize the systems that are in place that the OPP is using. I think now, because of the expense to the province on that comm center, they've kind of backed off on that, but they are looking at, there's going to be a new comm center being built for the north in the next couple of years, and they're going to allow us to have our own consoles and our own piece, and we'll have our own sergeant at the comm center desk to have a better response because it'll be NAPS eccentric. It won't be going through the OPP first. We'll have our own consoles within the comm center. So that was really good news and very recent news to us as far as that goes. With the north, as far as the screening for people coming in the communities on winter roads and through the airports and stuff, we're presently working on something with our legal to bring back an idea that was developed a number of years ago, the Northern Border Security screening, and we're very close to getting to a point where we're going to be doing searches based, now that we're under legislation, based on your bylaws, the information you put in your bylaws in regards to search and seizure at airports and points of entry, but by using the CDSA and the criminal code as part of their own language about adequate and effective policing within communities. So we're able to use this legislation to somewhat force them to allow us to do those searches and that. So we're very close to that in respect to NAPS going forward as far as aiding in those searches on winter roads and at airports.
All right, thank you. The moderators asked that we address a concern that apparently was raised yesterday with regard to out-of-town postmortems, particularly in relation to deaths being investigated by the Thunder Bay Police Service and some of the times that are associated to that, and some of the hurt for families where their loved one is gone and maybe they don't know their exact location for an extended period of time. Certainly that's something that we as a service, and I know that our policing partners recognize, and that we will try as investigative teams to mitigate by sharing information. There may be times where we are waiting for information just as families are. One thing I will say, and they aren't here, but Deputy Grand Chief Achipaniska mentioned in her remarks, and I will stress again, that the Chief Coroner of Ontario, Dr. Dirk Heyer, is very, very committed to improving communication, trust, and relationships. And I can say that the Regional Supervising Coroner in Thunder Bay, Dr. Kevin Miller, definitely shares that vision. So while this is a work in progress, there are ongoing demands, and your voices are very, very important in making sure that the need for forensic pathology in Thunder Bay, in the north, is heard. That is, I think, something that we as a service have said. I know that our partners have said it as a police service as well. I know that NAN has raised the issue. The more voices we have, the more that we will be heard. So that's something that I really encourage all of your communities, all of your organizations to continue and to maintain, and that's certainly something that we support and we will continue to voice. And with regards to in the interim, when we are dealing with the realities of the situation we have right now, I think that we as a service are committed, and we know that it is a work in progress. We know that we're still always improving, and that's why we're here to engage in conversation to learn how we can improve and where. the communication is key and the building of trust is key. So when there are questions, please get them to the investigating agency. We will try and follow up and put people with questions in touch with the right people for answers. That may be the Office of the Coroner. I don't speak for the Office of the Coroner, but in my experience, they're very, very committed to increasing communication, to building relationships, to building trust. So I believe that you have a willing partner there to engage in these questions. I realize that's a very broad overview, but I understand that was an issue that was raised yesterday that it was asked that we speak to. So I wanted to make those remarks.
I can speak to that as well, and what my colleague is also speaking to in regards to is that, you know, our collective services also brought this issue up in regards to coroners attending First Nation communities. I mean, I overseen crime for 7 years, and I can tell you, I can count on one hand how many times a coroner had attended a community for a sudden death during my interim as the supervisor over crime. That has now increased, and I believe they've hired upwards around 12 coroners for the north, as well as trying to streamline other processes to have postmortems and whatnot implicated right in Thunder Bay, or initiated right in Thunder Bay, with a dedicated pathology unit out of Thunder Bay, just to take care of the individuals coming out of the north for those purposes, instead of sending them to Toronto for the postmortems and whatnot. So like my colleague said as well, I can't speak for them, but I know that there has been some movement in that area which will support our collective services.
Thank you very much. We're going to jump ahead to Chief Daniel of the host community.
A little intimidated by the amount of force sitting in front of me. I usually run from them, but anyways, I got some concerns. I got about 300 plus citizens in Thunder Bay, and I see a lot of attempted, abductions that happen. And sometimes I don't know where that takes, the reports that are being made. And, the stalking that goes on, people being followed by persons unknown. And I feel for their safety, because none of this happens in our community, or any other municipality like the whole Greenstone. So I'm concerned. I have grandchildren, I have family, immediate family there, and they are worried for their safety. I know you guys cannot pull a magic wand and fix the problem, but there should be some kind of awareness that needs to happen so that, people shouldn't be living in fear. And it's usually, drug related. Why these guys are, attempting or wanting to attempt, if it's, a child that's not of age, that's being abducted, or a full-grown woman that they would use as probably as sex slaves. It's very, very concerning. I just wanted to know if there is anything that the police service is doing to look at the issues I'm discussing here, so that when I get asked, what is the solution? I usually just say vigilante, but that's not how things work nowadays. You only see that in Charles Bronson movies, but again, that's a reality. Sometimes that will happen. You're going to go have somebody, walk around armed just for their protection, and then the guy that has, that protection will probably be in jail quicker than the guys that are stalking them. So anyways, that's one question I have, but the second part is right to naps. And, as chief, I get a lot of calls from my constituents regarding the lack of the things that NAPS does. We report lots, smoking guns, and we report, home invasions, home takeovers, and our people report that these guys that come from Toronto are armed. And nothing is done. The drugs go out on the streets, and then you see the repercussions of what goes out on the street. I have people that, that are walking around aimlessly in the community as a result of the inaction of policing. When somebody has, issues with brain, it's not fixable. They're going to remain like that forever. And I understand, fully understand, Intel is working on this, but it's been over, I believe, a year and a half, maybe two, that we first said, do something with the drug issues. But again, nothing is being done. They're coming in here, I ask, and they say, we're working on it. 2 weeks back, there was an officer that wanted to come and give us a briefing on how they're proceeding. But it's not up to the chief and council to tell them, okay, proceed. That is their duty to serve and to protect. They had no reason to come and see my council to update them, okay, where they're at. All the while, the drugs are going out to the membership. We take pictures. So I don't know how many of these reaches you guys, but it's still, when you know somebody is in a house that's not supposed to be there, as council, chief and council, we can't go in there, go there, take a knife into a freaking gunfight. And this is what this is amounting to. And the biggest frustration I hear from our members is the petty crime that happens in the community is immediately jumped on. Just as an example, about 3 weeks back, one of I consider her an outstanding citizen. I'm not going to name names here. She was charged for breaching. The police presence in her home really, really agitated her, traumatized her. And the resources that are being wasted for that purpose of a simple breach. And I can only say the police officers should have used their discretion. They have that discretionary powers to, not go in there, I don't know how many officers were present, but it really, really traumatized her. Again, I say this not to criticize, but it's what I hear from my members. And it's getting to a point where I'm being asked to do a referendum on our police services, the individual. I guess they're not seeing results as to, the smoking guns that they're giving. And again, I understand Intel is working on this, but this can be fast-tracked more than like what happened a few years back when they busted down doors, and then you had a calm after that. 7 years, whatever it took, there was nothing happening. But now, these places are just like, driving through Tim Hortons drive-through. We see it, daily. The traffic that goes to these houses, the 2-3 houses that we know of. And these guys are not that popular to be visited that frequently every day. We know what goes on. But does NAPS know what goes on? What is it that they are waiting for? Somebody to get shot, then, they act on it? Somebody to die from an overdose, then they act on it? That is the frustration I see from my membership. And I hear them loud and clear because I was surety once. I hear a knock on the door. My grandson went to jail, so I got him out on a surety. They come knocking on the door, asking where my grandson is. And that is the extent of, I know what to do as a surety. They didn't have to come to the door and ask where my grandson was. That is something that, that shouldn't happen because, surety signs an application and says that, yeah, I will do that. But the problem here is that they are not knocking on the doors of where the drug dealers are, where these guys are coming in from Toronto. We see odd vehicles, some of them take pictures, but they got smart. They're taking the train, get off in Nikina. And then our citizens, one of our two that benefits from taxiing them, brings them to Ireland. And, they do what they do, sell drugs. And what they sell is, like I said, it's evident by the people we see walking around in the streets. It's getting to a point where, again, this is hitting me personally, where you're seeing damages to houses, vehicles, break and enters. So they need to fix their needs for the day. So I'm kind of sitting here wondering what's it going to take. We know who sells. We give that information. But it's just that the police service is not acting on it. And I mean smoking guns. So, I'm a little bit frustrated, but I apologize for that. And I don't mean no disrespect. But this is true. This is in my community. This is there. It's there. And when nothing is done about it, then it becomes to a point where we question the ability of our current police service to do the work that they need to do to serve and protect. So with that, I'll conclude. I got my counselor here that wants to further what I'm saying. I'll give it over to Joe Baxter. So thanks a lot.
Miigwech no gamakana. Miigwech kragitin maga gajamamu bieg. We Thunder Bay Police Dean Wijigawich Magagone. So I'm going to direct my question to the Thunder Bay Police here. I guess a little history of Canada. I guess when John A. Macdonald was the first Prime Minister here, his mandate was to get rid of us. And residential school came in, 60 school. Throughout time now, child services is involved to keep at us. It's like we're a targeted people. That's what I see. I see that in the city of Thunder Bay too. Look at that woman that got killed with the hitch. There was 3 people involved in that. One time my nephew met those 3 people behind McIntyre Center, that bridge. They got him in the middle. And my nephew knows how to fight too. So he said he got a hold of one. And he whispered in that guy's ear, he says, "You're going to die with me too today," he told him. And that guy told his buddies to back off. So they left my nephew alone. And a couple months down the line, there, this happened in the fall, and then he's walking home one night. He says, I'm coming home from my buddy's house. He had a few beers, he says. And then Thunder Bay police cruiser stops by. The two officers jump out and beat the shit out of me, he says. You know, and this guy was a former cop too. Like, you know, my nephew. And after they got charged for throwing that hitch at that Anishinaabe woman, those people stopped, because those are the ones that were involved in shooting paintball guns at Anishinaabe too throughout the city from their vehicle as they passed by. So, and then I heard the study at CBC one time that Thunder Bay police use tasers on some of the arrest procedures that they use. And that guy that did that survey said it's up in the upper 70s that it's Anishinaabe that are always getting tased. Like, why is that? Are we still guinea pigs? Like, to be tested on those weapons? Like, you know, and for our women, you know, quit being alone out there in the city because you're targeted. Like, you know, a lot of this happens at Landmark Inn. There's people that patrol the area. Like, look at those 3 women that got attacked by this one guy, and they out-muscled them. But those 3 women took a beating too. Like, you know, where's those security guards that stand around there? All I see in the establishments of Thunder Bay, those security guards, all they do is mess around with Anishinaabe that are intoxicated. You know, to clear them out. I see that in the stores. Like, one time I were in Walmart, and my girlfriend, I told her, you walk ahead. And I followed her. And next thing you know, one of those West Indians are following him, checking up on her. So I started following him. And then he realized I'm following him. He asked me, "What are you doing?" I said, "The same thing you're doing," I told him. "I'm keeping an eye on you, because that's my girlfriend you're following." You know? And I said, "Who are you to do that to us?" And then he left us alone. Like, it's those confrontations that we have when we're in Thunder Bay. Like, I try and keep away, as far away as the police service in Thunder Bay. You know, I abide by the laws that when I'm in town, because I don't want to be part of that statistic as a punching bag. You know, I might be found dead in a cell too. Like, it's stuff like this I think the police services has to look into, because it's a reality. You know, it's stuff like this. When Anishinaabe says something, they don't listen to them. Even me. I had a brand new propane stove taken right out of the back of my truck at Victoria Inn. And where's the security? I went in there, they wanted to throw me out. I'm a disturbance. Like, why is that? And here I am, a paying customer. And how much money do we bring into the city of Thunder Bay? How many millions of dollars does Anishinaabe bring into your city? Like, you know, that's something you guys have to think about too. Is it 400 million? Something like that? It's way up there. And like, you know, we're part of the economy too. And we make that city thrive. And I think, you know, we should get more respect, better treatment, you know. The reason why we're so obvious is because we're homeless when we come to town. And sure, we have a few drinks. Sometimes we get over intoxicated. But that doesn't mean you got to tase somebody because he's all hammered up. like, you know, and use unnecessary force just to throw his butt in the tank there to sober up. Like, it seems like, you know, kiwi scanning me going. Like, that's how I feel. Like, you know, if, you know, chief of police there for Naps, you say you're a Scotsman, or Scottish. Okay, that's cool. But were you born in Canada or in Scotland? You were in Canada? Then you're a Canadian. And that's how you should address yourself, as a Canadian. Just like me, I'm a Canadian. If you're born in this country, that's who you are. Like, this is what we have to start seeing too. That's how I feel, because I had to face that in the Hotel of Valhalla one time. Like, you know, I'm this kind of person that speaks for my rights, Kenny, because I know what my rights are as a Canadian citizen, Kenny. But this is what I ask of you: is to look at this. Why Anishinaabe is treated the way he's treated in your city that you protect. I guess we must be a threat of some kind. But yet there's more dangerous people out there than we are, because we're the ones getting killed. We're the ones getting abducted. We're the ones getting beat up. Okay, Miigwech?
Thank you very much. Thunder Bay Police.
Yeah, so to the chief's questions about abductions and sex slaves and that type of activity and what we're doing about it. So we have, I mentioned earlier at the beginning of my conversation, that we have worked with some of the agencies on safety plans, and we have a safety and well-being plan for Thunder Bay as well, and then also with some other agencies just on their particular safety plans for their I guess, clients or the people that they work with. So we are doing that. We've had some very early conversations with NAN about helping create another plan for your residents and people that are coming into Thunder Bay. So these are all in the works. Like we see these things happening. One of the things that I think I always put out there is, if you have these kinds of stories or these kinds of people coming to you and telling you that these kinds of things are happening, like the abductions, for example, or they're being trafficked, we really encourage that they come to see us. And they talk to us about it, because I'll give you an example. Just a little while ago, we had a couple of complaints come to us about abductions or attempted abductions. And if those people don't come to us and tell us what's going on, it's very difficult for us to do anything enforcement-wise. We can talk about it all day long, but if we don't have any information to follow up on it, and then learn through conversations with the community that these things are happening, we really can't do anything if we don't have the information. So we really encourage that information to come forward, and that's where we talk with the First Nations leadership and with the agencies. Like, make sure that your people are coming forward to tell us these things, because it really does help us. When we have information and we can put it together to do a project perhaps, or do a targeted approach to somebody that we see is maybe doing this activity, we need to have the information. So I always encourage people to come forward, and that's part of the trust building piece that we talk about as being a priority for us. Is if people feel that there's been some history and maybe mistrust and don't want to come to the police for one reason or another, but if we're able to get past that and have people come and tell us their stories, that's going to give us an awful lot to go forward and really build that, so that we can show them through our actions, if there's something that we need to enforce, that we can actually do the work that they need to have done in their particular cases. So that's why I encourage everybody to always come forward. I encourage leadership to have your people come forward. Don't be afraid to come and talk to the police. We need to know the information, and we need to have it. Some of the things that we are doing, we do have, going back to the sex trafficking and that, we do have a human trafficking group that we have in the office that works on those types of things. We have worked with ONWA, has some information, some material that we've talked back and forth on some of the work that they have, and compare stats as to what they see reported to what we see reported. So they see an awful lot of stuff being reported to them that's not being reported to us. So when we see that, we're going, okay, so where's that? There's a bit of a disparity there, and that goes back to how then are we going to enforce it if we don't know this information's out there? So it goes back to the communication. So if your people are coming to you and saying this kind of activity is happening, and it ends there, then there's no enforcement on the police side of things. But if you can bring it to us, we can work through it. And a lot of times, I think it's really important to understand that sometimes what's important for the police service in any cases, sometimes we get second and third hand conversations happening. People tell us they heard the story from my cousin, or I heard the story from Billy's aunt who's down the road, or whatever. We need to get to the person who's actually telling us the information. And that really goes a long way to help us do any kind of enforcement activities. Because it's the more direct, credible, at the moment information. And that's why it's really important if people do come to you, that you start building these relationships with us and with your own police service, that you have those trusting relationships, that you can have maybe even act as the go-between and bring them to us, and let's have that conversation so that we can really get down to what we can do to help. So that's really important. It is a bit of, when we talk about the communication and about our going forward and working together, it has to be that. We have to share that communication both ways. And I think that's how we end up, really strengthening our bonds and creating that trust. And it's a work in progress. It's not going to be like snap of the fingers or turn on a dime. It's going to take us some time, and we understand that, and we know the history that we have, and we also know that the efforts that we're making to go to where we need to be. Some of the stories you're talking about being beat up, well, we'll talk with you individually if there's a particular case that we need to go back and review the actions on our officers, or maybe not even the actions on our officers, but maybe the information that we received and how we reacted to that. So we'll talk about one-on-one cases at any time. If you have something like you just mentioned, Councillor, if you have that kind of information, then we want to hear about it. So we'll talk individually and make sure that we're covering the bases. And if we can do better, as Jeremy said, we're always about quality improvement. If we're looking at things that we're missing out on, then we need the information to help us improve on what we're doing. So I think that covers what the chief had asked.
Thank you very much, Chief of Police. Before we, go ahead, sir.
Just to address the drug concerns by Chief Gagnon, we just wanted to give you an update on, in June, we did attend Airland. We did execute a search warrant in the community, as you're aware. We arrested 2 community members, one by own admission that he's been selling decades here in the community. A week after that, so late June, we worked collaboratively with Thunder Bay Police Service and the Guns and Gangs unit with OPP and executed 2 warrants in Thunder Bay, which we apprehended 3 out-of-town persons which were directly responsible for sending people here to Airland. So since that time, that's why we haven't had any complaints of those people sneaking back into Airland. Not to say that that's not going to happen again, but we have resolved that issue. It was myself that came here 2 weeks ago to talk to council. And it wasn't to try to get you guys to help or solve the drug problem. It was more just to give you the updates, first of all, and second, to provide you with what information we were interested in to help. Often we need first-hand information or very credible information to act on for search warrants. And that's our biggest hurdle with the communication is the most powerful information we have is firsthand, and that's we can act quickly. And that works for every single community here is firsthand information directed to the police instead of through 2 or 3 people, because the justice system and the courts won't support a warrant if it's not a credible source. And if we can't explain to what degree that information is credible, they won't issue the warrant. We can guarantee that people coming forward can talk to us in confidence. They will not be known. Their name won't be in a report at all. We can guarantee that, but we'd like to talk directly to the people providing the information. So I hope that clears up a little bit of the quality information we do need.
One quick question for you, Officer Bartel. In your report, you said you recovered 35 firearms. I think that's the number. What type of firearms are those? Are those handguns, long rifles, or what? What is it? Shotguns?
In those situations there for Central, those are long guns. We have seized several firearms and handguns. Typically in drug warrants, if there is firearms located, a lot of times they're carelessly stored, and that's why they're seized. After the court proceedings, if you're convicted of possession for the purpose of trafficking drugs, there's a stipulation for a firearms prohibition. Through the court system, a member, if they use a firearm for trapping, can get a pardon for that, but that has to be asked for through the court system. So us as officers, we need to seize the guns initially. That's not saying that they're not going to go back to say, if it's a local community member that has been busted stealing drugs, it doesn't mean that they're going to lose their license forever. It doesn't mean necessarily those firearms have to be destroyed either. So there is ways around that, but it has to be communicated in the court system.
Thank you very much, Nass Police. Before we go any further, Frank McKay has a quick update. Wants to make a quick address.
I was just informed by the non-legal service staff that are here of Doreen Stone and Tilbamore. There has been a shooting incident in Wabakika. I don't know if we have heard already, but the shooting incident involved non-legal staff to be present at the court, and they've been asked to get their staff to safety. I think the Attorney General had contacted her to take those steps to make sure that all the staff of non-legal be in a safe place. So they're asking that to be excused and that they need to attend to the emergency situation that they have. And I just want to also ask that we say prayers to the families that are impacted by this tragic incident. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Frank. The group may be excused. We're going to go forward to Chief Jerry Taylor's table. You want to give me?
Yep. Okay. Good afternoon. Name is Chief Sherry Taylor from Ganoogamin. A lot of the messages that I've been hearing around the table is a lot of issues with maybe even with the police themselves in our communities. So there is definitely a need for police oversight. And I know that there's civilian oversight agencies that are there to to make sure that there is that protection for us as the public. But maybe some of those oversight agencies are not really meeting the needs of First Nation communities. My community is policed by Anishinaabe Police Service. And we have the same issues that I hear across the table from, my friend Chief Sonny in regards to drugs, in regards to gangs. There's gangs in the town of Long Lac that come into our community. And I strongly feel that's probably how some of the drugs are coming through. So that police oversight is needed. And I wanted to ask the question about, in regards to the Thunder Bay Police, a lot of the population of Thunder Bay is made up of our people. There's stats that were done in 2023, but they're kind of outdated. I believe that there's a higher population than what is being reported. And there was a report that was done, and I think in 2022, asking the Thunder Bay Police Board to change a little bit of the way that they were, the compromisation of that board. I know, and there was 5 members, and 2 were made up from the municipality of Thunder Bay, and then 3 were community members. Has that changed so far? Because they were asking for board members to have representation from the remote communities, to have more than one First Nation rep on the board. And also, I think that there needs to be some type of, how do we protect ourselves as a First Nation when we do have our own policing, let's say if we have an Anishinaabe Police Service, to ensure that the senior policing officers in our communities are doing their job without us having to be political, because you don't want to be political in regards to your policing. We need some sort of mechanism in place. How do we do that? And maybe something can be formed here to ensure that, people are doing their work, that they are being accountable, that they are saying what what they tell us, they're actually doing it. Because I feel like I'm calling almost, I was calling probably almost every day to the toll-free number to make the complaints, to bring up the issues and the safety concerns, because our people weren't feeling like they were going to be listened to. When they call in a complaint, they call in about drug trafficking happening in the community, they came to me and I had to report those things, or some of my council members would have to do that. So how do I know that they're actually doing what they say they're doing? That's the mechanism that needs to be put in place for us to ensure. That's how I think we're going to get more trust in our communities, to ensure that there's some accountability there, that what they say, if they're going to be dealing with the drug trafficking and they have a drug force task that they're being developed, is that really happening? Because we don't see it until you bring it up at these types of forums, or until something bad happens, and then you might hear some of what's being done. So, that's what I'm asking. And also, for Thunder Bay, the board, I don't know if there was any changes made, and because I know that there was a report done and that there was recommendations done through that report to make some changes. And if it hasn't, I think it's time now to make those changes today. Which also, before I close off here, my elder Cecil also wanted to say a few words. He'll keep it short. I know people are busy.
Only 15 minutes. Just kidding. Bonjour. Skete ziki ni ndiko na mai ministutan. We got genino. Keep continuing to
being allowed to say a few words. Thank you, Aeroland. Chief Sunny, Umaga Bijak, Cecil Mendoegan,
residing in First Nation member.
I just
share a quick story. Listening to all the comments, stories from other Matawa First Nation communities, I guess I got kind of triggered by all these stories from community members, what's going on in terms of the policing in their communities and towns. I believe it was 2013. My nephew went missing. I was out of town at the time, and I got calls that day from family members saying our nephew was missing, and pretty soon 2-3 days went by and still nothing. And I believe it was the 4th day. That's when we found out. My sister called me. Says, yeah, they found him. And I knew right away it was that he had passed on. And what happened, what we believe what happened was, according to the autopsy, he died of exposure, froze. But when they went to the coroner, the family members were allowed to see them, of course, to identify his body. And again, I was not there because I was out of town on meetings, and One of my sisters were there, other family members were there to support my sister going through that. And they said when they were there, when they looked at him, he was all bruised up all over his body, his face, and everything, and a big bump behind his head. Clearly, he had been assaulted, and many stories went around saying what happened. I guess he was at a party and got into confrontation with a bunch of guys, and they followed him to the bush where they found him, and through investigations and whatnot there, I think it's about a week later, there was a report. The police came over to say what had happened and how he died and so on. But anyways, these, I believe there was 7. They said there was 7 boys, and two of the young teenagers, young men at the time were related or associated with the police investigating officers, and nothing happened. Nobody was charged. Nobody was charged, and they deemed his death was not no homicidal charges whatsoever. And they based it based on what the coroner said, died of exposure. And yet clearly, and still to this day, my sister is still traumatized over that, and still to this day she's still going through because nothing became of that. No criminal charges were laid to anybody, and I just want to share that. And then having said that, you know, I listened to the police chiefs, Thunder Bay and Naps, you know, they're talking about their relationships, how they could restore these relationships today, and I believe we can, you know, I know a lot of communities and myself were frustrated over the years of what's happening to our family members, our First Nation members, and you know, we can, you know, say all these things about police services and you know, but I'm always about, you know, there's always two sides to everything, about people that work for our communities, and I know these guys are good people, that they're trying to do their best to help our First Nation. And one of the things I think about sitting here is maybe you do, I don't know, maybe you do, but one of the things I thought about was maybe when you're bringing in new officers, that they do some kind of cultural sensitivity training and just to know what our First Nation people are all about, what the history of our people, and to learn about that, and to find some common ground with our leaderships in communities, and like I said, I know these guys are good people, and I was sharing that with a council member, you know. Police, whether you're a police officer or paramedic, ambulance, or fire department, you know, these people, the frontline people, they're human just like us, and I've seen that a lot of times. I've seen what they go through with anybody, that they tolerate lots, and I just want to say too that Terry, thanks for being here for the presentation. I've known Terry for a long time, personal friend of mine, and he's a good man. When he talks about Squaw Bay, he helps lots in ceremonies, and that's what that means, Squaw Bay. You're just a helper, like all of us guys. We try to help our community members, or all our relations, and so on. So with that I say, just miigwech.
So maybe I'll, so Elder, one of the things that we do have with in Thunder Bay is all of our employees go through a week training program. It's called our reconciliation program. It's an excellent program, and it talks completely about the story of the Indigenous people in Canada, from European contact all the way through, and pre-contact and all the way through to where we are today, and covers a lot of the some of the approaches that have been taken with Indigenous people over the years. So it's a really great program, and we do a follow-up every year as well as another one-day session, so that everybody has that back to the cultural awareness piece. So there's cultural training being done on a regular basis with the Thunder Bay Police Service. And Chief, as far as the question on the board did change about 2 years ago, just as I was coming in, and the board does have 2 Indigenous women on it, and they both actually, one's the chairperson and the other is the vice chair, and one is from Martin Falls and the other is from Red Rock Band. So they have paid attention to the recommendations, and those were done. The other 3 are so one is an appointment from the province, one is a community an appointment. The mayor sits on the board, and then there's 2 also, another provincial representative and another city councillor as a community representative on the board for Thunder Bay Police.
All right, we're going to move over to Chief Bruce Achny-Paniscum of Martin Falls for next question.
Hello, miigwech panel. I just want to speak on a few issues there, and one of them would be directed to NAPS. You know, we've been calling on NAPS on a couple of times with some meetings on trafficking in the community, and we know it's a tough issue. You know, and I'm just wondering if there's going to be any upcoming improvements to you know, trafficking, and what you know, how you're going about it. As you know, I shared Chief Sonny's sentiments on that myself. That you know, there's not very much proactive in the community investigations, and I know we've had meetings previously on you know, having the need for gathering intelligence and all that. But, this is more of a statement that, we need to really find a way to limit trafficking, especially the dangerous drugs, it's mind altering and leads to psychosis at times. We have had that situation in our community with a few members, and I would really like to put a stop to that. And that's really one of the reasons why we were all always calling when we heard about trafficking and that what they call jib or speed there. So that's something that is concerning the chief and council. That's one of our large concerns, and the bylaw situation. There's no enforcement of bylaws, and I think that when we have a bylaw, it's basically powerless in the community. We don't have bylaw enforcement officers in the community to promote community health and safety, like dog bitings, and they don't have to be more emphasis on that. Also, how do we help those kind of situations with owners being responsible for their pets, and that kind of thing. So those are some of my comments with NAPS. I don't need to answer right now, but I wanted to also, talk about some of our members in Thunder Bay that have passed on, and unresolved cases like Corey Boleski a few years ago, and also my late brother Duncan at Snipaneshkum. He was found in one of the creeks, floating in 2021, August 2021, and that's a long time. And we get very few updates from the officers that were investigating, and it seems like it's a cold case, And then when we hear stories that of potential names that have happened and that are involved, in his demise, and we wonder why there isn't further investigation into that, So something that's concerning to us on some of our members. And my last question would be to Thunder Bay Police: is there any complaint process with Thunder Bay Policing Services? As I noticed a few incidents with my family over the years. One of them was my niece Angel. She's just a young girl, and also the daughter of my late brother, Duncan. And this happened after his death. I guess she was slightly intoxicated, but she was wearing one of those ball caps. And when she was arrested at that time, the ball cap was pushed down, the hood of the ball cap was pushed down, striking her nose. It was intentional, and left a permanent mark on the bridge of her nose. It was not reported at that time. She didn't want any involvement in that time. Was traumatized by it. So clearly, when a grown man does that to a young girl at that time, she may have looked older, but she's at that time when she was 13 or 14, and she's a pretty small girl. So, those kind of incidents, bring a lack of trust to our community members and our youth, especially. So. Just recently, another case. My daughter had a people that were in her residence, and the officers did not take any notes at all of what she was saying. I'm just wondering if that was a procedure not to take notes, and they didn't bother at all to take notes. And we're kind of dismissive to what she was saying. Now, I don't know why that is. If it was, discrimination on the part of the individual officer on that case to not take any notes of what she was saying related to the persons that were on her property, stalking her property. So, those kind of cases, I wonder how Thunder Bay Police Force is handling or reacting to those kind of cases, if there's any community engagement. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Chief. I can speak to some of the concerns related to Thunder Bay. In terms of the active investigation, I won't comment on that, but there is an active investigation ongoing. I understand lengthy investigations are frustrating for family and loved ones, but they are active, ongoing, and I can't discuss publicly the status of the investigation. Of course, there are family liaison processes and teams in place for communication. In terms of the death that you mentioned, I will look into that and see what the status of the investigation is and what the communication has been. I can make that commitment to you absolutely here today. And I will also look into some of the incidents you've referenced. One of the things I will say, just for yourself and for the room in general, is that we do at the Thunder Bay Police Service have a professional standards branch that does review public complaints. There are also, of course, the public oversight bodies that exist outside of the police service that are there for complaints about police conduct. One of the main steps that we've taken that the community can see, because I understand it's difficult to have us say, trust us, we're looking into it. One of the steps that's visible for all who interact with Thunder Bay Police Services, we have implemented a full body-worn camera program and car camera program. So the interactions that community members have with frontline police officers are recorded and are captured. And that's something that we've done. It's a best practice for us, and it makes sure that the events that transpire are recorded so the true interactions are captured. And so we have access to that, of course, for our own internal professional standards review, and it can be requested or demanded by oversight bodies should they wish. I hope that answers your question, sir.
And some of the stuff that NAPS is doing in regards to the drug enforcement that you asked about, we're continuing to increase the size of our drug unit. We still got another 7 positions to fill in our drug unit, so we're hoping that will help with the warrant writing and some of those things moving forward in respect to more expeditiously executing warrants. We're also working on the Northern Border Control program where we're going to be doing more search at border points, as I mentioned earlier. And we're also in a working group over the bylaws with NAN Legal and a number of other entities to try and get some resolution on some of the bylaws.
Thank you for that, Terry, and Thunder Bay Police. I would like to acknowledge my elder here to speak, Wanda Baxter. Thank you very much.
Bonjour. Eu minoaga kakinagaik with Chief Sanigonio. Eu epian domiguang Chibi bizna goyang wege gon kashita jinjigatek. Anishmir mawach kansunachi goyang.
For everything, and thank you everybody that is here. When we take alcohol and drugs, it destroys our lives. It is what they told us a long time ago. This is what's going to happen in the future. And when the people that came here, they brought their stuff. And they made a law and they prayed. And the ones that brought alcohol, and now they bring the drugs. And that's how I look at it. That's how I know it. The way we look at it now, in God that we speak about, the elders know what I'm talking about. Thank you. Here we use our pipes. Nobody uses the pipe anymore. We just use the drums. That's what we used a long time ago. A long time ago, our people used pipes. And now today it is not used. And this is how we get into trouble because of this way of life. We meet a lot of troubles in our lives today. I know what I am talking about. I walked that life. I passed it. I passed the alcohol. I let it go. I listened to the elders. Where I can find myself, which path I can walk. I listened with our elders in the past, how we should live. I went to the shelter. They didn't allow us to walk. The government put a stop to it for us to not walk that path. The churches that came and Catholic,
that's what divide and conquer meant.
Mihiwe
Community,
kaki
Anglican and Catholic
Anglican and Catholic Church kaki pitaksegan.
We have
Mihiwe kaki
doing things spiritually. We have our Madewins. We have our ceremonies. That's what we did long time ago. That's what our ancestors did many years ago. And in those days, we lived a good life. Here, the pipes didn't come together. When I've seen in many meetings, the elders use the drum and the pipe and the prayers in the language. Kanin machige gonde kitasiwe na mogamegon kaya.
Not saying bad about the church, that whoever follows the church. This is what I know, what I'm talking about. And I have been sick in my past. I went to the traditional healing, and God, that's who helped me. Medicine was given to me, and it almost killed me. And
the medicine men and women helped me walk again. I was like a rag doll. I couldn't move, I couldn't walk over that stupid pill, I call it. And that's why it's so important that we seek our traditional healers, our medicine people. And I did have cancer, and when I knew I had cancer, I ran straight to a medicine man. And I was given medicine to drink for 3.5 years. I was scared to see the white doctors, for I knew what they were going to do to me. I have really long hair, and there was no way I was going to cut my hair. And that medicine helped me. My hair is down to my knees, and I will never cut it, because when we went to residence school, we had that bowl haircut. And I have a picture of us, of the students that I went to in Solaka. We all had that same haircut. So our way of life, our medicines, our religion, as an Anishinaabe people, is going to help us get rid of this drug problem and the alcohol. And I've been sober now for 41 years, and I hope our young people will never ever take that poison, because that poison is killing us. And in my dream, someone came to me. And I believe in my dreams and the messages that the spirits come and tell us. The spirit came and told me that the drugs and alcohol is the downfall of our people. And that is so true. Maybe good day way. Kakipi kito chawete. Kakipi kanong shich. And I'm sorry well, I shouldn't be sorry, but for the people that do not understand our language, there's what I said in our language, I cannot translate it, because, the panel here doesn't understand our language. I speak the language because it's our first language. That's the language I was born in with. And in any kind of meetings I go to, I speak the language all the time. I know I don't speak English very well. And when we speak our language, we become strong, because our language makes us that way. Because we are connected to the land. That's why Native people, we have our Indian names. I was given a name in a sweat lodge, because I asked for it for 2 years, and I got it in a sweat lodge. And the name that they gave me was Kichibine Sikwe, which translates to Big Thunderbird Woman. And I belong to the Caribou clan. I wear my clan. And that's who I am. And that's who we are. In a dream my grandfather came to me, I mentioned that yesterday, when he came. In my dream, he said, all Anishinaabe people have to have their names. All Anishinaabe people have to use tobacco all the time. That's just who we are. That's our DNA. Miwe, kaji mini goyang. Chijib musang, chunjib matizir.
That's where we walk, and that's the life we're given.
When I speak like
Thank
this,
you
I don't
again.
usually talk this way with a firm kind of voice, but this is the only way I know how to bring my message across. So how miigok miigwech.
Miwe.
Thank you very much, Martin Falls Elder. I'm going to jump into Webakwe right away. They got a flight to catch. So Chief Cornelius Wabas.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. Cornelius Wabas, Chief Webakwe First Nation. Just to make some comments, I guess. I know that the NAPS program or the NAPS police officers in our community have been trying their best to, to accommodate our community needs in terms of policing. And we try to be there for them to make sure that that their needs are looked after as well. And we try to work together with them to make things a little bit smoother. I know they're going through a lot, with some of the things that they face, in each of our communities. And I know that because I have two of my members that are police officers under the NAPS, and they're there, and it's hard for them as well too, as community members, dealing with their own community members, sometimes their own sister or brother, or even the other members as well too. And so, and people thought it would be easy to, to be a police officer in your own community. I think it's even harder because it has to do with close relationship as well too. But it's been good. I mean they've been there, for some time now. We've had a number of police officers, a number of our community members become police officers, NAPS police officers throughout the years. Some of them have, have dropped off, and some became sick and had to leave. But we commend them, from time to time for their effort to be part of the community in that capacity. And I think that's what what our community wanted to see was to become, a police force in our own community, because sometimes when we talk about 3D rights, inherent rights, or even becoming self-sufficient in our community, we have to have our own police force, to be able to run our bylaws and all that stuff. But we need to make sure that the bylaws that we create become legislated, so they become recognized to be part of the mainstream, policy. So that type of thing still needs to be worked on, and my late elder used to say that we need to develop our own police force, on our reservation, and he called them band constables, and if we create them, they have to be recognized as well too from the government to be able to enforce the bylaws in the community, and that's something that we are, still working on, and I'm hoping someday that we can have a police, force that will be able to accommodate our community needs, our issues and concerns in our communities. But I think, the police officers in our communities need our help as well too, that's why, in our community, we have a security team, just community members trying to help, our community in that fashion, where they try to help the community. I mean, the police officers that come into the community. But one of the downfalls for that is they are not trained to be, the basic training of how to approach, some of the, the issues that we face in our communities. And sometimes they go to, they're the ones that go to a house and find out what's going on, and they're escorted by the police. That's what the other community talked about. And sometimes we do go to the house too, And with the drug epidemic that has reached our community as well too, there has been many incidents in our community where we as leaders in the community have to be part of that. And there has been threats to the leadership, to our leadership in our community, where we get threats from some of the drug dealers or some people that are under the influence, and we received threat letters as well too, and we didn't know how to deal with that, but one of my council members from previous term suggested, oh, maybe we should get a bulletproof vest. So we did. We did get a bulletproof vest, because there was a letter that came to our office saying that I'm going to come in there and shoot you guys first. So we did, but nobody came into our office with a gun or something. But we added security to the office anyways too. So that's how bad the drug epidemic is, and people do things to be able to do drugs in the communities. So that's what's happening, and I comment on the drug force that's there, and what I would really like to see for our communities as well too is to have our own community members be part of that police force. So we deal with our own membership that way, and but we do need a mixture of people, a diversity type of thing, where we need to work together, and that's what I would like to see. But there are many issues. I mean, we do have the housing issue for the NAPS officers to be there, the number of officers that we are supposed to have. But the problem is we don't have the accommodations. We have a housing shortage in our community as well too, and lot shortage as well too, housing lot shortage. So it's it's an issue, but we try to work around that to make sure to try to accommodate what the need is. So that's what's happening in our community. I do have a question. I know you talked about recruitment there. I'm not sure what the process is on your recruitment, but I do every year we have a career fair in our community, and we try to we ask the NAPS officers to have a booth at the career fair, so to try to encourage our young people to ask questions and maybe even complete an application for to become a police officer. There are some interests, so hopefully as we continue to do that, they'll be able to. The recruitment part, I I know there was one incident that we came upon. I know that maybe CC knows about that. It's about one of the police officers that was in the community, and word came into my office that this officer was previously involved in some criminal activity, and I'm not sure how you do your evaluations, you know, and I asked him, why is he on the police force if he has a criminal activity? And I guess the NAPS was asking if he would be allowed to come to our committee as a police officer, and somehow I don't know, I didn't know what to say, but that's something that needs to be, you know, that needs to be worked on, I guess. Make sure that we don't come across that where you send in, you know, you know, a person that has that kind of record to become a police officer and sent to the community. And when people hear about that, they start, you know, to ask questions, you know, and that's what happened there. But I haven't heard anything about that yet. And the other thing too is there was, you know, when some of our people or young people get arrested, they, you know, they get sent out to Thunder Bay. And then they get they end up in jail in Thunder Bay and then wait for their court day. And once they complete their court day, they're released but they're not sent home. They're just released out to Thunder Bay on the streets, and that's where we have a problem sometimes trying to bring back that individual back to our community. And I know that the non-legal had a program once where they monitored that person as long as they knew about it. So I'm not sure if that program is still available too. So that's all I wanted to say. Also, I wanted to thank Airland, Chief Sonny, for his hospitality, and you know, for welcoming us in this community to do the AGM, and we're happy with the accommodations and everything else in the community that was provided to us, and we hope that you know, that we continue to work together on some of the issues that we still have today. I just want to say thank you, and we're supposed to, our flight's supposed to be arriving soon, so we have to catch our flight back to our community. But thank you all for, you know, for listening. Thanks, man.
Thank you. Wabakwe First Nation, does anybody want to touch on a question for the NAPS?
Well, thank you for sharing with us. And as far as a career fair, absolutely. If you can let us know what that is, I'll make sure the officers stop by and get dates and stuff for the career fair, because obviously your officers from your community are great officers. We got nothing but good things to say about the officers from your community that are working there. They work hard and they work long. And as far as the officer with the criminal activity, there was something got through the cracks, so to speak. There, I wasn't around at that time, but I do know that that officer was already an officer and then was involved in criminal activity. But he was an officer with another police service, and he got on at NAPS. And at this point, that he was, I think he was acquitted of his charges. Yeah, he was acquitted of his charges. So finding that information out later, we couldn't let him go. So that was, but I know I wasn't here at the time, but I do recall them telling me about it when I came back this last time as chief. But he was a serving officer at the time and with another police force, and something in the background check didn't pick that up. Yeah.
I can speak to I'll speak to a little bit about recruitment and the progression that NAPS has taken thus far since opting in and since new management has taken over. We made it an objective to double the size of our recruitment unit, and considering the fact that we police the province of Ontario and we don't have the ability and/or infrastructure and funding similar to that of the OPP, we've initiated recruitment teams throughout the province where we just began to onboard individuals. It's called our RUST program, where they take these. They're given special equipment. They're given everything that you would require from a recruitment standpoint to conduct these recruitment initiatives drives where our recruitment officers won't be able or can't be able to attend just for other duties. So that is going to be rolling out relatively soon, and that's all due to the onboarding through the opt-in plan from legislation. As well as the main directive for our individuals in our recruitment unit is that, and the chief can attest to this as well, is that any individual that is of an Indigenous descent automatically gets put to the front of the list. I mean, there's no and or two ands about it. It's that is the priority, and what will happen is that they are also given extra special attention to help them onboard to NAPS by way of if there's criminal records there, then there's a system with pardons, things of that nature, just to try to help them to get and to recruit more individuals within our service.
Thank you very much. We're going to go ahead to Des Mullen.
Who?
Des Mullen.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. I'm going to make this real quick. I know we're all tired, and it's the end of the day, and I'm really anxious to hear from our youth. I heard our youth have gathered and have something to present to us. I just want to say that we're serviced by OPP, and we did put in an expression of interest with NAPS. And what really attracted me with looking at NAPS was the drug unit piece. So obviously we're not there yet. We're not part of NAPS yet. But what I just want to say is, I guess I just want to address this to the chiefs and to Matawa, that we need to put this on our next agenda. Because what I'm hearing, whether we're NAPS, APS, or OPP, or whatever, we all have that basic problem of the lack of enforcement of our own laws. And I know there is a process. I know we've got to get to that process. The Attorney General has laid out something. But, the crux of all these issues is that we need these law enforcements. They need to be applied to our First Nation communities. And we're not there yet. So again, I know my group here, we have lots of stories to share as well, but the day is marching on here. And so I just want to suggest that we put this back on top of our agenda for the next time, because, we are running into very, very dangerous situations in our communities. Miigwech.
Thank you very much, Longlac. We got one more community, Nibinamik, to go to, but before I do, the group of youth are going to come to in front where the panel is sitting, and I hope you guys are back there listening. Okay, we're going to go ahead to Nibinamik.
Miigwech. Just a couple of the comments, I guess, not more of a questions. On the positive note, I guess, I know our officers used to do some workshops before. I think I know there's few incidents in my community that there's some bullying and cyberbullying that's sort of happening with our kids and youth, I guess. that's one thing. One thing I wanted to share. If if officers or any agency that you know of that can come and help and educate those awareness programs. And the other thing, one of my members was saying that there's a lot of dogs in our communities. Why not take them out and go have them trained? And is there some place that where we maybe we can start something, try and train these dogs to to do to be officers maybe. That was just one of my members was questioning if to put them in a good use kind of thing. That's another positive one. In my First Nation, in terms of these individuals that we're fortunate enough, I guess, that we own an airline, which is Wasea. We're part of that shareholder partnership with, and we have few things to, in terms of requesting and, to advise them with, if, let's say, if an unknown visitor or, sometimes we get advance notices to, like if we get unknown visitor, we do get that those notifications. But there's just one place that we don't get is, we still get them through, they still get them through Canada Post. That's one place that we don't have, I guess, jurisdiction or whatever. And that's one of them that we like to, try and get a monitor or manage in a way in our from our First Nation to at least limitize the the incoming of these parcels, I guess I can call them. And one of the other that comment, I mean that update that Mr. Sachigo guy there made. Yeah, there's a number of times that happens with with our officers there. These kind of calls, I guess, are there, I guess, within our First Nations, and I think these tactics that our officers use, I think yeah, there was this one incident that when officer takes out his gun from the holster there, it's a really scary sight. It happened, twice that I know of. One of them, being my family, I guess, or two of them, I guess. Yeah, luckily, there was there was nothing came as a result. Due to we sort of helped the officer there at one of the cases there. Yeah, it's kind of disturbing after you see these things in the reality. Yeah, that's, pretty much, and I think one of my co-counselor wanted to share something there. I'll allow him, but thank you. Yeah.
Bonjour. Good afternoon, good night. Egonin wawate benes in Indigo. Mahingando them. The translation Northern Light Thunderbird Man. And my clan is Wolf. Yeah. Guys is kind of gone. It took me a couple of years to get my Indian name. There's some in the Sweat Lodge, Midday Lodge. I want to go back to yesterday. I was in a rush there yesterday. First, I'll go yesterday about the meetings we have. I was going to say, I just heard that the elder from Martin Falls there. I guess that's how it is. Even though when you just think about it, people can say whatever you want to say. Yeah. I was going to say about those sacred items. We're forgetting so many things. Like we never bring a pipe. There should be nine pipes there to open the ceremony. Chigagwejimangaj Gijamando. Where Mamo one. Because sometimes it's hard when people has like issues. There's some emotionals. There's tears are a language too. It's a language. The tears. There's a purpose for having tears. It's heart-to-heart communication with the Creator. That's why our tears are language. When you have heart-to-heart communication with the Creator, and Creator sets free. Mihad Digab AGM, Shaganash Udishkanan, Jesus, and I call him Creator sets free. Miej Kanagnin. And there's some few times I went to Midday Lodge in Middawan, Humaying Rosso River First Nation. It's good teaching, and it should be like this in a round table like this. They don't use paper in there when they want to give out the information. Nasto himate newang gekang is bigag when you want to teach a life, when you want to teach a life, that's the hardest part was given to us, is to forgive. But it's easy to say, I forgive you. But it's still in your mind there. It never goes. You still don't know how to deal with it. That's how hard it is to forgive. As we sit around this table here, but I just want to remind, when you wipe your tears with that tissue there, don't forget to take it out, put it in a sacred ground or sacred fire. That's why we have sacred fire. It's a heart-to-heart communication with the Creator. It's in our heart. It's not, I used to think, where's my Creator? And I notice he's here. He's always in me. But there's distractions. There's a good and an evil one there. It's like that story there, the wolf story. I guess you all know the wolf story. It's like if you're always in positive way, you're feeding the good, the Creator. But if you do negative stuffs, you're feeding the bad one, the bad wolf. And you should know who's going to win on those battles there between your heart. The more you feed, that's the one who's going to win. I hear lots of stuffs here. Emotionals. That's why I said a pagan should be here, just like that. The elder said, I understand we're missing all those things. I hope our Matawa management restructure our the meetings. You got our naps too back home. Sometimes there's one NAPS officer, and there's sometimes two officers. One guy said when there's one officer, he couldn't do nothing, because when he guards a prisoner in the cell, he couldn't do nothing. And sometimes I go around there and knock, and they said he couldn't leave the cell because we don't have any guards. We tried hard to find our First Nation members to be guard, but again, they do the background checks. And I end up one time, he gave me handcuffs to go to handcuff that incident there, that person. And I had a hard time putting on his handcuff. That's how it is. And I guess it's better to have more like recruits. Even their equipment sometimes. One time there was there, we lost a member of death in the house there. We barely went in the house, and he was deceased there, I don't know how long. So that officers, they didn't even have a body bag. We just wrapped him on a tarp, a blue tarp. That's how it was. That's how it is, I guess. I don't know. I just want to bring that up. There's so many issues we have in our community too, just like around the table here. There we have lots of drug dealing back home, drug dealers, alcohol. And again, we go trying to BCR a drug dealer. And us guys, we knock there as a chief and council. And our officers standing behind there. That's the same issue. We have all issues, same issues too. Yeah, I'm just trying to make it shorter. Yeah, I get you many go cake it down. And I like listening to all of you for your concerns and issues. Ego migas na had Sunny for being Boston Bruins fan. Yeah, migas.
Okay, we're going to do the youth. Youth, come up to the front. Okay, Frank McKay is going to say something real quick.
I just want to thank the chiefs and the delegates that are here for inviting us over to give us an opportunity to present our updates and plans. We enjoy sharing our plans and what we're doing for you and so on. But most of all, we listen to you in relation to the concerns and issues that you have, and we want to follow those up at the next meeting coming up. We plan to have an AGM in October again, NAPS and non-legal services and non-hazard justice conference that they plan in October this fall. So I hope to see you all there at that time. And I also want to thank Chief Sonny Gagnon for his hospitality here while we're here, and also that your helping hands there, your elders that are sitting there with you. Thank you very much. I enjoy it. Be good.
Okay, I apologize for not following the agenda. The CEO, Dr. Sharon Nate, presented the police their gifts while we were, all right. And we'll have the youth up front.
The youth can come up to the front of the chairs. While these guys are taking a picture. Thank you very much, Kchimigwich.
All right, can we have the youth to the front? All right.
This is all of this.
Yeah.
Yeah. I can move to the front now.
Oh, sorry.
After the youth presentations, we're going to move to the resolutions.
Okay, you can have you can choose the speaker, but all you guys have to vote. Let's welcome our youth. Give them a round of applause. Thank you very much.
Aning bojo siar nandishna kaz maingan nantotem iabnatang nandon shiva.
Buju, my name is Maya Baxter. I'm a youth representative from Martin Falls First Nation.
Ani Bojo, my name is Riley Telgijik, Indishna Kaz. I'm the youth representative of Longley 58 First Nation.
Buju, Lanita Nindishna Kaz, Gunaguming Nendoji.
Bojo Kai Indijna Kaz, representing the airline youth.
Buju, Shagawe Megazin Indijna Kaz, Nishkanaga First Nation in Dunji. My spirit name is Lashonda Waswa, and I'm from Nishkanaga First Nation. Oh, wait. My spirit's name is Screaming Eagle, and my real name is Lashonda Waswa. Miigwech.
Hello, my name is Serena Ashpenacliscombe. Yeah.
All right.
Some of me and the fellow youth here have been putting together some objectives and goals that we want done by maybe the next AGM and the following year. For our objectives, more activities, land-based teachings, programs for the youth in each community, more youth at the future AGMs, preferably 2 per community, more support systems for the youth in each community, counselors, therapists, youth workers, and mandatory reports and updates on the youth requests, and more workshops and opportunities for the youth.
So we were sitting together today brainstorming on ways we can bring our youth together. a few are gathering, so that is like the Matawa AGM. We want to see more youth sitting around here and also sharing their input. Retreats, collaborating with communities on like going out in the bush, doing cultural things and learning together. And one thing we want to do is join our chief's meetings. So every few months there's a chief meeting from what I understand. And we want to kindly ask if youth can also come. Maybe like 1 or 2, just to come and learn what is going on. Yeah. So the opportunities, these ideas create are connection. Connection really gives us the opportunity to sit together, and especially those with minds alike, and gives us a chance to understand each other and share perspectives which can have great impact on our individual views. Friendship and leadership. Having opportunities to meet new people, especially those with the passion to be a part of change and building our future as youth, we can also push each other and inspire those around us. Strengthening bonds. See, I think this is a really big one. As Matawa youth, we are the future. Strengthening our bonds between young minds from each community will set us up for the long run. Not only that, we can have the opportunity to learn about the lives of our peers. Now I'll pass it over to Alashi because I feel like she has a few more things to say.
First of all, thank you all for listening to the youth. They have really strong points here, and I spoke with the one who comes from Fort Hope as well yesterday when we were brainstorming some ideas. And this is something that everyone must pay attention to. It's not just about social media and cameras and, being like, our youth are here, they're watching, they're listening. It's more about that you guys actually have to do these things and do what they're asking you to do. I believe it was a year ago, 2 years ago, there was like a resolution that was passed, and it was in my community. The youth had advocated for many things, and you guys signed those papers. But still to this day in this AGM, I do not see those fulfilled promises because they are empty right now. And though that paper you guys signed, you guys have to take that because you are breaking our hearts when you don't listen and when you don't follow your protocols, when you don't follow the things you guys write down on paper. We need that. I'm seeing things on here, how our 2 youth that just finished talking about land base and all these things. I want you guys to advocate for them, to bring their culture into their lives. Some want to go out into the land, some want to go to powwows, some want to go ceremonies. You guys, as leaders, have to advocate that for them. Make sure they get their funding to go out on the land, like I do with my youth back home. I fought for that. I fought for them. I used their voices and put them into my voices as well. And that's what we have to do as leaders, is to listen to them and actually fight for what's right, because they know what's right. And you may be an elder or an adult and you may know more than us, but in the end, we have a better understanding and a better connection, and we have a closer, empathetic way of looking at things and a consideration when it comes to things. I heard the youth spoke yesterday that, yes, the adults go through things and the elders go through things, and we understand. But I hear some of the heartbreak when I hear a youth saying that, what is there for us? Yes, you guys show online that you guys are doing things for us, but in the end, what is it really doing? Where is the actual action when it comes to our youth here that are standing here, standing for their youth from their communities and other youth from other communities, not just Matawa? And I really appreciate them here for standing up here. And I really hope that they go home to more changes. And I will be in contact, you know, if you guys ever want to contact me for anything, I will include my youth. You guys, that's one step too, is that we are all from different communities here and we're standing up here together. And we need that from our leadership too. We need to see that from each community standing together, because we're building relationships, a different kind of relationships, not just political, but friendships, maybe a family in the futures. This is what we need for our communities to grow. This is how we stop the divide and conquers. But miigwech, I really appreciate you guys for letting me talk.
I really hope you guys in this room, especially the chiefs, the leaders, the counselors, I really hope what you guys heard, what we said today. What we are trying to get across is togetherness. And I think that's a word that really sticks with me, because I believe that togetherness will build our future and it will create a bright one for us. So miigwech, I think we're done here. Thank you for listening.
We're going to ask them to stay there so we can take a picture. If anybody wants to take a quick picture here and there, let's squeeze in a little bit. Maybe Sharon, you can stand there with them. Squeeze in, one, in front of the banner there.
Yeah, you should hold them, yeah. I love the drawings on there.
Let's squeeze in. There's 6 of you, 7.
He'll do one more.
Get out of the way. One more time with Sharon. One more time for our youth. Thank you very much.
Hey, you guys have to read the resolutions?
Realize, just see it's carried, that's all.
No, you gotta read them out. You guys have to read them out.
Yeah.
You have your packages?
No, I did this.
Okay.
They never gave us.
They should have. Where?
The resolutions should be,
Say, can we get resolutions?
can we get the resolutions to our tables?
Co-chair table? I know, they should have been here already.
We are ready for our resolutions. Then after we do the resolutions, we will do some jawls before we do the closings.
Okay, I'm going to read out the resolutions. Oh,
Wait.
well, just letting you know.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, you can start. The chiefs are here. So which ones do you start with? You don't need. You don't need this one because you did that one already, right? Chief Rick Allen. You got to do resolution.
Okay, I'm going to read out the resolutions. Okay, resolution number 23107, 2025. Support for physician services agreement for Martin Falls First Nation with Thunder Bay Regional Health Sciences Center. Whereas Martin Falls First Nation is committed to ensuring timely, equitable, and high-quality health care access for its community members. And whereas memorandum of understanding between a hospital and a First Nation community is a formal contract that outlines access to care by ensuring that a specific hospital provides timely, equitable care to community members and clarifies who is responsible for care coordination. And whereas an MOU between a hospital and a First Nation community may include language to ensure that the designated hospital cannot unreasonably refuse services to members of the community. And whereas Martin Falls is currently the only Matawa First Nation community without an MOU with the hospital, which creates a significant gap in timely access and the quality of care available to its members. Whereas in Martin Falls, the current process for obtaining and accepting physician at a hospital during medical emergencies, i.e. medevacs, without a MOU can take up to 90 minutes for the healthcare providers in Martin Falls, resulting in serious delays in care for Martin Falls community members. And whereas Martin Falls has identified Thunder Bay Regional Health Sciences Center as being the hospital they would like to enter into an MOU with, given the expertise at the center, more accommodation opportunities in Thunder Bay, and the support of Matawa Tribal Council and its corporation, i.e. Matawa Health Cooperative, Win 21-bed support housing, etc. And whereas having an MOU with the hospital, specifically the Thunder Bay Regional Health Sciences Center, would allow for a quicker physician access, i.e. to reduce response times to as little as 15 minutes, and enable healthcare providers in Martin Falls who are handling the emergency to consult an acute care physician to determine the safety and most appropriate care pathway for the community members. Therefore, be it resolved that the Matawa Chiefs in Assembly support Martin Falls First Nation in establishing a memorandum of understanding. The Thunder Bay Regional Health Sciences Center to close this gap and improve access to emergency and urgent medical care for its members. And Therefore, be it resolved that the Matawa Health Cooperative supports Martin Falls First Nation in advocating for and facilitating the development of this agreement by engaging with Ontario Health and Indigenous Services Canada. Further, be it resolved that the Matawa Chiefs and Assembly support funding requirements to enable this protocol in terms of technology, information sharing, capacity building, etc. Finally, be it resolved that the establishment of a memorandum of understanding for Martin Falls First Nation be recognized as a regional priority, and that Matawa communities support efforts to achieve equitable access to health care across all member nations. Moved by Chief Bruce Achney Peniska, Martin Falls, seconded by Sonny Gagnon of Airland First Nation. Any oppositions? Any abstentions? All in favor? Okay, motion carried.
Hello, just a point of order. I think there's usually time to ask for any comments or the mover and the seconder to speak on the resolution. If they should wish to require, I think that's optional. I just want to thank the First Nations for their support. As a long time, we've been struggling with getting a designated hospital for our patients to go to, and for a long time it was in Geraldton, which is, then they shuffled us after that to when it was serious enough to Thunder Bay Hospital. So that will now eliminate that process. So it's been one of their policies, government and Indigenous Service Canada policies, going back for many years to send patients to the nearest medical facility. It was even like that for dental. They would send to the nearest medical dental office or whatnot in order to reduce costs. So, but with lack of services or the downturn in services at the local hospital, or even barriers to transportation and whatnot, and also, the level of care. Some of the patients require, really urgent medical specialized support in trauma cases or life-saving procedures, which require a larger hospital with more supports, medical supports. So I thank community members for their support in this, and it's miigwech.
Resolution number 3. We got a question. Can we just, on the resolution, can we just jump into therefores? Good? All right, we're good. Resolution 3, 3107-2025, support for Matawa Health Cooperative Outreach Services. Therefore, be it resolved that Matawa Health Cooperative will work on behalf of our Matawa communities to develop and deliver outreach support services to Matawa members who find themselves in vulnerable and transient living conditions. And further be resolved, the Matawa Health Cooperative will utilize outreach to support various programs and services with Matawa First Nations management departments and communities. And Finally, be it resolved that the chiefs and assembly and delegates support Matawa Health Cooperative in any funding applications pursuing financial sustainability of outreach support services, including transportation. Moved by Chief Solomon Adelukan, Abmatung First Nations, seconded by Chief Gary Quizis and Skandaga First Nations. Does the mover and the seconder have any comments? Chief Saul.
Well, I am supporting this resolution because I think it's a real need, in particular northern communities that have no immediate access to Thunder Bay when there's a situation with one of our members out there. And I'm sure other people, members of in this meeting, other communities have that same situation, so I fully support this resolution. Thank you.
Are there any oppositions? Are there any abstentions? All in favor? All in favor? The resolution is passed. Go for it, Ford.
Resolution number 43107-2025. Therefore, be it resolved that the Matawa Chiefs in Assembly fully support the development and implementation of comprehensive emergency preparedness and response plans for pets, companion animals, community-owned, abandoned, stray, and feral during all levels of evacuation within Matawa First Nations. Further, be it resolved that the Matawa Chiefs and Assembly mandate Matawa Animal Wellness Services to advocate to all levels of government for legislative and policy changes, and for sustained, dedicated funding to ensure emergency plans explicitly include provisions for pets while maintaining human safety as a top priority. Further, be it resolved that under a herd health and community wellness model, when a Matawa First Nation declares a state of emergency, the chief and/or their designate shall be empowered to authorize the implementation of emergency evacuation and shelter-in-place plans for animals and to make decisions related to medical interventions, animal care, and housing accommodations as necessary. Further, be it resolved that Matawa Animal Wellness Services, in collaboration with Matawa Emergency Management Coordination and community partners, co-develop culturally relevant emergency response plans for pets, including educational tools and community training resources. Further, be it resolved that the Matawa Chiefs and Assembly call upon all levels of government, emergency response services, and regulatory bodies to recognize and uphold Indigenous peoples' right to self-determination and their inherent traditional and spiritual connection to the land and to the animals, including companion animals as integral to community well-being and emergency response planning. Further, be it resolved that nothing in this resolution will derogate or take away from individual First Nations initiatives, funding, or proposals to address this issue. Finally, be it resolved that regular updates be provided to the Matawa Chiefs Council as they become available. Moved by Chief Saul Lucan of Matung First Nation, seconded by Chief Gary Quizzes, Nishkanaga First Nation. Does the mover or seconder have any comment?
Yep.
Oh, Chief
good
Gagnon
afternoon.
has
Just,
a question.
The third further be it dissolved. I don't understand that under herd health and community wellness law. Is that a typo or? The third,
Right there, under a herd health.
Can we have the manager come up, please?
I can answer it. I'm up here. It's Carol, Manager of Communications, Chief Sunny. I oversee the Animal Wellness Ladies, the program. So what they want people to understand, and in order to get future funding, I guess, is understanding our communities, all the dogs running around. They're called a herd. We want people to see it as a herd. So it's like one group. It's like a herd of caribou, a herd of cows on a farm. All the dogs together in our community is a herd. So that's how we want. So did you heard that, okay. Chief Sunny? It's that kind of herd.
yeah, thanks a lot.
All right, since I asked if the mover or seconder had any questions? If not?
Question. There's a typo there on my last name. It's spelled Q-U-I-S-E-S-S, so as the previous resolution. Thank you.
The spelling of his name should be amended? Okay, they did. They did it.
Over here. Hello, over here. If the seconder has a typo, in mine there's shortage of letters. It's Solomon, officially.
All right. Okay, Chief Solomon Adlukin of Matung. Miigwech for that correction. Okay, any oppositions? Any abstentions? All in favor? Motion carried. Okay, resolution number 53107, 2025. Okay, therefore be it resolved that the Matawa Chiefs in Assembly support the continued renovation and infrastructure improvement of Matawa Education and Care Center, including funding for the basement redevelopment, relocation of administrative space, parking lot upgrades, window replacements, and other essential maintenance. Further be it resolved that the Matawa Chiefs in Assembly call on all relevant federal and provincial government departments, including Indigenous Service Canada, Infrastructure Canada, Ministry of Education, and other public-private partners to prioritize and fund the necessary capital investment to complete these renovations. Finally, be it resolved, that the Matawa Chiefs in Assembly reaffirm their commitment to ensuring the MECC remain a safe, culturally grounded, and accessible educational space that meets the current and future needs of Matawa youth, both at the community level and in Thunder Bay. Moved by Chief Solomon at Lucan, Almatung First Nation, seconded by Chief Rick Allen from Constance Lake. Do the mover or seconder have any questions?
Geez, that's 3 resolutions in a row. I must have been in a good mood yesterday. Okay, I don't have any questions, or I think the resolution itself is self-explanatory, so I'm okay with it.
Okay, the correction has been made to your name again. On the screen? On the screen? They corrected your name. All right, any oppositions? Chief Bruce Atchney Paniscum has a question from Martin Falls.
I'm just wondering about, a lot of this care for the education center comes from the 7 Youth Inquest, and I'm just wondering why is it not referenced, or even Jordan's principal? That'd be my question. Thank you.
Miigwech Chief Bruce Atchney Paniscum. Anybody else has any questions before I go to opposition and abstention? Oh, Georgette would like to clarify or have a question, comment?
Okay, so when the resolution was made, we were focusing on the renovations, and I guess it could have been an oversight from my team. If you prefer us to add that wording, we could revise this resolution. Okay, we will revise it.
Carol, maybe could you add the 7 Youth Inquest in the section of the funders, in the therefore section, reference that was made to the 7 Youth Inquest into that group there? Because theirs is a bigger Jordan's Principle and 7 Youth Inquest, because there were other funders, not just federal, provincial. Yep.
Oh, sorry about that. Yeah, Jordan's Principle does fall under our ISC funding, so I see that we've added that on.
Question? Yep. Okay, next. Okay. Did the mover and seconder approve of those two, that addition? Yep. Okay.
Okay, so I'll go to any opposition? Any abstentions? All in favor? Motion carried.
Resolution carried.
Okay, Paul,
Oh yeah, resolution carried. I'm learning.
That's okay.
Can I make some recommendations on some of these resolutions that we're passing?
Okay.
I know in some of these resolutions that some of our communities have schools as well and health centers and stuff. I'd like to have some kind of clause in there that it doesn't impact any of our other funding that we're going to apply for as well. This should be like a standard kind of
caveat.
caveat on some of the resolutions that are being processed? Because as I said, I find these resolutions are being rushed. At the time, we never really got time to really investigate or read or get any transition in any of these resolutions. I just want to ensure that every community here is not impacted in some of the resolutions that we push forward here. Which,
okay, thank you. We will include that in the, just by the way, in the resolution on the animal services, that was one that was added. It said, further be it resolved that nothing in this resolution will derogate or take away individual First Nations initiative fundings or proposals to address this issue. Oh, future ones.
Future.
Sure. Okay. Okay. Okay.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Chief Rick Allen, for that.
Resolution number 6, 3107, 2025, Matawa Representative Council, Elders, Youth, and Women. Therefore, be it resolved that the Matawa Chiefs and Assembly and delegations direct the establishment of representative councils for elders, youth, and women, and therefore be it resolved the Matawa First Nations Management Board and CEO's office prepare the implementation plan for the representative council during the course of this next reporting year, 2025-26, and therefore, be it resolved that the implementation plan for the Representative Council include a historic review of related resolutions, selection of representative criteria and process, council terms of reference and code of conduct, inclusion in the Matawa review process, and strategic planning underway within the organization, financial requirements to support the activities of councils, including translation and cooperations of the council into Matawa's chief council's meetings, AGM agendas, proceedings, and the Matawa organizations, cooperations, and finally be it resolved that the Matawa First Nations Management Board and CEO's office reporting in the progress of the resolution implementation at the next Matawa Chiefs Council's meeting and the next Matawa 38th Annual General Meeting scheduled for 2026. Moved by Chief Gary Cuisines, Niskandaga First Nation, seconded by Rick Allen, Constance Lake First Nation. Does the mover or seconder have any questions? Daniel?
Yeah, I'd just like to mention the fact that on the last AGM, the youth council, was kind of lost in the shuffle someplace. And I would like to see something there that on the resolution that says, before the next AGM, these guys should be, operational by that time. It shouldn't take 1 year to, to look at the progress of this. Looks like the youth that was standing there are raring to go, and it shouldn't. We shouldn't, put any stop buttons on them so that let them move on with what they want to do, and then put a time management on that resolution. Thank you.
I could speak to that. That's in the resolution there where it says, shall report on the progress of this resolution implementation at the next Matawa Chiefs Council meeting. That means your next meeting. So we are going to be working on it right away, and we would have a fuller report by the next AGM. So this means that, as of today, this resolution gets working, and we'll be doing the frameworks for these councils right away. We'll be working on them right away. But it's kind of hit. It is very specific that we will have work and a report for the chiefs at your next meeting.
Thank you.
Yeah, but the final resolve doesn't mention that. It says the progress of this resolution implementation at the next AGM. It doesn't state that they will, start, like it looks like they already started with the work that they were doing. And I think, they should, make their reports and so forth as to how they've done and whatnot, and what direction they're going to give the First Nation chiefs at the next AGM. But it's just implementation to me is that, next year I'm going to get this young fella to be the youth of this group. There should be a little more clarity on it.
What I could suggest there is the progress of this resolution implementation immediately and at the next, your next chiefs meeting and the AGM.
Thank you. Gary Cuisines.
Good afternoon. That was my intention for this resolution to be worked on right away, because our youth are really asking, to be recognized and to hear their voice. So if you could put a wording there, if we could start immediately, that's what I'm hearing, from the youth, because it was overlooked from last year. I think this is where we should have immediate movement on this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cuisines. It is written there, and it'll be worked on immediately. Thank you.
Chief
Rick Allen.
Yeah, I know I'm the mover of this resolution, but then there's also something that was stated in the past resolutions that should be looked in or a directive from the chiefs. I don't know if we're duplicating this resolution as well, because I know we spoke about this in the past with having a youth elder come to our meetings. So I don't know if this is a duplication of that. So that has to be investigated, instead of duplicating a resolution that we already implemented in the past. Because I know we duplicated a few resolutions in the past that still never arose. Maybe some of these resolutions could be looked at and seeing what needs to be revisited. Because I'm pretty sure we have some of that, and then
there were two subsequent over two AGM resolutions specifically on that.
To this resolution?
To this one, yes. So this
so then I don't know if it's a reason to pass another resolution in 2025. So maybe there's something that we follow up with the ones that were passed in the previous two resolutions that you put. Why put another third one in? And I don't know if that's just a reminder or.
This might give some reminder and build on what was written in the past.
I would suggest also we do have included in there a historical review of related resolutions. When we undertake this work now, I would suggest that we include the elders' principles. We include, it's kind of like a broader scope of some of the resolutions that have already been passed, and we'll bring that work forward up until today in getting this process going.
Thank you. We're going off. Are there question, Chief Bruce?
Bonjour. Thank you for allowing us to speak on this. I just wanted to speak on the repetition of resolutions and all that. I'm just wondering if there's any plans for Chiefs Council, to start looking at AI as a tool that we can use to, to formulate all this data and find a way to use it. As you know, I think that's the way of the future. I think that it's something that our First Nation is looking at, and all the data that we receive, and compiling it, and maybe it's time to start looking at something like that, that we can find a way to use this technology to our benefit and to the benefit of our First Nations. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that, because we're probably all collectively going to need just what you're saying, because how do we manage everything that's going to come down? So thank you for that idea. Thank you.
Thank you for your ideas. Chief Cuisines?
The youth just want to add something on the resolution, so I'm going to recognize her there, and Lashy.
I'm not entirely sure if this can be added or if this can be a separate resolution. I spoke with the Fort Hope youth yesterday about this as well, and I can see that there were some agreements there. And I'm hoping that other youth are able to agree with this one. But due to the fact that since I've been here, I've noticed that it's mainly chiefs that get a say in these resolutions and get to, have that sort of main opinion. And personally, I also think that our youth and our elders should be able to hold those kind of, power when it comes to passing certain things. So one suggestion I have is having a couple separate gatherings before the AGM begins, so that in a way that elders are heard more clearly and not interrupted, and as well as the youth get more time instead of that 10 minutes. I don't know how long that was we were standing up there for. It wasn't as long. But the thing is, throughout this whole AGM, it feels rushed, and it feels like not everyone has a lot of time to speak. And I know a lot of people went home today as well because they have other things they need to do. So I think we need to kind of prioritize how we're gonna start building these certain areas of working together and working with different age groups. And the other thing is that we need to look at the fact that a lot of our youth are under the age of 18, so legally they cannot vote. And I think that at certain times they do have a right to vote, especially when it comes to, their needs. If they wanted to vote on where their funding goes for a youth center, or if they wanted to find out where the funding goes for certain things such as the programs that are supposed to be for youth. I think youth-related things should be voted by the youth. Same thing goes with elders. I think they get to decide on certain areas, especially when it comes to elders' homes when they're in community. But other than that, this AGM was great. I did learn a lot and gathered some information. But I do think it would be better if we did separate meetings before the actual AGM to ensure that most community members from our communities are also gathering these informations and also participating and having a say in things. Miigwech.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Are there any oppositions? Any abstentions? All in favor? Resolution carried.
Resolution 73107, 2027. 2025, sorry. 7 is the lucky number, I guess. Therefore, be it resolved that the Matawa Chiefs in Assembly direct the territory and homeland-wide rejection of herbicide spraying, the asserting of our rights, including the provision of free, prior, and informed consent to this activity, and the protection of Matawa territory and homeland from this treaty right infringement of our health and environment. Finally, be it resolved that the Matawa Chiefs in Assembly direct the Matawa First Nations Management CEO's office and necessary technical staff, Chiefs Council's office, lands, resources, and rights, Communications, Four Rivers Environmental Group to support the advocacy requirement on this issue as the Matawa Chiefs Council may continue to monitor and direct. Moved by Chief Rick Allen, Constance Lake, seconded by Chief Sherry Taylor, Kunigmig First Nation. Does any of the mover or seconder have a question?
I'll speak on this resolution a little bit, as this herbicide spraying does impact the road access communities at this time. And again, as we see new bills being passed, they might, not might, they're gonna probably pass this portion of free, prior, informed consent and just spray when they have the rights to do it. So this is just preparing ourselves and preparing the remote communities, if this does happen in your communities, to be aware of what happens in the road access communities. Like forest management companies do it for competition, TransCanada does it, Hydro One does it. So as I speak on that, and my community opposes of this, so I just want other communities to be prepared for what might happen if there's community road access to your communities. This is just for future times. Yeah.
Chief Bruce Achini-Panescum. Then we'll go to Chief Sherry Taylor.
I think that's a point of order. It's supposed to go from mover to seconder first, so I'll go with the protocol.
Thank you. We go to Chief Bruce. Yeah, it's Chief Sherry Taylor. Before I even get to this resolution, I just want to say that I think that we've totally disrespected our youth that are sitting here today. We had our young person just ask something with the previous resolution that was up there. She asked whether or not something can be added to that resolution or something could be made, and she was not answered. So after we deal with this resolution, I would really appreciate that we answer that, youth, please. Okay, what I wanted to bring up with this resolution was, does it include the entire forest management units in Matawa? Can we add something like that in there? Maybe some language? That's what I wanted to ask.
With that request, I would suggest then on the wording, if Carol, if we add
in the Matawa region, yep.
Direct within, after herbicide spraying, so that the Matawa Chiefs and Assembly direct the territory and homeland-wide rejection of herbicide spraying. I'm just trying to figure out
could be
within the forest management
yeah,
units.
Within the forest management units.
All forest management units.
That cover Matawa traditional territory. First Nation traditional territory, community traditional, Matawa First Nation communities traditional territory.
What was the word there? Corridor? All forest management units and corridors? Units including industry corridors that impact Matawa First Nation community traditional territory.
Nations.
Okay. That impact the Matawa First Nation. First Nations.
Matawa First Nations with an
yeah.
S.
Community traditional territory.
Just one more thing, maybe we can add a map to that, because not everybody knows the traditional territories of Matawa. Like kind of an over, that can be sent to these, when we talk about TransCanada Energy, CN Rail, Hydro.
Yeah, we can add the Matawa region map, if we note that on the bottom, perhaps.
All right, we'll go to Chief Bruce Achnipaniskum, Martin Falls.
Hello, thank you. I think my question was partially answered by that change in the forestry management units. As you know, Martin Falls and Abatung are part of the Ogoki Forest Management Unit with Airland. So, you know, we have an interest and land rights and Aboriginal tree rights with that forestry unit. The issue with that is as First Nations, we don't have the capacity due to the legislation that's there right now. It doesn't afford us the capacity to have an equal say within that forest unit. And so, we're trying to change that, and there is court cases happening, like the Cochrane First Nations court case on forestry that's happening, that's not resolved yet. That might change that in the future. So, that's it. We have a body there also that should be part of the technical staff in there. I don't know how you would write that in the last be resolved. We're part of that management of our own interest and our own rights, and that Ogoki Crown Management Unit, along with other First Nations, of course, that have interests and rights in their respective territories. Thank you.
What I could suggest for the revision is on that finally be it resolved, that it reads that the Matawa Chiefs and Assembly direct the Matawa First Nations Management CEO's office, comma, delete and, necessary technical staff, and then we have the tribal council groups after that bracket right there, comma, and First Nation, forest, I'm just trying to think of what we would call
Technical staff, First Nation technical staff.
But we do have official groups of First Nations-owned forestry corporations, that we were kind of covering this group of specific First Nations directed, yeah, and First Nations-owned forestry corporations to support the advocacy requirements, because this is an issue, like within Chiefs of Ontario, they just recently passed a resolution. It is a continuing kind of political issue for advocacy that we're including all of these groups on this topic. And that we are continuing to monitor this issue for the chiefs.
Chief Sonny Gagnon has a comment.
Just on that industry corridors, maybe we can put Hydro One and CN, because they do a lot of spraying in our territory when they run. I see lots down your way there, Chief Sherry, and CN Rail. When they do crossings, they do a lot of spraying there. So we can maybe put them in brackets.
Yep.
On industry,
down, yep.
Under the industry corridor.
After industry corridors bracket, you said Hydro One, CN, et cetera, comma, et cetera, because yeah, we can determine a appropriate group.
When we start identifying which corridors there are, then someone might just say, you didn't invite me in this corridor, so I'm allowed. So that's why I say all industry corridors.
Unless you just say easements and right-of-ways in there. Yeah.
Okay, so industry corridors, comma, easements, and right-of-ways, and then we would delete the specific, because we can work through to detail those specifically. There might be more.
Okay, so I have to read it again. Therefore, be it resolved that the Matawa Chiefs in Assembly direct the territory and homeland-wide rejection of herbicide spraying within all forest management units, including industry corridors, easements, and right-of-ways that impact Matawa First Nations community traditional territory, the asserting of our rights, including the provision of free, prior, and informed consent to this activity, and the protection of the Matawa territory and homeland from this treaty right infringement of our health and environment. Finally, be it resolved that the Matawa Chiefs in Assembly direct the Matawa First Nations Management CEO's Office, necessary technical staff, Chiefs Council Office, Lands, Resources and Rights, Communications, Four Rivers Environmental Group, and First Nations owned forestry corporations to support the advocacy requirement on this issue, as the Matawa Chiefs Council may continue to monitor and direct. Mina. Moved by Chief Rick Allen, Constance Lake, seconded by Chief Sherry Taylor, Ginnikwink First Nation. Any oppositions?
Just want to add, I know we're not part of the First Nation yet, I guess I'll say. Can you go up a little? Where it says Matawa First Nations community, can it be like plural?
It should be plural, actually. Thank you for that.
Also the territories?
Thank you for that grammatical territories.
What's that guy's name?
That's Walter Ashkenazish.
Okay. Territories. Oh, yeah.
Communities says in it the territory belongs to the communities, not to each of the 9 communities. Okay. Communities. I guess the communities, I was thinking more into ownership of the territory rather than the plural. But where are we now? Impact Matawa First Nation.
Okay, I'm just trying to look at this, that it would be that impact Matawa First Nations apostrophe community traditional territories. So it's an apostrophe after that S, because it belongs to Matawa First Nations, community traditional territories. That would be my best grammatical guess.
Okay. Are we in agreement with the changes of the wording? All right, we'll continue to the oppositions. Any abstentions? All in favor? Oh, yeah. Sorry. Resolution carried.
So we're
Chief Sherry, I think, had asked if we could, because we didn't include what the youth had suggested, which was specifically to add separate gatherings before the AGM to encourage more detailed dialogue for the youth, elders, and women. On the bullet points, if we could add separate gatherings before the AGM to encourage more detailed dialogue among youth, elders, and women. Thank you for that correction as well. Very valued recommendation.
With that point too, I also wanted to highlight the bullet point above, the incorporation of the councils into Matawa Chiefs council meetings. That means their regular meetings that are held throughout the year, as well as the AGM agendas and proceedings, and also including these councils in the Matawa organizations and corporations, because there are many. But that's part of this work, is to do like what the youth was referring to, is how do we include them effectively, including having the elders, youth, and women tell us how they can and want to participate. Like, it's not on our end of developing that, but that we'll be working with them to get that kind of information.
Thank you. Just a question. I'm not sure about if Matawa has a youth gathering or elders gathering, or even a women's gathering. I know Nan does those, but I have not heard about Matawa sponsoring those.
Could I say a comment here as well?
Wait,
Yeah.
we'll go back to Chief Sherry Taylor.
Yeah, I just wanted to also mention one of the, our elders, a few of our elders had spoken about the proper process that, and protocols that we should be following within our traditional ways and laws, and they refer to the pipe. So I think that we need to be, we need to have that somewhere written down, that we don't forget that, as to, that's part of our job as the chiefs here, to ensure that we follow what the elders are telling us. So I think that we need to, I don't know if we can include maybe having a protocol, a traditional protocol in place that, or traditional healers involved with the process. Thank you.
Good afternoon. It's Rosemary Munoz, President of the board. I just have a question or comment. I'm not sure exactly how to present this. Like, I love this idea and I think it's great, it's needed. However, to get something moving quickly like this, we need funds for it. And as of right now, I don't believe we have funds, unless someone can correct me if I'm wrong, to implement this immediately. However, I'm thinking that if the First Nations want to get this moving quickly, they could implement this at their First Nation level, start having their youth council, their elder members there at the community level, and then we bring them together later on, because I think we do need time to come up with funds for this type of thing, because events are expensive, we all know that, so I hate for us to make promises that we can't necessarily keep.
Okay, we'll go back to Chief Rick Allen.
When we speak about protocols and stuff like that, this motion is already passed. And then we can't just go back to resolutions and start adding things to resolutions. We got to follow proper protocols and our processes that we do at our AGMs. No disrespect to the youth or anybody that's doing this, but this resolution's been passed. Maybe if we want to add something at a future next meeting or something to resemble this resolution that we're going to put in place, maybe we talk about this at our next meeting, at our next chief meeting, how we implement this resolution, but we can't just start adding things to our resolutions that have been passed already or take away things that have been passed. I know we're supposed to be following proper protocol. I agree with what Sherry said to the young lady never got answered her question. That should have been notified from the chairs that maybe have answered her question before making the resolution pass. But then at this time, we can't just start adding and removing when the resolution's been passed. This is our custom protocol. As I said, maybe at our next meeting, we bring this resolution back up, revisit it, and then, implement it.
Excuse me, I'd like to.
Thank you, Chief Rick Allen, for your comment.
Yeah.
We will go back to Chief Sherry Taylor from Ganukming.
yes, I understand the protocol or the process that's in place, but I just want to remind everybody, these processes are not ours. They're not ours, they're corporate. And, you know, they're made by, we're following a white man kind of rule. You know, that's why it's important for us to bring in the proper, to follow what the elders are telling us. Because that's why we're having so much issues and problems. Like, you know, our elder Wanda has spoken here earlier. And that's what I'm just trying to bring up. And sorry I didn't bring that up earlier, but the youth reminded me of what we're not doing already. And I apologize to her. But I think we have to do better here. We can't be following, you know, we have to adopt our own ways. Go back to our own ways. Good.
Miigwech for your comment.
Excuse me?
Chief Sherry Taylor.
Here.
We have a hand up here, Chief Solomon Adlukin from Edmonton.
Okay, why don't we just rescind that first BCR? I think that's what the policy or the bylaws are. And just rewrite it, different number, and add what we forgot. Okay?
If there's certainly there's been a call to rescind that motion, number 6/31/07/25, and then include the addition, make a new resolution with the new additions here. That way we would be able to incorporate the youth and elder components to this resolution.
So we're going to 8 now.
It's got a question about why are we back at this resolution? It was moved, seconded, and passed, and carried.
Okay, let's just move forward because there was a comment from Well, he made a recommendation that we leave it as is and they go back and do it on a different time.
Okay. Just explain that again.
What?
Just say what you said. It's perfect.
Okay, so there was, oops. There was a recommendation from Chief Rick Allen to leave the resolutions as is and at a later date to write up another resolution at a chief's meeting.
Yeah, maybe that's a simpler way of doing it, but let's make that a priority and make it known for, you know, that we do that. Because it is important we follow through on this again, for sure this time around. Because it's not only that I felt bad when I was reminded to me that there was a lot of things the youth wanted last year, and we said we were going to do it. As a matter of fact, we also had some good speakers that were pretty clear in what they were talking about. And it's kind of embarrassing. I was embarrassed when I first heard that we did that to the youth, and I felt really bad. Well, if we're going to do that, let's make sure that it's going to be on top of the agenda, and we go from there.
We're going to resolution number 8. 3107, 2025, support for medical transportation services for Matawa Health Cooperative clients using the Thunder Bay Clinic services. Therefore, be it resolved that the Matawa Chiefs and Assembly support the implementation and funding of dedicated medical transportation services to assist medical clients within Thunder Bay in attending medical appointments and receiving care they require within Thunder Bay, and therefore, and further be it resolved that the MHC seeks partnerships, funding opportunities, and operational support from all relevant health authorities and interested parties to establish and maintain service. And finally, be it resolved that this initiative be prioritized in the Matawa Health Cooperative's community health initiatives for 2010-25 and on an ongoing basis. Moved by Chief Sonny Gagnol, Arrow Land First Nation, seconded by Chief Sherry Taylor, Gunagamin First Nation. Are there any questions or comments from the mover or seconder?
Yeah, good afternoon. I moved this because of the fact that I got members in Thunder Bay and they miss a lot of appointments that are very important, and it's usually transportation-wise. So and the resolution speaks for itself, and I think the only thing I might add is that when they do get that kind of transportation, that the vehicles in question would be wheelchair equipped. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, it's Chief Sherry. The only thing that I think that should be added is that it doesn't interfere with any of the other First Nations medical transportation agreements that they may have, because they do have, some of them, we all have different types of agreements in place.
Yeah, it's being noted. Added.
Yeah, comment here. Like, it can only be to Thunder Bay. It can only be issued to Thunder Bay. We have medical services that go to east as well, to Timmins and etc. Yeah, I know it's like we have medical services, but we all know to go to Timmins as well. We go to Timmins, we go Sudbury. So how do we implement that change in this whole strategy that we're trying to put forward? If it's the Matawa Health Cooperative, not all our medical services go to Timmins. I mean to Thunder Bay. We go east to Sudbury, to Timmins as well. So this is like as I said, if I'm going to support this, there has to be these initiatives that support my community as well that go east.
Maybe in the first, where therefore we'd say Thunder Bay and other medically designated centers. Within Thunder Bay and or medically and other medical, yeah. Yep. Is it okay for the mover and second?
So speaking on behalf of the resolution, the reason we wrote it, we operate out of Thunder Bay, and our team travels out to the Matawa communities. In Thunder Bay, our clientele priority is Matawa members. Anyone who comes to the health co-op who is a Matawa member has a primary care provider, whether it be physician or nurse practitioner. We have a high no-show rate, and when we did surveys to our clients asking why they can't come to the clinic, why they can't make their appointments, is because they don't have transportation services. We did have a medical van parked outside the AGM this week, just to kind of show you what we have in place. We do go to people's homes in Thunder Bay. There's a lot of elders that can't get out of their homes, but sometimes they just want to get out of their house. And this is based on client feedback, client surveys that we've received. And so that's why we're trying to do this. We also see that Sioux Lookout First Nations Health Authority does medical transportation for SLIFNA clients coming in from like from some of our, they have, I don't know, 33 remote communities. They do medical transportation. We're trying to work, we're small, we're trying to work with Martin Falls, we're trying to work with our remote communities so that they know that they can use this service as well, because we are the primary care providers, but we also work with the First Nation communities, their primary care physicians, to fill in the gaps. And what we see in all of the information and all the healthcare we provide, these people are coming to Thunder Bay through NIHB, but they're not making their appointments because of transportation, because no taxi vouchers. We've paid lots of taxi vouchers, and sometimes NIHB is just not fast enough. So this is the reason why we wanted to put this resolution forward and hopefully support our members better with transportation services. We do have primary care providers that travel to our communities, and we can look into how we can support better in our communities with our referral system. And that could be one of our goals after we implement this transportation.
I got a comment on that. We went through already a Matawa overview, the one that Makwati did. You know, and this falls into that realm again. We're falling into only subsidizing that to Thunder Bay. And then some of these things here, it's not going to work for my community. I might have to abstain from this resolution then if it's not going to support some of the initiatives that we want to push forward. I agree. I understand what your health cooperative using this service, but then we should be provided services elsewhere. We're not only Thunder Bay. We got to get that mindset out of our minds that everything evolves around Thunder Bay. You know, this is why we had that overview done for Matawa. And here we're going back into that process of falling back into that realm of only supporting going to Thunder Bay. So if you want this resolution to be supported by my community of Constance Lake, I can't do that, but this saying is only for Thunder Bay.
I do know that your community does not have a high no-show rate. When our providers are there, they come and we work with your community medical transportation to get them there.
I think not only just in Thunder Bay, but there are people who have to go to Ottawa. The medical transportation there's Toronto, there's a lot of complexity. So, and you're talking about Timmins, Kingston. So there's these circumstances that we got to think of all of our First Nations.
What Matawa Health Co-op is supposed to address all First Nations, right? Not all of us go to Thunder Bay. That's what I'm saying. So I'm not here to get mad. I'm just going to say I'm going to abstain or I'm going to oppose because it's not benefiting my community as it's supposed to be as a Matawa Health organization, co-op. Yeah.
I'll read this again. Therefore, be it resolved that the Matawa Chiefs and Assembly support the implementation of and funding of a dedicated wheelchair-accessible medical transportation service to assist medical clients within and traveling to Thunder Bay and medical designated centers in attending medical appointments and receiving the care they require. And further, be it resolved that the MHC seeks partnerships, funding opportunities, and operational support from all relevant health authorities and interested parties to establish and maintain the service. And further, be it resolved that nothing in this resolution shall derogate or take away from individual First Nation initiatives, funding, or proposals to address this issue. And finally, be it resolved that this initiative be prioritized in the Matawa Health Cooperative's community health initiatives for 2025 in an ongoing basis. Moved by Chief Sunny Ganyol, Everland First Nation, Chief Sherry Taylor, Gunagaming First Nation. Are there any abstentions, oppositions? Oh, Chief Bruce.
Question. My question is, we've all heard that there's a project called Health Transformation happening with NAN. I'm just wondering why it's not referenced here, or this is part of a health transformation for communities to see how services could be bettered for the First Nations. And we have that same issue, but this is only one small part of bettering health for each First Nation. So I'm just wondering why it's not referenced here, health transformation.
That's a good point. We do have a resolution talking about health transformation next, but it should be in there because, working with each community.
Could this be part of the whereases that, whereas health transportation is part, whereas transportation has been identified as a priority under health transformation? I think it's capital H and T.
And there's also a clause that's inside this resolution that should be there as well as non-Matawa members that stay within your community. Either it's your spouse or your partner or someone that's not, does it have to be addressed specifically to, you have to be a consulate member, or could it be somebody else? So it doesn't refer to any of that utilizing that transportation. Is it only a Matawa members only, or so if I had a spouse and she's in medical and she needs that thing that's not from First Nation or she's not status, she can't utilize that, but whatever. I'm just saying we have partners in our communities that are from different bands that can utilize the service, that should be utilizing that service as well.
So our electronic medical records can tell us that, if they're spouses as well. We could include that.
Excuse me. Can I?
So,
You know, you road access communities, I think, are a bit easier to solve their problem in terms of transportation by highway. But let me tell you, at today's, you know, some of the appointment dates are not, they don't make transportation early enough to catch a flight. That individual has to wait another, I don't know how many months. I know there was one that was 12 months, and it's a serious, you know, serious hospital trip that they had to go. Now, let's settle this and see what you guys are gonna do with it. Us guys, we are in the most, I guess, vulnerable situation in terms of medical. You know, we only travel by air. So if there's bad weather and you miss an appointment, there's nothing that you can do. You know, there's nothing in place by Matawa or anybody else. It's all one airline. If there is no, even blood work. If you do your blood work tonight, and the plane can't go on to Sulakaut from Thunder Bay, no connector, you just wasted your time getting your blood work done. And you have to do it again. So, you know, let's get on with this. We got an hour, less than an hour for flight time.
opposition?
And by the way, I will support however it goes. It's band member, I mean, it's Matawa communities that are asking for help for road transportation, for medical. Why not? You know, I'll support that.
To go back to what Chief Rick Allen said, can we maybe put something in the first, therefore be it resolved? Access medical transportation services to assist Matawa members and family members to medical or with medical appointments who, oh, I didn't read the rest. Wait. Medical, okay, no, wait. Wheelchair accessible medical transportation services to assist Matawa members and their family to, no. With medical, no, sorry. Assist members and their family members with transportation services to medical appointments and those also traveling
to Thunder Bay and other medically desert centers.
I want to read this again from therefore be it resolved that the Matawa Chiefs and Assembly support the implementation and funding of a dedicated wheelchair-accessible medical transportation service to assist Matawa members and their family members traveling to and within Thunder Bay or other medically designated centers and attending medical appointments and receiving the care they require. And further, be it resolved that the MHC seeks partnerships, funding opportunities, and operational support from all relevant health authorities and interested parties to establish and maintain the service. And further, be it resolved that nothing in this resolution shall derogate or take away from individual First Nation initiatives, funding, or proposals to address this issue. And finally, be it resolved that this initiative be prioritized in the Matawa Health Cooperatives Community Health Initiatives for 2025 and on an ongoing basis. Moved by Chief Sunny Gagnon, Airline First Nation. Seconded by Chief Sherry Taylor, Gunagaming First Nation. Any abstention, any oppositions? Any abstentions? All in favor? The resolution's carried.
Do you want your opposition opposed? Yes. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I think it was
Okay. Resolution number 9. (3107), 2025. Support for Matawa Health Cooperative Youth-Based Services. Therefore, be it resolved that the Chiefs and Assembly and delegates support Matawa Health Cooperative in advocating for the necessity of such youth-based services, including recreation, mental health, wellness, and cultural, land-based. And finally, be it resolved that the Matawa Health Cooperative will coordinate with other Matawa First Nations management departments who also offer youth program and services. Moved by Judy Ismallin, seconded by Chief Sunny Gagnon. Are there any questions from Judy? Judy.
Yeah, I was, as you see on the paper, it was originally Chief Cornelius, but they had to leave. So I volunteered to put my name there. But after reading it, basically all this resolution says is that we're really appointing the health cooperative to make sure that these programs, youth-based services, are going to happen and be coordinated, right? That's basically what it's saying. Like we're delegating the Matawa Health Co-op to ensure this happens. So if it doesn't happen, we can come after you next year. Basically, that's what it's saying, right? Okay. Okay, I support this resolution. Oh yeah, and it's, I see my name on another resolution. It's a Y, not an I, for Judy. I see my name, yeah, it's spelled wrong on another resolution.
It's been corrected. We move forward. Any oppositions, please? Any abstentions? All in favor? The resolution is carried. Next, we got resolution number 10, 3107, 2025. Support for Matawa Health Cooperative, MHC, health transformation planning. Therefore, be it resolved that Matawa Chiefs in Assembly and delegates mandate the MHC to continue and exclusively lead the work on behalf of all member communities on exploring models to conduct the pre-planning and planning phases. And further be it resolved that the MHC will research and develop planning pathways that will work for each community and not enter the communities into binding process and not interfere with other First Nation communities' processes. And further be it resolved, the Matawa Chiefs and Assembly support the MHC to seek additional funding to help pay for community-based planning and capacity building. And further be it resolved that the community capacity building and funding be included to support ongoing community management and well-being. Finally, be it resolved that the Matawa Chiefs and Assembly and delegates will receive continued updates in upcoming forums. It was moved by Chief Sherry Taylor, seconded by Judy Desmoulin. Are there any additions?
I just have a couple of comments. Even going back to the other resolution about transportation, with this resolution here, it doesn't have to stop just with Thunder Bay. Like, there should be, as part of the plan that needs to be made is adequate transportation everywhere, like including Constance Lake, and including, like Paul had said, we have people going to Toronto. Not too long ago, I had a person that was being sent off to treatment, and she phones me crying from the airport in Toronto, like, where am I supposed to go? Who's supposed to pick me up? I had no clue because I wasn't the one who arranged it. I didn't know. So things like that. So people do require transportation everywhere, anywhere. But yeah, I could suggest, and the other suggestion I want to make, like, the resolution's good, but just for implementing this, like, sometimes we don't need to wait for the funding to fall into place. Like, we should have all these services coming into the community, like other health services. They can come in once in a while with surveys and things. Just say the foot care person's coming in. Like, let that foot person come in with surveys and stuff, and take information, gather information from whoever, and yeah, just don't always have to wait for the appropriate funding to fall in place to try and get information. Miigwech.
Sherry?
Yep, I'm just Chief Sherry. I guess the reason why I'm moving this resolution is because, in my First Nation, we're dealing with a lot of issues with our local hospital, with just a number of things, with mental health and addictions, with our people receiving proper care at the hospital. A lot of times we're sending our people straight to Thunder Bay and bypassing Geraldton. And as a First Nation leader in my community, I've tried to sit down and deal with Geraldton Hospital, and I've had some meetings, and we've had health transformation staff from Matawa involved, but things just seem to they fall off the track. Things are not followed up on. And and to me, that's important. We need to start changing things. Our people are dying. Our people are becoming sick. Every day there's something that we're dealing with at home. So the capacity needs, I think something needs to be included in there in regards to not only building capacity within, to help out the Matawa Health Co-op, it needs to help to include the First Nations. I don't know if there's a position of some sort to be made in the First Nations to help this work move along, because we don't have the capacity. I know at home in my community, I'm still looking after health at the same time because I don't have the capacity. So, those kinds of things need to be considered. And also, I don't see a timeline in here. I think we need to add timelines. So that way they have something to work towards. Thank you.
Thank you.
In terms of timelines, do you want that in the, it says, okay, where do we, yeah. Maybe by, at least by the next AGM, so that it's not just ongoing, but you got to have a timeline that's, how is this going to be done within, so that you can plan and have some deadline.
Can I offer a suggestion?
Sure.
So after the therefore be it resolved, in the first phase, it says pre-planning and planning phases within the 2025, 2026 year. And then we can present it at the next, where we're at, instead of it being like a 5-year project, it could be a 1-year project. But we do have to.
And I can share with all the chiefs the Health Transformation Strategic Plan as well.
Chief Bruce?
I don't know who, which chief represents in the Matawa Chiefs Committee right now. I'm not sure, but I had stepped down from there. Just for personal reasons. But you know, in speaking with health transformation, the current services that we are providing, that we're provided with at the community level is very inadequate. Just echoing some of the sentiments that Chief Saul there on very poor health services in terms of patient transportation. And you know, this is something that this is something that NAN has been working on for quite some time, and it's a long process. You know what I find so far, and a lot of money spent on it, and it's seemingly not getting anywhere. I hope that can change. You know, I'm optimistic that that can change. You know, because the need is there. The need is there in our community for services to improve. You know, when staff at the ISC do not fax back or I don't know whether to do fax, but they are do not send the communications back for patients travel in time. And one of the elders did mention it here from Nibenamik, the health representative that's here. She did mention it. That was one of the concerns from the community, that and it was an immediate concern. I don't know why it's not in the resolution form, when she said that it was a really urgent concern, that it's leading to health issues for their members. It's leading to missed appointments, specialized appointments especially, which sometimes take half a year to get to a specialized appointment. Even getting an ultrasound appointment takes a few months, and you know, that could be very concerning and even life-altering for a patient. So, you know, an urgent concern from a representative here is that advocated in any way at this forum. So she's back to square one on who can do the advocacy for her. If Nan's not going to do it, then we're not going to do it, then who's going to do it? We're in the same boat as her community, Nibenamik, with poor patient transportation. You know, health transformation is supposed to look at other ways to provide health services. Maybe arrange a different relationship between government and the First Nations. That's what health transformation is about, to improve health outcomes for our member communities by establishing a different relationship, a different fiscal relationship with the government. So we yet to fully explore that, what that all means. And I would like to see something done collectively, but I hope my community will be addressing it alone if it's not addressed here at this table. But it's all part of health transformation. That's what I'm trying to say. Miigwech.
Miigwech, Chief Bruce. Go ahead.
Thank you for your words. Can I add to the second paragraph, further be it resolved that the MHC will research and develop planning pathways that will work for each community to ensure access to improved and adequate health outcomes, or sorry, to ensure access to adequate and improved health outcomes, and to assist with NIHB. Sorry. Each community to ensure access to improved health outcomes and adequate health care service delivery. So I'd like to, if you're okay, maybe possibly add some of the things that we're doing with the Health Cooperative after delivery in brackets via OTN, via case conferencing partners, telephone appointments, does that make sense a little bit? And a bracket. Does that support it a little more?
I think after case conferencing, transportation as well.
I even think that maybe that the MHC will research and develop planning pathways working with NIH or working with ISC, NIHB, and allied health partners that will work for each community, because then if NIHB is in there, that also supports transportation. Does that make sense? Somebody recording, because I forgot what I said. I hope so.
That will work for each community.
And allied health partners?
That will work with each.
Can you go up to therefore so I can read it again? Further be it resolved that the MHC will research and develop planning pathways working with NIHB, ISC, and allied health partners that will work for each community to ensure access to improved health outcomes and adequate health care service delivery via OTN, case conferencing, transportation, and telephone appointments, and not to enter the communities into a binding process or not to interfere with other First Nations community processes. And further be it resolved, the Matawa Chiefs and Assembly support the MHC to seek additional fundings to help pay for community-based planning and capacity building. And further be it resolved, the community capacity building and funding be included to support ongoing community management and well-being. Finally, be it resolved that the Matawa Chiefs and Assembly and delegates will receive continued updates in upcoming forums. Moved by Chief Sherry Taylor and seconded by Judy Dismallin. Are there any oppositions? Any abstentions? All in favor? All in favor. Resolution carried. She's going, she's doing it.
That's it?
No, we got two.
All right.
I'm gonna go use the washroom.
We're, okay, Resolution 113107, 2025, call for coordination, response, and advocacy to address the death of Niskananga First Nation youth Mackenzie Monias. Now we're going to the therefore be it resolved that the Chiefs, Matawa Chiefs and Assembly direct the Matawa First Nations Management CEO's office to prepare a coordinated response and advocacy plan to demand a formal written response from the Thunder Bay Police Services, other related law enforcement agencies if required, and the Ontario coroner. Therefore, be it resolved that MFNM CEO's office work with Anishinaabe Nation and Matawa organizations to coordinate additional support such as legal advice, advocacy, grief, and trauma supports for the family, friends, and community of Mackenzie Monias. Therefore, be it resolved that the Matawa Chief in Assembly acknowledge that there are other missing persons, deaths, and unexplained circumstances of our Matawa people. And this specific resolution for Mackenzie Monias is requested by her family, friends, and community of Niskananga First Nation. Therefore, finally, be it resolved that the Matawa Chiefs in Assembly direct the MFNM CEO's office and necessary technical staff to report on this resolution as the Matawa Chiefs Council continue to monitor and direct. Moved by Chief Gary Quizzes, Niskananga First Nation, seconded by Chief Sherry Taylor, Kinnickinnic First Nation. Does any of the mover or seconder have any comment or question? Chief Sherry Taylor has her hand up.
Yep, I just wanted to say that I fully support this resolution. You know, our families deserve to get answers. Many of us have family members that have gone missing or have had some type of tragic death and are not getting anywhere with the police to get any answers, or even from the coroner's office. So I fully support this resolution. Miigwech.
Miigwech, Chief Sherry Taylor of Kinnickinnic. If there are any oppositions? Any abstentions? All in favor? Motion carried. Everybody's eating.
Keep going, keep going, keep going.
Number 12 is Resolution 123107, 2025, immediate call for action for equitable access to health care for Niskananga First Nation community. Therefore, be it resolved that the Matawa chiefs in assembly and delegates support Nisquannaga First Nation in advocating for the necessity of Indigenous Service Canada to meet with Nisquannaga Chief and Council to discuss an action plan to implement a permanent and long-term solution for a fully operational health care facility. Further, be it resolved that the Matawa Chiefs in Assembly and delegates support Nisquannaga First Nation in advocating for the necessity of a fully functioned Indigenous health care facility. Further, be it resolved that the Matawa Chiefs in Assembly and delegates support Nisquannaga First Nation in advocating for their human rights to health and non-discrimination, as well as their treaty rights for access to medical care and protection from illness. Finally, be it resolved that the Matawa Chiefs in Assembly and delegates support Nisquannaga First Nation in holding government officials, health ministers, as well as Indigenous Service Canada fully accountable to begin implementing necessary action items to ensure equitable and quality health care services are available within their First Nation in a timely manner. Moved by Chief Gary Quises, Nisquannaga First Nation, seconded by Chief Sherry Taylor, Gunungming First Nation. Does the mover or seconder have any questions or comments? No? All right, so will any oppositions? Any abstentions? Oh, all in favor? Sorry, I forgot. Yeah, all in favor? Yep, that's, I mean, I'm getting hungry looking at you guys. Motion carried. Okay, so we're on Resolution 133107, 2025. Matawa Policing, Enforcement, and Justice Plans. Therefore, be it resolved that the Matawa Chiefs in Assembly direct Matawa First Nations management to initiate ongoing discussion, plans, services, partnership, prevention strategies, and supports to Matawa First Nation members with the various services providers to address the rampant and complicated drug and gang crisis. Therefore, be it resolved that Matawa First Nations will, with various partner organizations and government, bring forth a strategy, supports, and communications plans to enable First Nation community members to see progress on their safety issues in communities and in urban centers. Moved by Chief Gary Quises, Nisquannaga First Nation, and seconded by proxy Walter Oshkonegish, Nibanimic First Nation. Does any of the mover and seconder have any questions, comments? No? All right, we'll move on to opposition. Any oppositions? Any abstentions? All in favor? Resolution carried. And that concludes the resolution period, and I'm so happy.
You did it.
Miigwech, so now we are going to the closing prayers, Christian, traditional, and drum group. And I believe we have a few announcements on the draws, quick draws that we're gonna call out while you guys are.
White tickets.
White tickets on the survey.
You have to have the white ticket.
If you have a white ticket, the number is 389004. 389004. And we have a cooler for a draw here.
There's a name. There'll be a name there.
All right, so Sharon Bouchard is the winner of the cooler.
Another white ticket.
Another white ticket, 389030. Going once, going twice. Another ticket is being drawn. Chica 003. Didn't I say that?
No, you have it in your hand.
003. And the first ticket was 030.
Next one.
Oh, Walter?
One more. That's it.
That's all? Okay. The white ticket again, everybody. And the number is 389059. Xbox ticket number, white ticket, 389059. Come on, Kai, run. Yeah, that's a number. We got a winner. Chief Ganu, can you come here? Sonny? I got a gift for you. Bija no ma shakidinin. Oh, that's a garbage. Yeah, from the ticket draws. I just want to say a couple of words before Chief Sonny makes his way up here. Thank you to all the delegates, First Nations that came here. And it's been an experience to be standing up here, being a chairperson. And it's been an overwhelming, exciting time for the airline people here to host this AGM that we haven't hosted in 10 years. And thank you for all the awesome acknowledgements of our hospitality and the food and whatever. Well, miigwech. Oh yeah, Sharon is going to present Chief Sonny with a gift. Yeah, all those. Yeah. Also, the First Nation is going to be handing out crafts and cups in appreciation to all of you. So can I get a couple of people from our community to come and hand that out? And all the chiefs to come up here. They have some presentations here for you. The chiefs. Solomon Chief Solomon Adlukin, Chief Rick Allen, Chief Gary Quizis, Chief Bruce Achinibaniscum, Proxy Walter Oshkanigish, Chief Sherry Taylor, and Chief Judy Desmoulin. I should have went like this. Yeah, we have all these, but we can just pass them around, or they can come and get it after the prayer. All right, we're going to go over to the Christian elder prayer, and then to our traditional elder prayer, and then to our closing song with the drum group Rosebush.
You did an awesome job.
Oh,
Yeah. You went through the prayers.
All right, we're going to ask our Christian elder to say our closing prayer.
Also, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. Mi ang kanamay tana wa mi siyang ngayon ta muy snake. Chim nyup mat sieg. Oyon yaniki ayuk. Pekuya tu apjis nasi. Yeah, see, don't you do it, Mokiki, especially in the evening. Okay, Massey, when an animal and he was on the road. She saying, see the Mibson. So I'm going to say a prayer. How a meeting. Minasa wangiya o temtinit kushno tawat. So can we do a prayer? Everybody knows that. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. O my Jesus, forgive us our sins, save us from the fires of hell. Lead all the souls into heaven, especially those who are in the most need of your mercy. Amen. May God. Good night.
Our traditional elder will say a
Our
prayer,
Father.
closing prayer.
This is the part of an AGM or any gathering the day I do not like to end. It's been a fruitful 2 days. Oh, get it. House, Gesheminatu, Minasa, Gibignonen, Benandobman, Chinon Doshan, Jimiko Twinina, Kanagagon, Hagi Mount there, Kanagagon to get Minosek, I'll get on into Marsha Opsano. Gesheminatu, Migrat. Nashom sananek, nok masnanek, wabanong gana mataboyor. Nisa Benaska goeg, Treach ishank, Treach a dog one a gowan geord, horsak, way chinnet the good snort. Nok masak, Mashom sak, Shaw no gana mataboeg, Kaki nog big non gum. Genuine you dog going how in the geord. Tim cow water. We geog no chance here or share when the geout. The machine sananek, nok masnanek. Give Ningabu no and Matabueg. Gagi nasa, Kibik non in him, Kibik non go. When the skin yash will not go on you how in the gears. No Somsananek, no Comasnanek, Kiwed, no gun matbeg, Gagi Nasa, big non go, Chinana Kajito, go on you, then why magnet, Hagi Pete Bim Goang, Sokon where when the Jenip Mips you watch. Gesheminatu. We do go. Kim Kignojoy. Quincy Soundishing. You don't need with the amina. Cause it. Me, I demand. Get my gun, my Gary. No, you know, Janet, the question. Yeah, could the edge, Jenny George. Can I wait you out, not my mother boy? I can feed when God. go pattern minimum. Grandpa to get more than a so easy. But can't make Nick. Naninette is just sick. Shame the door, join him, son. Hakkos ei gem kun gaia wat. Minä gea attack ignorant. So my name do going ga. And she not it sort. Dep new things me nan skikki. Connect in them. Yes, I'm trained my even key or egg. But me not gonna get that wee bit. Me got screaming at you. No. Drum.
Oh, the drum group Rose Bush for the closing song. Can I have a couple of community members come up here and distribute these gifts to the delegates, or the delegates can come up and pick up these are all crafts made by our community members. There's moccasins, paintings, there's cups. If you want to come up and get a gift. Yeah, pass them around, yeah. Yeah, just give them anything, yeah. 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 Yeah, come and get a gift. We have moccasins, necklaces, or whatever crafts from these were made from our community members' paintings. And I'm going to eat now.
Hello. Matawa also has AGM gifts here too, on the opposite side here. They're Matawa jackets, so come here and grab one as well.
Each First Nation can take the centerpieces that are on the table. Those are a gift also from Airline.
Can we get Yamatong First Nation? Can they go first? They got a charter to catch. It's waiting for them. So Yamatong First Nation, come up to the front of the line here and grab your goodies and fly over to the airport. Alana's outside waiting. Yeah.
Yeah, those are yours. Take them. Darren. Really? Yeah.
Job that was really overwhelming. I was telling Molly, you were making her do all the resolutions, making her work.